1 minute to the deadline. Seconds. Seconds. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Deadline.
Welcome to round 2 of DBN's coverage of the inaugural Diplomacy Broadcast Network Invitational, Diplomacy's Big Dance. After 352 boards of stabs, elation, and heartbreak, the highest-ranked players from the 2020 season will compete for the Callhammer Cup to become the first ever DBNI Diplomat of the Year. Brandon Fogel, welcome to the broadcast. You joined me as one of the founders of the Diplomacy Broadcast Network, and it's coming together. It's happening. It's been exciting.
You know, we started this thing back in the spring of last year. It was partly pandemic induced, and we were just trying to have some fun and connect with our friends and entertain people. And a couple months after that, we had this idea for an invitational tournament. We thought, wouldn't it be cool? Wouldn't it be good TV if we got the best players from the tour together for one tournament? We picked a date in February. We worked out a system. And man, this actually grew bigger than I expected. It's come to be viewed as the championship for the tour last year, this nascent virtual face-to-face tour. And as you pointed out, those statistics, this is in terms of players and boards, if we count all of those events as part of the invitational structure, this is the biggest diplomacy event we think that's ever happened. And that's exciting.
Yeah, we had players. I think one of my absolute favorite thing about this is that this is not a face-to-face event. This is not a extended deadline online event. It's bringing those hobbies together. It's inventing a new way to play diplomacy that we've never seen before, which, as a side note, turns out to be really fantastic for streaming on this type of media. And we've got people coming from all across the hobby to join together to play. And this is really the first event, to my knowledge, and I've been playing for over 30 years, where you've got people coming from all communities together into a single event. We got 210 boards from 13 face-to-face competitions. We've got 136 boards from 3 very large extended deadline competitions. We got players from everywhere, and we're all coming together. We're seeing everyone succeed and compete and bring different skill sets, and it's exciting. I can't wait.
Yeah, we've had people from all over Europe, Turkey, Croatia. We've also, on the other side, we've had people in Japan and Singapore, Australia. Today, in this round, we only have 14 players playing, but yet we have players in North America, in Australia, and in Europe. So we've got the entire globe covered just in this one round today, but certainly for the entire tournament. I'm stoked. I was stoked earlier. I was GMing the earlier games, and it was fun to watch. It was awesome to see you guys on the broadcast, and now I'm ready to run through these evening games, which will take us halfway through this preliminary structure of the tournament.
Well, Brandon, why don't you walk us through real quick? What is the tournament structure? What are we expecting to see in this event?
Well, so we invited 28 people, the best performers from the circuit last year. Like we said before, we devised a way of measuring that performance, and we invited the top 28. We included some special invitations to the extended deadline community as a sort of way to bring the two communities together, and we snagged a few of those fish. So there are, I think, 4 people who got their points primarily through the extended deadline community who are in that that 28. And of those 4, 3 of them actually do participate in face-to-face events. One of them is DBN's own Marcus Zelstra, who happens to be very good at both formats, which is a little bit unusual. And tonight we're going to get to see another one of those extended deadline players, Thomas Moe, and so we'll see how he does. But so we invited 28 people, and each one is expected to play 2 games over 4 rounds. So we've got 2 rounds today, 2 rounds next Saturday, and all the players, so here we are showing you our structure, they're all going to have played 2 rounds by the end of next Saturday. And the scores from both of those games will be added together, and the top 7 players, according to those scores, whoops, can we get that back up? We can't.
Sorry.
All right, we'll just have to show it. All right, so as you can see, we are still learning how to do infographics here at the Diplomacy Broadcast Network. So after these 4 rounds over today and next Saturday, the top 7 players will advance to a single game top board championship on February 27th. The time of that is to be determined because honestly, it depends on who makes it. If we have North Americans and Australians make it, then we will have it later in the day. If it's North Americans and Europeans, we will have it earlier in the North American day. If it is players from all 3, I don't know what we're going to do. So we'll have to figure out a way to make that to satisfy either the most or the least number of people, whichever makes the most sense for the occasion.
Well, I think now would be a good time. Something I really appreciated about the first rounds, we had we've got a lot of participation from the hobby as a whole, and we've kind of taken a step back throughout the 2020 season. We've always tried to name the boards based off of something that was relevant to the event that was taking place. So in Chicago, we had references to food. We love our food here. And we had Cascadia just had references to famous landmarks and ski resorts and things in the Cascadia area. But we were talking about what is it that would be unique for the DBNI. And I think the idea of speaking about hobby luminaries, who are the shoulders that we're standing on to be here where we are today. Let's recognize them. And I think who better to talk about that than to bring in Mr. David Hood, our resident diplomacy historian. David, how are you doing? Welcome.
Hey, doing great, guys. How are you doing?
Ready to learn something about the hobby.
Yeah.
So earlier today, the 2 games were named after Eddie Berson and Larry Peary. So we heard a bit about them earlier. Can you tell us about who these evening games are named after?
Yes, the two evening games are named after John Boardman and Don Miller. And the reason that those names are appropriate here is for the name of a game is because those 2 guys, their names were used to identify games in the diplomacy hobby literally for decades. There was something called the Boardman numbers and the Miller numbers. And the Boardman numbers were a numerical code. It's like the year, and a 2-letter code was given to each game start in the diplomacy hobby, essentially in the postal diplomacy hobby, for regular games. That's what the Boardman numbers were. And the Miller number custodian, there were Miller numbers, those numbers were given to variant games. In Gunboat, as well as all kinds of other variant games, got a Miller number. And John Boardman actually was the founder, in some ways, arguably the founder of the wider diplomacy hobby, because he ran the first diplomacy game postally in his own diplomacy zine, which was called Graustark. And that was, I think, 1964. And then Don Miller was essentially the father of the variant hobby, because he was very much into running variant games in his zine. And I think he started his in 1965. So both of these guys go way back in diplomacy hobby history, and I think it's great that we're honoring them tonight.
It's really fair to say that without them and the people who also helped build those postal hobbies, we wouldn't be doing this. Diplomacy wouldn't be the sort of minor cultural phenomenon that it is, and it also makes me wonder. 50 years from now, is anybody going to be naming a game after us? Okay, if you do, it's okay.
I plan to be here and watch the Brian and the Brandon Fogel game. So you guys may be gone, but I'll still be here.
All right.
I wouldn't put it past you.
Yeah.
All right. Well, with that, let's go ahead and bring another very prominent diplomacy member of the community onto the stream. Welcome, world champion Chris Brand.
Thank you. It's good to be here.
So, Chris, I believe Brandon was talking earlier, and he said it is the most interesting man in the world. So,
yes, I don't always take Marseille at 1901, but when I do, I'm playing Germany.
Welcome. So I am going to be hopping off again soon, but before we do, Brandon, would we be able to take a look at our standings?
Sure can. Here are the standings after just 2 games from earlier today. And they are this. In first place, Russ Dennis, the England specialist, Hold England, thanks to our bid system, was able to snag it and rode it to a big board top. And that was a 16-center England. One of the nice things about this the scoring system that we're using, which is called Open Tribute, and Brian and I are sort of the primary architects of that. One of the nice things about it is that with board tops, you can tell exactly how many centers they had. It's just the number of centers times 10. So Russ had that nice big 16-center board top. There was some question whether he could have gone for a solo or had a solo had he made some different moves, but he ends up with 160, which is a nice big score. Remember, only 7 players, only the top 7 make it, and there were only 8 games. So a big board top is a real nice feather to put in your cap. Conrad Woodring topped the other board. Conrad is a longtime face-to-face player, well known to the in-person segment of the hobby, relatively unknown to the virtual segment of the hobby. Just sort of started playing these games in December with the Virtual World Diplomacy Classic. He did, however, score a win in CoronaCon, which was a tournament. Was it in London? I think, David, you might know this.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah,
and it was in person, not online. It was
in person, but as I recall, they had some participants who were there virtually. It was some kind of hodgepodge. Nice.
Well, we'll have to ask Conrad about that if we get him back on the air. He was interviewed at the end after his win, so he scored a more modest 10-center top, but did it also as England. So England 2 for 2 in the first 2 games. After that, we have Maxim Popov with what looks like a nice second place at the moment. Sergei Sergin behind him similarly. And then we got DBN's own Marcus Zylstra sitting in 5th place, still on the top board after 2 games. Ben Kelman with 40, Nicolas Sahuguet with 40, and then we have Hunter Catcher, Brad Blitzstein, Jackson Roberts. Checking out the other 4 who played earlier are Natty Schaefer, Tommy Anderson, Alessandro Tavani, and John Anderson. It's hard not to look at the name John Anderson at the bottom there, right? This is a player who was dominant at periods on the circuit and got a lot of praise from us. And that praise he sort of feels that praise may have actually set expectations too high for him, and he struggled a little bit recently. But with that 0, he now gets to go into his second game with nobody worried about him. Perhaps. We'll see. All right. Do you guys have any thoughts or comments about this top 10?
Poor John Anderson. He just flew too close to the sun and came crashing down to earth. Russ Dennis is a spectacular player and has really done well at all of the tournaments he's played at this season. So it shouldn't be that much of a surprise that he's up there. It might be a surprise for Conrad to be up there. As you mentioned, lots of virtual people who came into the hobby recently don't know Conrad, but he's been playing and winning diplomacy games, for 20 years or more.
Yeah. So when you say surprise to the viewers, not to Conrad.
Not to anyone who's seen Conrad play. For sure.
Perhaps a surprise to the people on his board today, but it's too late for that now.
Yeah, it's interesting with Russ because he won those 2 best Englands at the very beginning of the virtual period. I think it was Dixie, and then was it Liberty the one after that, or Boston Massacre? Yeah. And but then he kind of laid low after that, and people I think kind of forgot that he was such an England specialist. And so when he snagged England, with the auction, maybe they weren't as concerned about it as they should have been.
Well, they just did not read his article in the diplomacy briefing where he talked about his admittedly expert play as England. So, Brandon, I will say we all made predictions about who our top 7 will be. And we also asked the community to make some predictions. And we're not going to reveal those predictions until the start of the top board. But I will say, looking at the top 7 as it stands, I'm feeling pretty good right now.
I'm not. But the tournament is still young.
It is still young, and I am looking forward to seeing some exciting play tonight. Some people make some big moves. First rounds tend to play a little safer and tend to get a little more ramped up as it goes. But this is only 2 games, 2 games per person. You got to get your points while you can.
Yeah, and so some of these people playing now, this is their last chance, right? They've got to go big, or they're not going to make that top board. So.
Yeah.
That's right. We will see some players playing in the second round today who also played in the first round, and this is their last chance. Yeah, it's a unique format because not every player is playing in every round. Normally, every player or nearly every player plays in the same round, at least has the opportunity to. But in this, they're not. They actually can only play in 2 out of the 4, and it's spread out. And they all got their choice. They all got to submit preferences for which rounds they wanted to play in. And the higher seeds got preferential treatment when it came to that. Only 2 players didn't get their top 2 choices, and those 2 players are both playing both games today. That's Marcus Zelstra and Ben Kelman. So we'll see. We saw them earlier. We will see them again shortly.
All right. Well, with that, I am going to bid you all good night and look forward to watching from behind the scenes. And I wish everyone good luck. And this has been a blast.
Thanks, Brian.
All right.
All right, gents, what do you say? You ready for some diplomacy invitational action?
Oh, yeah.
So ready.
All right, let's do some graphical excitement to give me time to open it up. Oh, this is always stressful. Ta-da! On John Boardman, the first board we will look at tonight. In Austria, we have the 10th seed, Karthik Kanath, playing out of California somewhere. In England, we have the 20th seed, Mr. Matthew Krill, coming to us from Everett, Washington. And in France, we have the 18th seed, Hunter Catcher, out of New Haven, Connecticut, although he is playing from Florida today. He played in the first round and actually got stuck in having to play the entire first game in the parking lot of a restaurant called Flippers by the Sea. That didn't work out so well for him, but he is back in his hotel room for round 2, and we're all looking forward to seeing a little bit more, let's say, regular play from Hunter. He NMR'd his first turn, but it ended up working out all right. And has Turkey too, but he still managed to be a factor and made it to the end of the game. In Germany, we have number 9 seed Tommy Anderson out of Massachusetts. Tommy is also playing his second game of the day. And that's by choice, by the way. He was high up enough to get whatever he wanted. In Italy, we have the number 14 seed, the Australian Peter Macnamara, playing from Melbourne. In Russia, we have the 26th seed Ben Kelman out of Philadelphia. Ben, as I mentioned before, also playing his second game of the day. And in Turkey, we have the 16th seed Farron Jane coming to us from Austin, Texas. This is the lineup for this game for John Boardman. I will point out on the right-hand side, we've got 2 columns here. One is the place that they currently have in the tournament. Not so important right now because we only had 2 games, not so meaningful, I should say. But that last column is a new addition for this. This tells you what order they ranked, where the country they got ranked in their set of bids that they made at the blind auction. We'll have a bit more information about the blind auction next week, but really roughly all the players got a certain number of points and they could bid for the powers that they wanted using those points. Their points, however, were pooled between the 2 rounds, so they could shift more points to one or another round depending on whether they wanted to save them up or use them quickly. We're not giving out all the detailed information about that because it would give too much advantage to the later players, we think. We will reveal all of the information about the bids during the fourth broadcast of the fourth round next weekend. But for now, we are going to tell you where the choice that they got, the power they got, where that ranked in their list of bids. And you can see here that 4 of these players got their first choice, and the other 3 got their second choice. So this is a board where these very skilled players got either the country they wanted or the next that they wanted. So let me turn this over to you guys now. You've had a chance to look at the lineup and digest things a bit. David, what do you see that interests you, that stands out to you?
Well, I have to start off by saying I'm looking at the lineup for John Boardman, and it's quite a board, man. Anybody? Nobody. All right.
I'm laughing. I'm not sure what that means.
I was making a play on words. All right. So I would say, and this is no surprise to anybody looking at a DBNI, top 28 type tournament. There's no, there are no weak links here in the chain. Anywhere you go here, you're talking about somebody that has had significant experience and significant success. But there are still a couple of names that jump out at you. Peter Macnamara is at a 14 seed. I feel like that, in an NCAA, they gave the winner of the ACC tournament the 14 seed or something. It's like, that is such an underseeded person to have Peter Macnamara in there. Farron Jane, relatively recent player to the hobby, but has had significant success. So I'm really interested to see what she brings to the Turkish position. And I got to say, my boy Matthew Krill, because I played with him in Cascadia. That didn't work out too well. And then he bounced right back for him. And then it bounced right back, got the win, got the big result at Cascadia. I'm really high on Matthew Krill. I'm looking for something great from him tonight too.
Yeah, I'm definitely a Matthew fan. He's a fairly local player to me down in Seattle. And so he's come up to Cascadia fairly regularly. And he's a lot of fun to play with. And he's, I've got high hopes for him. Let's put it that way.
Yeah, like you said, David, every one of these players are someone that we've heaped praise on at some point, if not many points during the past 9 months or year. Is it almost a year now? I don't know. It's just awesome to see them all, playing together. I'm with you. Peter Macnamara is, it's hard to think of him as underrated, but at 14, he is. I mean, I think he's widely regarded as a player capable of winning a world championship and just hasn't.
Definitely. He's definitely played top boards for Worlds before, so. And then there's no reason why he shouldn't win one sooner or later.
Well, again, man, you start talking about one person, then you say, of course, Hunter Ketcher's won a bunch of tournaments.
Right.
Tommy Anderson won a tournament, this season. Karthik Kanath has won all sorts of games that he's played. He's been a prolific player online, appeared on my TV show. Just every name you got to say something about it. Ben Kelman.
Yeah. And Farron Jane took the sort of tour by storm a few months ago and kind of laid low there for the last month or two. But, she's ready to make to do some damage, I should say.
I think it will be interesting to see if we see any differences in style between the people who are playing their second game and the people who are playing their first game, because that's almost half and half. So we could see some aggressive play from half the players and more passive play from the other half. But that could lead to some interesting dynamics.
It just hit me between the eyes that Tommy's playing Germany twice. He played Germany in the first round.
Yep.
So that should be interesting too.
All right. And did not do so well. Did not have the best game as Germany there. All right. Let's dive in. If I can get the map to come up. And let's take a look at some moves here. I think we've got David on top, Chris on bottom. So David, we'll keep you in the west and Chris in the east, unless I hear any objections.
Sure.
From the club historian or the most interesting man in diplomacy? No objections. We shall do it. Here are the spring 1901 moves for John Boardman. David, tell us about what happens in the West, please.
Well, jumping into the channel is always something of note, and the French jump in the channel. So your eye is sort of drawn to that in the West, because otherwise the moves are relatively, standard. Nobody going to Burgundy, it possibly is a clue on what's happening here.
Yeah, this is almost the hood hog. There's one move that's off. Which one is it?
The hood hog would be for Marseille to go to Burgundy. Yeah. The hood hog is, we don't care about Iberia, but we really care about Belgium. But in this case, we're going to have 2 on Belgium, so it's really it's an interesting opening.
Yeah, and Germany, Tommy Anderson gets Burgundy DMZ'd for 1901. That's got to feel good for him. Chris, tell us about the East.
Yeah, I've played a lot of gunboat games with a lot of these moves recently. Italy, Austria, and Russia are all very, very common gunboat openings. Let's put it that way. The bouncing Galicia, presumably arranged. Italy opening to Trieste is, again, probably with Austria's agreement, you would think. The interesting one for me is Turkey's a little bit different. This chain of moves, Smyrna to Ankara, Ankara to Kon, Kon to Bol, and with Sevastopol going into the Black Sea. So you've got to wonder whether that was Farron expecting Sevastopol to go to the Black Sea? Did they agree a DMZ? Did they agree a bounce? And for some reason, Farron decided not to go there. Lots of questions, no answers at this point, but we'll probably find out with the next turn, I guess.
Yeah, that's one of those things where it's, I think in olden days, maybe David can speak to this, that Ankara to Khan move would frighten the whole board, wouldn't it? That a juggernaut is being established and, we can't let it get started. That doesn't really scare people as much anymore, does it?
It's one of those things that goes in and out of fashion. So when I first got in the hobby, this was a very common move, and it would not have surprised anybody. And then people started realizing what this really means is there's an RT coming. So then it became a less common move because Turkey didn't want to scare everybody. So they started going to the Black Sea. And then it sort of has bounced back and become a little more common now. So we'll see how it goes.
But I guess what I wonder is, does it scare people anymore? The Juggernaut doesn't really strike fear in the hearts of people the way it used to, does it?
I think that's true. And I've been on print as saying it shouldn't. It is a strong alliance, but it's not any stronger than a really good EF or EG or whatever other alliance you want to talk about.
Yeah, we speculated. This is for the newer viewers. The Juggernaut is an alliance between Russia and Turkey, and in olden days it had the reputation of running over the board. So if you didn't stop it quickly, then the whole game was lost. And for players who join the hobby and learn that terminology, it's always exciting just to have this thing to be able to react to. But it never seems to happen. I rarely see a Juggernaut roll the board. I see an alliance between England and France, which we have now been calling the Leviathan in hopes of balancing out the nickname effect. We see that much more often sort of roll over the board. So I'm interested to see with Farron. Her playstyle has, I think, been in flux, right? She's a newer player who's had some success. So this is an interesting, potentially bold play if it is a Juggernaut and RT opening. We'll end up seeing how that works out. And like you said, Chris, we'll get some more information about whether our read on that is accurate or not right now. And Chris, the answer is...
Oh. I have no idea still. So... we don't see the black. I mean, okay, I would read. I think reading the Turkey moves, I would say it's an RT style move. But the move to Ankara then being the covering yourself in case Russia doesn't do what they were supposed to do, right? And then this position, it's not that different. Why the support for Bulgaria though? I don't know. You might have been. A lot of people would have put Constantinople to Aegean to possibly bounce that Italian fleet. Maybe Farron's wishing that she did do that. The support for Bulgaria is obviously, I mean, yes, you could see Serbia and Black Sea work together to take Bulgaria. Is that likely? I don't know, but she obviously thought it was. So,
yeah,
or likely enough to be worth worrying about. So.
Yeah, I mean, I love this because oftentimes, we're at a disadvantage not being able to see the negotiations, but sometimes there is clear evidence about what somebody thinks about somebody else, and nothing says I don't trust you louder than
you're weighing up possibilities at this point, right? You've got options for what you can do with that fleet. She decided the best thing what she needed to do with it was to support Bulgaria, so that gives us some idea of what she's feeling in terms of about how she feels about her neighbours. So, yeah. Other than that, I think that's about it in the East. Nothing else very exciting. I mean, the Ionian to Aegean is a very aggressive Italian opening because they're able to pick up Trieste, so they don't have to worry about Tunis as much. Can leave Tunis for later. That allows this AI to get off to a good start in working against Turkey. The question is whether it's an AIR or whether it's AI against RT, and of course. That could change as well. It might be one at the moment, but it might be something different come the next move. So.
Yeah, I think this has become the de facto preferred way to run an unholy alliance or an AI, as sometimes they're called. David, tell us about what's going on in the West, if you would.
Well, in the West, we've got the FG alliance, which I call the Merovingian alliance. The traditional thing, if you're in the Channel and you're in Denmark and you want to take North Sea, you typically put the German fleet in the North Sea instead of the French fleet supports the German fleet in the North Sea. Then the Germans move Kiel to Denmark and Ruhr to Holland. This is the second tournament in a row where we've seen it done the other way around. Ed Sullivan and his alliance partner did it this way, where the French get the North Sea in his game at Cascadia. You know, it's a little bit less ideal from a positional point of view because you've given up the English Channel, which is such a powerful thing to have against the English. So in that sense, it's a little less optimal, but it sort of worked in that other game. So we'll see if it works here. But you know, Matthew, is already feeling it with losing the North Sea in 01 is never fun for the English.
Do you recall how that ended up working out for Ed Sullivan?
As I recall, Ed Sullivan got 20 supply setters.
Yeah, this was Ed Sullivan playing Germany, by the way. Germany supporting France into the North Sea in fall of 1901 and ending up with 20 centers. So perhaps Tommy Anderson has that in his recent memory. We will find out.
I think one of the interesting things with having these broadcasts is that it does mean that some of these slightly unusual moves are seen by more people, and someone goes, I'm going to try that in my next game. Whereas once upon a time, that particular move might have just been only known by the 7 players who were in that game, and that's it.
That's a very good point.
Yeah. And so, now it's interesting. We'll talk about this, I think, going forward here, how good it really is for Hunter. Obviously, being in North is good. But remember that that Matthew in England is getting a build here, and now France might be a little bit stretched out. So the question I'm going to have for you guys once we see the builds is going to be how bad is it really for Matthew, and how good is it really for Hunter? So here are the builds for winter of 1901. We find an army in Liverpool, very defensive turtling posture build from Matthew Krill. Hunter puts down 2 fleets, so saying, I am fully on board with this FG alliance. Tommy, let's go. Tommy puts down 2 fleets, says the same thing in German. Wow, 2 fleet build Germany in 01. That is really interesting.
That's going all in, basically.
Austria puts down an armies. Russia puts down 2 armies. Ben, now having seen those 2 fleets, may wish that he had put down a fleet south coast. And let's see, Turkey puts down a fleet in Smyrna, and Peter in Italy puts down a fleet in Naples. No surprise there. Okay, let's talk about this question I asked you guys before the break. How good is this for Hunter? How bad is it for Matthew? David, why don't you take the how bad is it for Matthew?
Well, it's not as bad as it could be. I really do think if you're speaking purely about FG taking England down, you'd rather have fleets in the English Channel and North Sea right now. You just would. And in addition, because the alternative, the German army in Ruhr should be in Holland. What is it doing in Ruhr? It's not doing any good there. The German fleet in Denmark should be North Sea, which is already ready to do something cool. It's just not as bad for Matthew as it could be. Now, if you are Tommy and you don't really care about how fast England goes down because you're going to go kill the Russians and let the French sort of beat their head against the wall for a while, then maybe this is what you want to do. Is it good for Hunter? I mean, what's the North Sea by itself unsupported going to do? I mean, what I mean is unable to coordinate with some other unit to actually do something against the English. I mean, yes, you can sort of try to support yourself to English Channel or something. That's probably going to get cut. So it's not an optimal move. I'm just saying it's definitely not the fastest way to take down England if that's really your goal.
Chris, how are you feeling if you're Hunter right now?
Yeah, I was thinking when we saw the builds that you really want to be able to build 2 fleets in Brest at that point, because the fleet in Marseille is great, but it's going to take a year and a half before it can get where it needs to be, right? So, and as David's saying, Brest doing this channel is probably going to bounce. So you can't really get those fleets to bear where they need to be. And then you can't convoy the army over to England. And you've got 2 English armies there. If the English army had been convoyed to Norway, then it's looking a little better, but that's looking a pretty solid England. It's going to be a tough nut to crack, let's put it that way.
Now, maybe if you're really sly and you're Hunter, who is in fact sly, you let the English go to English Channel and like try
to London,
go to London or move your fleet to London and just try to cause trouble. But ultimately, that's not going to work because there's so many defensive armies. I mean, the army is going to go to Yorkshire, maybe with support. I mean, why would you not? I mean, there's a lot. It'd be better if it was the other way around. Well, we'll see what happens.
You guys got the same situation for Germany as well. It's tough to get those German fleets where they need to be, partly because the French fleet's in the way, right?
That's exactly right. And it's almost as if those German fleets might be headed northeast instead of northwest.
Oh, I would imagine one of them certainly is. But
all right, so it sounds like you guys like the Army Liverpool build, and jury's out on the 2 fleet build from Tommy. Any of you want to register displeasure about that?
I might have built an Army Paris, maybe.
So one fleet from
Wave, because the fleet's a little. It's, well, as you've already pointed out, Chris, it's going to take a lot. Now it can go to Spain, but where's Portugal going?
It'll just wait and then take Spain in the spring, right? All right, let's. Why don't we push forward here and see how that works? Talk about the West Forest, David, if you would.
All right. Well, he does go to the English Channel because the English decide to support themselves in the North Sea. That's an interesting move. And instead of retreating somewhere cool like the Norwegian or something, Hunter just gives up and disbands it. So he may have realized that, this position, particularly with Matthew building the second army in England, I'm not going to beat my head against this wall. I'm just going to do something else. So that's apparently what he's doing by disbanding that fleet. That's a very interesting choice. And look, all of the German fleets go north.
It's hard for my eye not to be drawn to the east side of the stalemate line because there's some activity there. Chris, tell us about it.
Yeah, Vienna and Trieste and Warsaw all went towards Munich. This is you have to wonder when this was planned, right? Was this planned before they saw the German build all fleets, or was this Germany built all fleets? That means we could take Munich, and we don't know, but it could be either. This could have been planned anyway, in which case the German build was okay, thank you very much, this will work perfectly now, or it could be an opportunistic thing. They had the armies in those positions. This also, we didn't really talk about the Russian builds much. That build in Sevastopol, to me, that to me said that yes, Baron was right in being worried about Russia's intentions, because it could have been Moscow and would have been just as good for everything except attacking Turkey. And here we see the Russian helps Serbia into Bulgaria. In fact, they guaranteed that they'd take Bulgaria with that. Ankara moves to Armenia to try and defend against that. And we see this AIR cooperation to go and take Munich. And they've got Munich guaranteed, right? Because they've got 3 on it, and only two Germans can defend it.
If they can agree on who gets it.
Well, it's not gunboats, so presumably they'll be able to figure that out. But
they're picking up at least one, possibly 2 Turkish builds, 2 Turkish dots, and 1 German dot, so 1 dot each.
Yeah, but Russia's going to lose Sweden here, and presumably,
that's true. Russia's going to lose Sweden. Yeah,
presumably.
I do. This is a practice. This is a pointer, I think, for people learning the game. It seemed cool for the FG Alliance to build 4 fleets. That seemed cool because they were fighting England and then they were going to fight Russia and Scandinavia. It just leaves you so little flexibility. That's one reason I was a little worried about the Fleet Marseille. Okay, fine. You're trying to emphasize that you're going to be the fleet power. Army Paris might be good to either, because what if Paris was in Burgundy right now?
It's kind of the opposite of when you see France not building a fleet. They build all armies, and it's like, well, now you're locked into attacking Germany, and you can't do anything other than attack Germany until you actually succeed, and then you can build a fleet. But,
all right, let's push ahead here. Fall of 1902, and David, we'll start with you in the West.
Well, the answer is Austria gets Munich.
Which is interesting.
Which is interesting because Austria is also getting Bulgaria.
Yeah.
So that is interesting. But maybe Karthik said, look, I'm the middle of this sandwich, so I need to be bigger. And you guys are the bread could be smaller because I'm the one that's vulnerable, maybe.
Which is definitely a reasonable position to take if you're doing that alliance, because it's very similar to the Western triple. That the one in the middle can be the one that when it changes from a 3 alliance to a 2 alliance, you could be the odd man out. So,
but here's an interesting thing. The fleet disband from North Sea was because these are very sharp players, and they've now realized, wait a minute, there's an Eastern triple, so let's rearrange ourselves. This FG versus E wasn't going to work anyway. Let's rearrange ourselves, and that's what they've done. They've completely rearranged themselves in the West. You know, the Germans supporting the English convoy to Norway instead of guaranteeing Sweden, for example. Interesting.
Yeah, that is really interesting. So Tommy here has taken, so there was a guess between the two of them, between Tommy and Matthew, as to what Ben might do. Ben could have supported himself in Norway, and they guessed wrong, Tommy and Matthew. But, you know, the guess involved Tommy agreeing to risk a dot, and he lost it. Whereas Matthew was agreeing to, risk losing a dot, but also Tommy was the one with more firepower around, so Tommy might have, had the argument that he should be the one that gets it.
I mean, think about it from an alliance theory point of view. He doesn't need 3 fleets anymore if he's not going to fight England. So you just get rid of that Skagerrak fleet or whichever fleet you decide to get rid of, since you got to lose a person. Maybe that was the thinking.
Which would be, clever diplomacy on Tommy's part, or clever strategic thinking, I think is the right way to put that.
Yeah.
All right, the East sees some action here as well. Chris, tell us about it.
Yeah, I mean, this is just a very well-coordinated AIR. They pick up the second Turkish dot, unfortunately for Farron, but that's the way it goes sometimes. If the 3 of them are determined that you're going to go out, then it's going to happen sooner or later. It's just a question of how long you can make it take. They also pick up all the spare things. Ionian goes to Tunis to pick up that extra build, the last neutral falling. And as you said, because they hold Sweden, that means that Russia's got a build from Constantinople, Italy's got a build from Tunis, and Austria's got 2 builds from Munich and Bulgaria. So it's setting up nicely. The one interesting thing to me is Budapest going to Serbia. I would have thought Budapest would be going north rather than south. So, but they've got 2 builds, haven't they? So yeah, I guess it would have been nice to see it go to Galicia, but it obviously needed to move out of Budapest to make space for the build. And you can see Russia perhaps objecting to it going to Galicia.
Yeah, exactly. Serbia is the least objectionable place. Okay, so we have some profiles to look at, and I neglected to show us one after 1901. So before we see the builds, why don't we pick a couple of these and get to know these players a little bit. I think Farron is clearly the one that we should look at right now. And then who should be the second? I would have said Matthew last time, but it doesn't look so bad for him anymore, does it?
I would say Tommy, maybe. But...
Tommy. Yeah, maybe better say Tommy.
Tommy. All right. So here is Farron Jane. So in lieu of player interviews, we assembled these profiles. Zach's Facts, Zach Moore, DBN's own Zach Moore has put together some profiles for everyone, and players got to submit pictures, and they could submit whatever they wanted to as long as it wasn't offensive. And this is the picture that Farron Jane submitted. Farron is the number 16 seed. Her play style is an alliance player. I think that was self-described. How they got here: strong showings at Carnage and BWDC. Famous last words. Farron, why is he in Paris? This was in reference to a foreign army that didn't belong in Paris but was there. Okay, so this is Farron Jane, and hopefully we'll get to see more of you this game. Farron Jane doesn't look great, but that's how it goes sometimes. And Tommy Anderson is our second player. The Zach's Facts on Tommy Anderson. He is the number 9 seed. His playstyle is charming. Not surprising from the picture. How he got here, he won the Liberty Championship, Liberty Cup back in June, I believe. Yes. Tommy's nickname, according to Zach, is Tommy the Textbook Anderson because he claims to reinvent himself every year, but the only noticeable difference is that he keeps getting costlier to work with. And that seems pretty accurate.
I'm figuring out how much that outfit cost that Tommy Tombstone Anderson has on there.
You think he paid for that?
Probably not very much.
I would hope not. But
But hey, I mean, Tommy, you're my favorite guy.
I mean, like, you know, look, window treatments can be very expensive.
You know, there's a musical about taking window treatments and making clothes out of them. I'm trying to remember which one that was.
All right, back to the board. Fall of 1902 we just saw, and that puts us into winter of 1902. Here are the adjustments. We've got Hunter getting to put down 2 because one disbanded that fleet in North, which had a very short stay there. But now is a time when you might want to build 2 fleets in Marseille, but you can't.
Yeah.
You know, at least 2 units. Austria gets 2. Take 2 wild guesses as to what those will be. And Farron has a decision to make here. You know, which is how to slow down the knife as much as possible. What unit is best going to do that? And Ben has an interesting decision to make here as well. What unit to put down? Presumably St. Petersburg. You can make an argument for Army Warsaw. Let's see what happens. We have 2 fleets from Hunter Ketcher for the 2nd year in a row. Tommy disbands Fleet Skagerrak. No surprise there. Ben puts down an army in St. Petersburg. A little bit interesting there. Might give him some what he thinks is diplomatic flexibility or strategic flexibility. We'll see how that works out. Farron drops the fleet in the Aegean, and Peter puts down a fleet in Rome, interestingly enough. And Karthik, to no one's surprise, puts down 2 armies in Budapest. All right, let us keep going along here. Unless you guys have something you're burning to say about the builds. I'll take that as a no.
No.
Spring 1903. Oh, you guys want to switch up? You know what? Why don't we just keep East-West on this, and then for the next game we'll switch. How about that?
Sure.
All right, David, tell us about the West. I think this will go rather quickly.
Yeah, the French units are just moving around as they would do if they were all going to the Med, which, by the way, they are. And he also bounces the Austrian in Ruhr, which was it's a bounce with the Germans, I see, which is probably pretty smart there. Make sure that there was no, goofy second guessing that could occur there, except maybe an unwanted support or something. Sweden was going to fall, which it does, and otherwise the units just move towards the front because these guys have put together a Western Triple to fight the AIR, so good for them.
All right, and Chris, walk us through the East.
Yeah, I mean they're continuing to try and kill Turkey, which it's going to take a little bit of time, I think, because they've not really got the extra Austrian fleet. There's going to be guesses in the fall. Let's put it that way. We'll see whether Farron guesses well and can survive for another year. It's that kind of position, unfortunately, for Farron. The Italian fleets move up, but not quite as aggressive as they could have done.
Yeah,
I was surprised to see.
That's a surprise, isn't it?
Rome was the mover rather than Ionian was the mover. That could be hedging bets, but I mean, if you're just worried about France, then the Tunis, Tyrrhenian, Rome is a really nice line of fleets to have. So I'm a little curious about that. The army goes up to Piedmont, which is it needs to be there. Other than that, we've got the backfill into Bohemia. Budapest just hangs out. Again, apparently it's not allowed into Galicia, so it's not actually really a useful unit. So it's just going to sit there and do nothing. Although you might wonder if Ben's any happier with having it sat in Budapest and another army in Serbia, right, and another army in Bulgaria. Would he be better off with them in Galicia? I don't know.
Yeah.
Cool.
With respect to the Italian fleets, I think what Peter was thinking is if he's in Tyrrhenian and Ionian and Tunis, then he can keep Tunis in the fall. If he had just moved Ionian to Tyrrhenian with support of Rome, then he would only have one support for.
Oh, that's true. Yes, you're right. Yeah, I missed that.
So that's now that you wouldn't have to worry about all that if you sent the Austrian fleet in the Ionian, but they couldn't do that or didn't want to do that. They want to finish off the Turks.
Well, they need the Austrian fleet to finish off Turkey because without another fleet going that way, that's going to be a thorn in their side for a long time and tie up a lot of units. And of course, I should have known. Peter has thought through all the tactical implications. Peter rarely makes a tactical mistake. Like, if he does something weird, it's probably because it's the right thing to do rather than that he's made a mistake. So.
Now, I will say, I think it might have been a little bit of a tactical boo-boo for the Russian fleet and Khan not to go to the Black Sea there, because that's something that couldn't have been stopped. And the Black Sea helps you take other stuff. Because it helps you support people back into Khan. I mean, I don't know. It was a guess, but I think you put the fleet in the water. There.
Yeah, and try and put, and you've got this spare army in Bulgaria anyway, so yeah.
It's
you know,
not
like, I mean, knowing that the fleet Aegean is coming, isn't keeping the fleet a little bit further forward better off?
Well, I guess what I was saying is, if you didn't want to send the fleet to the Aegean, you wanted to go to the Ionian with it and have a little bit stronger defense against. That's kind of, I was finishing the thought there. If you wanted to go that west, you could have. It would eventually be you'd eventually take Ankara, and it would eventually be fine. Is the point I was trying to.
Yeah, I think what we're coming around to here is that this AAR has worked out in a way that Peter actually is the one bearing the brunt of the attack, and Ben in the north as well. But Peter is the one with the defensive weaknesses here. Tuscany is open. Peter has a guess here, unless he's willing to use Tyrolia to help cover Piedmont if Piedmont goes to Tuscany here. And there is a guess also over. Yeah, Ionian now has to guess between supporting Tyrrhenian Sea and Tunis.
Yes.
This is not a great position to be in if you're Peter.
Yeah, they really could have done with that other fleet.
That's the point I was trying to make. Is I understood the reason you want to take Turkey down fast, but you can eat them at a slower pace. It's okay. Eat that turkey a little slower.
Yeah, because you've got this. You don't need those units on the front line. Yeah, not all of them anyway. You can leave enough behind that you can nibble at the turkey until it's gone. Right?
Yeah, there's a lot of armies sitting around doing nothing. Yeah. That's the point. My point of putting the Khan fleet into the water. Eventually, that could support an army down to Khan if you needed to. Then or support into Armenia, which couldn't be stopped. There's stuff like that.
Yeah, that's really the point. Is that moving Khan into either Aegean or Black enables those armies to be useful in the Turkish homeland. So that's what you're getting at. All right, let's keep pushing ahead here. Fall of 1903. I think the West is going to be simple again. Tell us about it, David.
Yeah. So the Italians needed Munich because they need to build another unit for the reasons Brandon was talking about. But otherwise, anything interesting? Not really. There's some interesting stuff in the East, which I don't want to steal Chris's thunder. So over to you, Chris.
Well, just really quickly, hold on, before we go over to the East, talk to us about Norway and Sweden, because this is, we hadn't talked in detail about the tactics. It is maybe a little bit surprising that Ben has managed to stay 1-for-1 up there. It did seem like the
North Sea went to Norwegian to set up something for the future, as opposed to making sure that Norway fell. So there's a positional thing going on here, as opposed to going for the center. I'm not sure I agree with it. I'm not sure why you just don't go ahead and take Norway, as opposed to this. But, maybe it won't matter in the end.
All right, we'll see how that goes. But that is a build that that Matthew could have had and could have actually convoyed the army over, right?
Yes. Yep.
Okay, tell us about the fireworks in the East, because we have some. Chris.
Well, you were thinking this might end up as a stagnant 3 in the East against 3 in the West, right? But that's not what these guys have in mind have in plan for us. So the Eastern Triple is broken up already. I've been feeling a little prescient about those Austrian armies sat around next to Romania, because sure enough, we see Romania fall, and also Constantinople fall to that Aegean fleet. So Russia down 2, with both the games going to Carthage in Austria. And Farron has an ally, which has got to be great. Right? She's still on 2, but the first thing is to find that ally, right?
Yeah.
And Ben probably regretting moving Sev down to Armenia. That I would imagine that's going to turn around and head straight back again. So she's got a lifeline here. So the Italian taking Munich, that's, even if the Eastern Triple was hanging together, that's probably what they want, because they had these spare Austrian armies and they really need another Italian fleet. So that could well have been part of the plan anyway. But it certainly doesn't hurt if this is now a Italy-Austria alliance and they're cutting out Russia, which is what it looks like.
technically, this is all kind of interesting. I don't want to get too deep into the weeds with it, but I'll point out a couple quick things here. Around Munich, here you have a case of Austria supporting an Italian unit into his own dot against his own unit. And it succeeds, which normally doesn't happen. It succeeds not because of the support from the Bohemian army, but the support from the Russian army. So the Bohemian army is actually taken out of the equation here as far as these calculations go. Presumably Austria is okay with that, would rather have the ally here. Peter took a big chance here. Peter risked Tunis and got away with it.
And I've got to wonder whether there's obviously discussion between Peter and Hunter here, I would think, because Hunter's not. We talked about how Peter had a guess as to whether to defend Tunis or the Tyrrhenian. Turned out he didn't need to defend either, because Hunter's not attacking either.
Do you guys like this from Hunter, or is this too cagey?
Unless he's getting ready to turn around himself, which is a possibility, this really doesn't make a whole lot of sense. Anytime you see a daisy chain of red arrows, that is bad. That's essentially less not having a turn at all. Every French unit has bounced.
And there was no way this daisy chain was going to work, right? Because what else was Piedmont going to do other than go to Marseille? You can guarantee that was going to happen, in which case all those moves behind that are a waste of time.
Unless he was assuming it was going to bounce in Marseille and he was assuming that the army really was going to go to Ruhr, but even that doesn't make a whole lot of sense. I don't know why you don't put Italy to the test there and go after Tyrrhenian or Tunis 1 unless they've got some kind of deal cooking.
This just may be an instance. I said we shouldn't get too far into the weeds, but then I took us there. This may be a case where you have an opportunity to get better unit efficiency by taking a chance. So Hunter, here's an opportunity where he could have risked, say, Marseille. The off chance that Piedmont wouldn't go to Marseille, or the off chance that Munich wouldn't go to Ruhr, something like that, in order to try to gain some tempo and get more out of his units. And just passed it up, out of conservatism.
But again, why was Munich not going to? What else was Munich going to do? But because there were units behind it that would backfill, like just exactly what they did. Why would it not go to Ruhr?
Yeah. So in your mind, this would have been a good chance to take and try to get more out of your units in the south.
Yes. Again, unless he expected all this to happen and he really just wanted Mao to stay put. And we'll see.
All right. Well, the game has been reconfigured at this point. I was getting the plot line, the storyline I had for you guys was exactly what you said, Chris, which was EFG, Western Triple, versus AIR, Eastern Triple. Isn't this going to get a little bit what's going to be the thing that's going to break this? And then it already happened. So that storyline is under the bus. All right, before we digest this a little bit more and see how this is going to look going forward, what do you guys? Who would you guys want to see now? In fact, why don't we take two of them as well?
Okay.
We've done Tommy and Farron.
I do think Matthew would still be a good choice.
Yeah.
And maybe Ben.
I was going to say Ben seems to be the one who's on the out, or possibly on the out.
Oh yeah. Ben just
has a downturn. Let's put it that way.
Yeah,
he's got potential, but he's losing 2 units. So
yeah. Whoever loses the most units should automatically be grist for the profile mill. Okay, here is Ben Kelman's profile. Ben is the number 26 seed. His playstyle is collaborative. That certainly fits what happened this past turn. How they got here: Ben had a strong performance at Carnage and VDL. Interesting fact about Ben is that he played football in college and rugby during and after college. So that is a Zach fact. And this is a picture of Ben, presumably either in or just after college. Clearly Michigan grad. All right, let's have a look at...
we don't have as many college football players on the hobby as we should have. So I'm really glad to hear that we've got Ben.
I wonder what he played. We'll have to find that out, what position he played. And he didn't play at Michigan. That doesn't seem plausible, right? Is that a former D1?
I did not cast that shade. I just want that to be clear that Brandon sent that shade. That was not me. Ben was a great football player at Michigan.
Wasn't meant as shade on Ben, just the sheer implausibility of a D1 football player being a diplomacy nerd. Wow. I would love it if it happened, and I will take out the fork and knife and dig into the crow if it turns out that's the case.
Fair.
Matthew Krill is next up. Here is Matthew. He's the 20th seed. His playstyle is Alliance player. How they got here: good performances at Cascadia, both 2020 and 2021. The in-person and virtual face-to-face. Yeah, and so you know Matthew pretty well, right, Chris?
Yeah, he didn't solo in 2020 though, so he's getting better.
All right, he did solo at this last one, but
yes,
his other score wasn't as good as Ed Sullivan's.
And that was as England as well. So let's not rule him out from this game for sure.
Yeah, seriously. All right. Well, we can count. Matt can count the three of us as members of the Krill crew, his fan club, and let's hop on back over to the map and see how things will go from here. Before I show the builds, I think now's a good chance for me to ask you guys who you like in this game. Who would you want to be at this particular moment? Chris, let's start with you.
It feels like a very fluid, dynamic game. I like Karthik's position and I like Peter's position, and I can't decide which of them I like best actually.
I would vote Karthik. Peter's a great player, but he is facing 3 French fleets and 2 French armies right down the gullet, as we say.
Yeah, maybe we'll see.
And Karthik has enemies, but he has enemies on the run.
Yeah, that's true.
Next, other prediction before we move on: does Farron Jane get a build, David?
Probably not this year.
I doubt ever.
I mean, Farron's role here is to be a good helper to Karthik. And at some point, that could mean that the units are in such a position that she can get a build out of it. But it's going to be either because Karthik can't use it or because Karthik allows it or something like that. It's not going to be one that she manages to fight and win for herself, probably. You can see that occasionally, but
it is hard for a Turkish Janissary, ironically enough, to survive all that long and have all that big of an impact, because there's only so much she can do. Now, if there becomes an AI war, if Karthik ends up stabbing Peter in some fashion, like France goes north and there's a stab, whatever, then maybe Farron bounces back, but I think the chances of that are pretty small.
You could see Farron taking Sebastopol and getting a build out of it, but I agree that it's not likely.
All right, before we move on, I actually do have something to show everybody. This was just passed on to me by Kevin O'Kelly, who's serving as our producer for today. This is Ben Kelman as a football player. Clearly, he's got the neck. He's got the look, right? This is McAllister College. I'm not sure what division that is, but yeah, this is the look of a guy who could play D1 football.
Well, McAllister would not be D1,
right.
I don't think. But it's still college football, and that's awesome. So,
yeah, way to go, Ben.
That's just a great fact to know about Ben. This, to make a serious point here, it is fun for me to see how many different types of people play diplomacy nowadays. Because there was a time that everybody was pretty much the same, and that is not true anymore. We have so much diversity, and I'm talking about in every way. This is a sort of a minor diversity thing, the fact that he played college sports. But it's just great to have so many different types of people playing. It makes it more fun.
Yeah, I apologize for my anti-jockism. And I did not mean to suggest that jocks can't also play diplomacy and play it well. Ben Kelman proving us wrong. All right,
Brains
Ben, we'll
and
get you.
brawn. Yeah.
What's that?
Brains and brawn.
Exactly. All right, Ben, we'll get you on the stream at some point, and you can tell us all about your college football exploits. Thanks for digging up that picture, Kevin O'Kelly. All right, let's head on back to the game here. Winter 1903. What do you guys say? This is a good moment to pause and switch over to the other game, or you want to go with this one a little further?
I'd say maybe a little bit more with this one. I'm excited to see what happens here.
Yeah, that's the problem.
It feels like it's a big flux point at the moment. It'd be nice to see what happens next.
Yeah, that's the problem. You want to see what happens next. All right, here we go. We got two non-surprising armies from Karthik. We have another fleet from Peter Macnamara in Naples this time. Now that feels like a bit of a surprise, but that perhaps reflects that gives us some insight into negotiations that may have happened with Hunter. And may reflect what you guys were speculating, well, at least what Chris was speculating, that those moves may have been coordinated. We may see some going separate directions with.
If the French go to the English Channel, they take London, maybe. Just saying.
Yeah, the English fleets can't really defend England at this point.
Yeah, not taking Norway there. That just feels like that's something that could come back to haunt Matthew. Ben Kelman with, I think, disbands that send some specific fingers in the direction of some other players here on this board. And those are pointing south. If anybody needs a little bit of clarification there. All right, let's keep on going here. Spring 1904 builds. David Hood, tell us about, I mean, I want to say the West, right? But now we're almost all over the Stanley line. So tell us about what happens with the countries that have their homes in the West.
Well, I was talking about the chances that maybe France was going to turn around. He does not. And in fact, advances his fleet into Marseille because the armies are moving, and advances the other fleet down into the Western Med. So he continues his march against the Italians.
Are those the same moves?
Yeah, it's almost the same move. Now it makes more sense to do these moves because he wasn't expecting anybody to go to the Ruhr. And so I'm going to let Chris talk about how these moves intersect with what Peter decided to do in their actual war. But looking up in Scandinavia, the English, of course, were now going to take Norway, and they are probably going to take St. Petersburg, and they're probably off to the races. But Ben could only do so much, and he decided to defend in the south instead of the north, which I think makes perfect sense. And I'm sorry, and Tommy takes Munich. I should mention Tommy takes Munich.
Yeah, the triple that stayed together is growing together. Chris, tell us about how things are looking in the east.
Yeah, so Peter is feeling comfortable to move Piedmont down to Tuscany and to move Ionian to Aegean. We see why the build was in Naples rather than Rome, because it needs to go to Ionian, not west. So I imagine that would say that I was probably right, that the lack of conflict last turn was a sign that Hunter and Peter had been talking, and that they basically agreed that they didn't want to just sit there on the line and both make things, I don't know, what do you do on the line? Wave at each other or something? So
looks like Hunter didn't follow through, though, if that was the deal.
I mean, Mal's coming down to west. Yeah, it's hard to say. I don't know I don't know whether Peter would be pleased with Hunter's moves or not. Probably not as pleased as he could be. But it's very hard to know what they agreed.
I mean, I can't imagine Peter having any happiness about another fleet coming into the Western Med.
You wouldn't have thought so, no. I mean, the fleet or the army in Marseille doesn't really make much difference, right?
But Peter does surprise us regularly, so he may have a sixth dimensional chess move in mind here.
Yeah, exactly. So the Turkish moves around Turkey are interesting. Farron seems to be in this nice position where she's got actually a choice of allies, because we see Black Sea supporting Ankara to Constantinople, which is Ben saying, hey, we should be working together against Karthik because Karthik's evil. He's attacked both of us now. But that doesn't get taken. Instead, Ankara goes to Armenia, Smyrna goes to Constantinople. My guess would be that that fleet is then going to be supported into the Black Sea. I suspect it was agreed that it would go to Constantinople in the spring and then move out in the fall. We'll see. And presumably the Italian fleet in the Aegean, well, presumably, I have no idea what the Italian fleet in the Aegean is going to do, to be honest. It could be anti-Italian, anti-Austrian, or it could be anti-Turkish.
Yeah, this seemed like an opportunity for a classic double switch on Farron's part. You ally with one in order to break up the alliance, and then you switch so that you can get the build. And actually, she could have popped Khan here if she had attacked it. So, but maybe she just really was mad at Ben, or thought that she had more growth opportunities.
Yeah, it can be very difficult to decide which is the best ally in that situation, where you're that minor power. And you've got the big person who's willing to have you as their janissary, and then they've just attacked the other person, and they're not as big, so it's a more equal alliance, but equally they're on the out at the moment. So yeah, it's not an easy decision to make by any means. So actually, one thing that does say the fact that Peter went down to Tuscany rather than across to Venice would tend to say that Aegean is more likely to be anti-Turkish. I'm guessing he's expecting to pick up a Turkish dot with that fleet.
But well, no, we may not lose Tunis. Yeah, so now there's still that guess over Tyrrhenian Sea or Tunis here. Presumably Hunter's going to take that guess this time, and the answer is yes and no, and loses it. All right, let's Chris, let's start with you in the East. Tell us about it.
So I don't envy Hunter this battle in the Mediterranean, because trying to outguess Peter is one of those things that you never want to be in a position of trying to out-tactic Peter. Even if it's a guess, somehow Peter might find some way to make it not a guess. I don't know. I never want to go head-to-head tactically against Peter, and I don't think anyone in the diplomacy hobby does. So sure enough, Peter holds his own on the line there. Aegean ends up in Constantinople with being supported there by Austria, which there's weird stuff going on down here. So I have to get my head around this. So Constantinople supported Ankara to the Black Sea. I expected that to be the other way around. Armenia comes back to Smyrna. This is very tough to read. It does feel like we've got AIT working together down here. And there's trades of dots going on.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't think Turkey is in on it. Austria supported Aegean into Constantinople.
Yeah,
so,
no, you're right. Yes.
I think unfortunately Farron is
this looks like Farron was suckered into, oh, I'll work with you as a janissary, but then, oh no, actually I'd rather just take your dots.
So David, let's head on over to the west here. There's a lot of movement here, and it works out pretty well for someone that we were maybe counting out a moment ago. Tell us about it.
Who are you talking about, Tommy?
Talking about Tommy Anderson.
Because England was going to get Norway and St. Pete as an alliance situation, he ceded. I think that's with total consent of the English that Tommy takes Sweden. Now, I'm not sure it's total consent that he takes it from Baltic instead of takes it from Denmark. So we'll see what that means. But otherwise, Tommy's got that. He got Munich back. He actually got position in Silesia. So yeah, I would say for the EG, things are really cooking with gas. So let's talk about France for a minute. Is he cooking with gas? And the answer is he's outgassed. So his gas has been shut off. Didn't pay the gas bill, and it's been shut off.
Not even cooking with electric, just not even cooking.
No, he's just not cooking at all. Well, he didn't take any chances he didn't take a guess at all last turn. This time he makes the wrong guess. Yeah. Again, I've talked about this earlier. Sometimes in diplomacy, we're talking about, well, on balance, let's go for the centers in the fall and position in the spring when you've got a guess to make. And then the top players realize that sometimes the best thing to do is to flip that because that's what was being expected. So what happened was he went for the center in the fall, and Peter assumed he was going to do that and blocked Tunis. So unfortunately, no love for Hunter, but the EG part of the EFG really did well.
But Hunter's position is quite nice here, though, with that army sat up in Ruhr with Germany willing to have it there.
I mean, I don't know, position for what purpose? Because now all that moving around is no longer helpful against the Western Triple's enemies. So I don't know how great that position is. I mean, we'll see. The Italians are not building, right, because they took
lost Munich.
Lost Munich.
That's right. So they're not building. So that's good for Hunter.
But I just think that being up in Ruhr is just nice because it gives you options. You can look every turn and say, is now the turn I should be stabbing Germany, or do I keep going with the Western Triple?
Has 2 German builds, though. I don't think he's stabbing Germany anytime soon.
No, not now. But that army could stay there for quite a long time, right?
But this is a moment in the game where England and Germany have a real decision to make, because the opportunity is there to move on France if they want to. France has all of these fleets sequestered in the Mediterranean, has the 2 armies in position to slow down Germany. But I'm looking at that blue build here coming on. Presumably it's going to be 2 armies from Germany. I think Tommy could sell that to anyone he wants to, but where that presumably fleet goes for Matthew is going to give us, I think, a big clue as to what his intentions are. Let's find out. Should we, or shall we? Is this the time to take a break from the game?
Sure, let's do that.
All right, we'll come back and we'll come back at this game. It's a nice stopping point for this game because we've had a bunch of jumbling of alliances, and now we have the EFG, this Western Triple, that has succeeded in getting to the stalemate line and beginning to get units across it. And that's usually a moment when alliances like that suffer some potential strain.
And it's interesting that the Western Triple wasn't their plan originally. That was forced by the Eastern Triple. But now the Western Triple is still together and the Eastern Triple has fallen apart.
Yeah, they reacted right away, and the Eastern Triple did not maintain its integrity. So this is a fun game, and this could go anywhere. To me, do you guys? Yeah, I'll come back and we'll talk about who you think. But if you had to pick a name, don't give me too much explanation. Who would be your guess to top this right now, David?
I'm still going to go with Karthik. I think his position is still really good.
Chris?
Well, I can't go with Karthik because David did, so I'm going to stick with Peter. I'm a big Peter fan. So.
Nobody's ever screwed up betting on Peter Macnamara.
That's my feeling. Yeah.
All right, I have written these down on a sticky pad, so they are there.
I was relying on you forgetting that.
All right, we're going to take a break here from John Boardman in the winter of 1904. We finished 4 years of this game, and we're going to head on over to Don Miller. David, if you would remind us who Don Miller is, tell us a bit about him.
Don Miller was a very early hobbyist. He started publishing a zine, I think, in 1965, and his big thing was, among other things, was that he was sort of the father of the variant hobby. So he was always pushing people to try variant maps and variant rules, play gunboat, things like that. And the Miller numbers, which were the identification numbers for each game start in the postal diplomacy hobby for variant games, was called the Miller numbers. So that, and there's also was a hobby award named after Don Miller. He died, I think, in 1982, and I think the award was established in 1983. And it was an award that was given to hobbyists for meritorious service to the hobby. It was basically people that did organizational things or other really service projects for the hobby.
And one of the recipients of that award is on the broadcast tonight. Is that true?
Yeah, I did. I won the Don Miller Award in 1991 because I had run the World Championships the year before and was the Diplomacy World Editor. That's where that came from.
Well, congratulations on that. And we are proud to honor Don Miller with a board label tonight. And here is the Don Miller. Oh, I had it. I had the drama. Here's the Don Miller board, the fourth board of the DBN Invitational. In Austria, we have the 13 seed, Jackson Roberts, coming to us from Orange County, California. In England, we have Marcus Zelstra coming to us from Manchester in Great Britain. And this is Marcus's and Jackson's both their second game of the day. And this game kicked off for Marcus at 11 p.m. in the evening, his time. And not only was it 11 p.m., but it was his second game of the day. In France, we have Morgante Pell, the highest seeded player playing in the second round. Morgante is the third seed, and he is coming to us from Vermont. In Germany, we have DBN's own Siobhan Nolan coming in as the 12th seed. Siobhan was the winner of Cascadia 2020, the last major face-to-face in-person event. I am stoked to see Siobhan play and get to call her game. I have not gotten to do that, I don't think. Probably have, just forgot. In Italy, we have the 25th seed, Eustachio Rauli, coming to us from Rome of New York, not Rome of Italy, despite the very Italian name. In Russia, we have Tom Moe, another one of the extended deadline players who also has played a little bit in face-to-face, was at Cascadia in 2020. He comes in as the number 15 seed. In Turkey, we have the 22 seed, Riaz Virani out of Chris's hometown, Vancouver. And Riaz is making it largely on the strength of his showing at Cascadia last year as well. This is a very fun board, like all of these. We keep saying this board is stacked. And this one definitely, this is a fun board, especially because it has people who, like Siobhan and Tom and Riaz, who have sort of earned their stripes for this competition before the virtual face-to-face, or outside of the virtual face-to-face, I should say. All right, guys, what do you guys, how do you feel about this board? What are your thoughts on it? Chris, we'll start with you first this time.
Yeah, I mean, the problem with these invitationals is it's like you can't pick out and say, oh yes, so-and-so is a very good player, because they're all excellent players, right? This is going to be another great game just because of the quality of the people here. one of the things that's really fascinating to me is Cascadia Cascadia last year we had Siobhan and Riaz in round 1. Siobhan was playing Turkey and Riaz was playing Germany, so that was interesting. Siobhan actually, they both did well, but Siobhan did better than Riaz did there. So it'll be interesting to see whether it was the country or the player that was the key to that doing well.
David.
The word that comes to mind here is variety. We've got a variety of folk coming from a variety of backgrounds, both geographically and diplomacy-wise. So you've got, for example, Jackson Roberts, the young college student who learned the game from his dad in high school classes that his dad was teaching the game, which, by the way, is the subject of the upcoming deadline panel discussion on the episode that drops next week. Then you've got Marcus, coming from a totally different environment, playing, mostly online, but from a different geographical area. Morgante, who's learned the game recently and has taken the virtual world by storm. Siobhan, who, started playing the game because Eddie Brisson taught her when she was 14. Then you've got, Tom, who is a tremendous player online, but hasn't really made it, his name yet. Riaz, tactical genius. I've said this many times. He's such a spectacular gunboat player. He always outguesses me every freaking time. But is also a very talented regular diplomacy player. So you just got a lot of variety here that's going to make this a fun set of people to play with. I agree, Chris. All these players are good, so you can't say that. I mean, there's nothing unique about saying that. But in this case, a lot of really different perspectives coming in this game.
I see in the comments somebody suggests that Tom Moe is Poser Tom, which is in fact Tom Moe's online name, and that is the name that he used in the Nexus finals, which is what got him to this board. But I shared a 2-hour car ride with Tom. I drove from Vancouver down to Seattle last year at Cascadia 2020 and got to know him a little bit then. And he had that was his first face-to-face experience, and it hadn't gone as well for him as he expected. He'd been really successful online, and just kind of got taught a lesson, which often happens, right? And I think that goes both ways, both for face-to-face players who go to the extended deadline community. It's just a different mode of negotiation, and it can be hard to adjust. You can do it; it just takes practice, and your first time is usually a learning experience, as we say. So I'm looking forward to seeing how Tom reacts here. I know he was excited to make the tournament, and with that, shall we? Oh, and one more thing to point out here. Let's look at the bids and see how the players did relative to what they were auctioning, what they were bidding on. This is actually the first board in which the majority didn't get their first choice. The other ones, they've all gotten 4 or 5 of the players got their first choice. Here it's only 3, and here we have for the first time a player getting their 4th choice. So I think there's only been, I think there's 3 players who didn't get their top 2, and that 4th choice is Riaz Varani. And that could reflect a lot of things. Either he got outbid for his top choices, or he only bid very low, and saving his points for the next round. It's hard to know. All right, why don't we dive in here? And I'm going to switch you guys up. And we'll do that as soon as I show the moves. Here are the spring moves for 1901. Chris, we're going to put you in the West. And why don't you tell us about the moves as you see them?
Oh, Marcus. Very aggressive anti-French opening from Marcus there. The fleet to the English Channel and the army to Wales. The fleet to the English Channel by itself, not necessarily reading anything into that, but with the army down to Wales, that seems pretty anti-French to me. And also a bounce in Burgundy, which you never know whether really with the Burgundy, whether that's arranged or not. It certainly can be. Or it could indicate that Munich was trying to get into Burgundy and wasn't expecting to bounce it. We don't see the Italian going to Piedmont, so I'm gonna take Piedmont as being West in this case. So that's good news for Morgante, because if you see the 3 of them all coming your way, then that's very bad news. I guess that's about it, really, for the West.
David, take us through these.
Well, speaking of the Italians, that move to Tyrolia with your sort of extra Venice army that's not otherwise doing anything in your in Italian parlance, that move to Tyrolia is less common than it used to be in the hobby. It used to be sort of the default move for the Italians, to be honest with you, and it has become a little bit less so. But it's interesting we're seeing it in this game. The DMZs that we have often seen in Galicia in the last several months of virtual play, not here, and no DMZ in the Black Sea. So other than the fact that the Turks went to Armenia, I don't think there's anything else to write home about here in the East.
It's aggressive, though. I feel like we're seeing significantly more aggressive play tonight than we have typically been seeing at these virtual face-to-face events.
Good.
Yeah, I agree. It's noteworthy. I mean, even in the first game, the West ended up forming this very strong Western triple, but that wasn't until after a successful sea lion attack on England. So, but here it's just it's hard to see anybody getting along quite yet. All right,
Marcus is one of the players who this is his second game, right?
This is the second game of the day, right?
So the sort of aggressive opening there might mean that he's he knows he needs to get a good result here, and so he's going for it right from the gate.
Go big or go home.
Yeah,
and get some. Go big or go to sleep, I guess we should say.
Right.
All right, let's move on to Fall of 1901, and here are the moves. And David, we'll stay with you in the East.
All right. Well, the Italians poke at Munich when Munich is sitting there and has no reason to move out. Doesn't make a lot of sense to me. But otherwise, the convoy to Tunis, the Austrian move seems standard. The Russian move seems standard. The Turks have rearranged. So maybe it must have been some good talking there between Tom and Riaz, because the Turks have backed out of the move against the Russians. So we'll see what he builds in Smyrna, but I'm assuming it's going to be a fleet in a play to say to the Russians, all right, I'm with you now. Let's do the juggernaut and go to the west.
If you're Riaz, are you automatically mad about Tom going to the Black Sea here? Or are you understanding about it? What can you speculate about that?
Riaz, it is hard to get Riaz mad at you, honestly, because he's very sensible, a very logical player. My guess is he's not mad. He realizes this was probably going to happen because of the bounce earlier in the Black Sea, the move to Armenia. So my guess is he assumes he can diplomatically work this out. If you're going to be an RT, you sure do want the army in Romania instead of the fleet, for example.
Yeah, but you have to wonder what's the purpose of going into black here.
Because he wasn't sure what to do. The Turks had just hit him and just attacked him.
Yeah.
I know you Chicago people don't understand this, but when the Turks go to Armenia, the Russians go, "You attacked me. We're not going to work together unless you leave. And until then, I'm going to assume that you're attacking me." So that since he saw that, he probably went to the Black Sea not knowing what Riaz's intentions were. And so the question is whether now that he's in the Black Sea, Riaz can keep him on side. We'll see.
Now that you brought up Chicago, I have to tell you what Jim O'Kelly would have done in this situation. And I'm 100% sure that he would have moved Armenia to Sevastopol and held Ankara so that he would slip in. Okay, tell us about the West, Mr. Most Interesting Man in Diplomacy.
So to me, the read here is that Morgante played this exactly right. He had threats to sort of Brest and Picardy and Belgium. He wants to pick up some neutral. Oh, and Burgundy, of course. He wants to pick up some neutral, but he manages to get exactly right. He bounces in Brest, so it's preventing the convoy from Wales into Brest. He picks up Belgium. He picks up Spain. He leaves Burgundy alone, but Germany doesn't go there. So, this is like, that's the kind of turn you really want when you put those orders in, and that's the result you get. Is like, yep, I picked exactly the right places to go to and the right places that I could risk leaving open. The other thing that's interesting to me here is Denmark not going to Sweden, which is a pro-Russia move. It's very friendly towards Russia, possibly influenced by the Turk being down in Armenia. You never know. It's one of those things that's a difficult call. I find that in games where I can negotiate, I tend to quite often like to let Russia into Sweden because the diplomatic benefit outweighs the disadvantage of them having that one extra dock. The centre's not as significant as the ally, basically. But we'll see whether he regrets it from the Russian build. You never know, right?
Yeah, this is a real brow-wiping turn for both France and Russia. This turn could have gone a whole lot of different ways for both of them, and it's kind of the best possible outcome for each of them.
Yeah, Marcus has got to be a little disappointed, though.
Yeah, but also maybe eyeing his bed. We'll see. All right, so here are the builds for 1901. I'm looking at Siobhan Nolan's builds here. I mean, maybe it's, army fleet is obvious, but I wonder, you know, as Germany, a lot of times you want to sort of keep your diplomatic neutrality or flexibility as long as you can, and that army in Tyrolia may actually give her some cover to not have to pick a side in the England-France conflict. You think we're going to see 2 fleet builds from Morgante here?
I wouldn't think so.
No, I don't think so either. So fleet Brest, army Paris?
I think so.
I would think so, yeah.
All right, I'm putting in a vote for fleet Trieste from Jackson, and the answer is no. 2 armies. We do get fleet army from Morgante, fleet in Brest, army in Paris.
2 armies from Chivon.
We get 2 armies from Chivon.
That jumps out at me.
Yeah.
So what do you guys think that this tells you about what's going through Chivon's mind? Chris, let's start with you.
Well, I think she's seeing an ally in Tom in Russia, because she didn't bounce Sweden. Tom did not build in St. Petersburg. He's building in the south. She's building armies, but what's she going to do with them? My guess is they could go east, but my guess is they're more likely to go west or south.
It's hard to imagine them going east, you know, if you're not going to build a fleet and also go after Sweden.
Right. Yeah.
But you've got these 2 army builds from Russia as well in the south, leaving St. Petersburg uncovered. Is it possible that we have a very unusual EGR 3-way alliance in the works here?
It does look possible, doesn't it?
It's a possibility, but even in that situation, no, I guess you'd have to build the 2 armies if you're Chivon, if you had an EGR.
Yeah.
But I guess I'm just because I can't stand triples. I can't understand why. I don't know why you wouldn't build a fleet there to give yourself some diplomatic flexibility.
Yeah.
I see Doug Moore, well-known German expert, in the comments saying that, oh, Chivon, you really should have built army and fleets.
I mean, it might work out fine. Chivon obviously knows what she's doing, and she does sometimes like to, you know, as Brandon said, keep flexibility. Maybe she thought the fleet would not give her flexibility.
Maybe
deciding what to do.
I will add that this car ride that I took with Tom Moe a year ago, and coming back from Cascadia 2020, in that car was also Chivon Nolan. So you know, it's possible that the seeds of an alliance were hatched all the way back then. Only time will tell.
They seem like people who could get on very well together and have a very long-term alliance, just for personality-wise, you know.
Yeah, I mean, what this looks like to me just at this particular moment is that Chivon is reading the people more than playing the tactics of the board. She is playing the people, and this looks like a decision that Morgante is the appropriate target given who's around her.
Yeah.
All right, let's move forward here and see how things work out. David, let's start with you in the east. A lot of black arrows, a lot of red as well, sort of half and half.
Indeed, yeah. Well, I guess the thing that jumps out at you looking at the east is Bulgaria been piffed.
Again.
We've had a lot of Turks getting jumped on in the last several months, haven't we? A lot of AIR-type coordinated attacks on the Turks, and that's sort of what we have here. It's not even sort of, that is what we have here.
This time we get some better defense, though, don't we?
Yes. I mean, I think I said this earlier. If you want somebody to outguess you, then go fight Riaz, because he's always been in my head, and he'll always think he'll pick the one I was going to do, and that's the one he defends against. I mean, at some point that only keeps delays the inevitable.
Yeah.
But again, if you want to pick somebody to help delay the inevitable, pick Riaz Varani and put him in Turkey.
And in Turkey, like, delaying the inevitable is the path to survival, right?
Yeah.
If you can do it long enough, you will get a chance. All right, what about the West, Chris?
The West is really quite interesting, actually. So Chivon's only fleet walks into North Sea completely unopposed, and possibly with England being okay with that. I don't.
Yeah.
It's tough to see England really completely okay with it, but in this situation, I'm suspecting he didn't object too much. Although I do notice that he pulls Wales back to Liverpool, and that looks to me like it's a last-minute change. Because if I'm reading this correctly, it looks like the English Channel convoyed the army over, right?
Picardy, yeah.
Yeah. So I'm guessing that was originally the convoy was going to Picardy, and then there was some discussion with Chivon, and Chivon was saying, "Well, I'm putting my fleet into the North Sea, and therefore Marcus is like, I like you, but not enough to actually put my army in Picardy and leave England totally undefended to your North Sea fleet. So that means he can cover Edinburgh, and that fleet is much more likely to be friendly to him. Other than that, we see Siobhan basically sends all those armies west, bounces in Burgundy, supports into Rouen, and Morgante guessed well against Marcus's original plan, because the Belgian army would have bounced Picardy quite nicely, but instead it actually moves into Picardy, which is, he was probably going to lose Belgium anyway, so it's not too bad. And it's quite nice to be in Picardy in that situation if you're going to lose Belgium anyway. Yeah, the question is, can he pick up Portugal?
Only by losing, moving mid-Atlantic, right?
Yeah,
which is possible. But yeah, Berlin to Munich is the sort of the order that stands out to me for Siobhan. If we're just gonna focus on tactics here, Berlin to she knew that Kiel was going to move. Moving Berlin over might have been she might wish she had done that.
Yeah, I mean it doesn't make a lot of difference, I don't think.
Well, she
can't. Sorry, go ahead, David.
No, I'm sorry, I interrupted you.
For me, she could have covered Denmark now.
Yeah.
So is that what you were going to say, David? Got it. All right.
The one other thing worth mentioning is I'm assuming the bounce in St. Petersburg was probably arranged, or that they both expected it to happen, at least. Whether it was actually actively arranged or passively arranged, I don't know.
And maybe that's an argument for Brandon's idea that this really is an EGR, which is why Siobhan wouldn't care about covering Denmark.
Yeah, it's interesting. That is an alliance that you almost never see. Probably can't last too long, but for an early game alliance to sort of get the three of them out of the gate, fascinating. Fascinating choice for especially for Germany. All right, let's keep pushing forward here and see what we got. And this is delicious in the West. I'm thinking about it as a German. As a German player here, you're getting north into the English Channel. Tell us how this happens, Chris.
Yeah, I mean, this just looks like they've arranged to move the fleets around. Marcus would rather have the German fleet in the English Channel than in the North Sea, which is perfectly reasonable. The one disadvantage is they're still only bringing 2 fleets to bear against France rather than the 3rd fleet, because one of them is in North Sea, which it can't actually. But France has already lost Belgium, right? It's too late for that North Sea fleet to help attack Belgium. On the other hand, how could you get that 3rd fleet up there? You could go round the top way, round to the North Atlantic, I guess. But yeah, it's not there right now.
And we might see that.
And we may well see that come back next turn to be in a position to attack France. Yeah. So yeah, the German armies pick up Belgium very easily. Still doesn't get into Burgundy, but doesn't actually bounce this time. So the Morgante's got an army into Burgundy and did move mid-Atlantic down to Portugal, so to compensate for losing Belgium. So Morgante's is still in an okay position. He hasn't got a disband. He hasn't got any enemy units actually in French territory, although they're certainly at the gates there.
Yeah, a little bit like the Turkey of the West here. Longer he holds, he can hold out for a while, and the longer he holds out, the better chance there is.
Yeah, exactly. It's a play that tactical game, hold them off as long as possible, and wait for things to change, basically.
All right, David, tell us about the East.
Well, the East is really sort of not surprising, honestly. The Riaz could only do so much with 3 units. So the fact that the Russians are now in Armenia and the Italians are now in the Aegean was to be expected, because those are the next moves to kill off the Turks. I guess the only thing I want to say is the move from Venice to Trieste, I assume, is arranged. Maybe not, but I assume that it is, because the Austrians can stay the same here. The Italians can now build, and I'm assuming the theory is that the Italians want to send a unit west to get either a piece of the French or to help bolster the French, one or the other.
All right, yeah, it seems like a reasonable trade to make. So, all right, let's talk about the builds here. Siobhan, to me, has the most interesting build. I'm not saying I'm not going out on a limb here, but this is a chance for her, or a chance for her to sort of show her cards. She may want to pass it up and wave a build here, or if it kind of seems like a fleet or army, either one is going to scare Russia. Do you guys have any thoughts about that? Is this a time to wave a build if you're Siobhan?
I'm thinking that needs to be a fleet, but it doesn't need to be a fleet right now. So yeah, I think I would be definitely tempted to waive that one and have that fleet in my back pocket to pull out when I need it, basically.
Yeah, I'm actually not a big fan of waiving, except maybe in 01 or when it's absolutely necessary diplomatically. And maybe this is absolutely necessary, because what are you going to do? You've got to spend all your units to try to take Burgundy, or I guess you will take Burgundy. So there's nothing you can do with the fleet when you build it. It's got to be a fleet, though. You're right, Chris. So maybe just waive it. I'm with you.
All right, and then Fleet Venice for Italy, I assume.
If you were playing Brandon, perhaps. The rest of us are playing, probably not.
Army Naples. All right.
I mean,
there we go.
That's a possibility. It depends on what the Italians get ready to do. But of course, they build the fleet.
Yeah. I mean, well, if there were no army in Tunis, then you could.
Yeah, they had the army in Tunis, so they don't really need another one in Naples.
So Siobhan puts down another army. And this is, it's like a bag of marbles in the middle of the board here. This is something that could be a longer term problem for really looking forward to seeing how that develops. All right, let's keep on going here. And spring of 1903, we'll start with Chris in the West. Tell us about it.
The army goes to Kiel. Kiel to Denmark. Belgium. Berlin to Kiel. Yeah. It feels very nothingy. I don't know. Oh, the interesting thing though is that Norway makes it into St. Petersburg. Did Tom just fail to move Moscow to St. Petersburg this turn?
I mean, it's held, but the tell for me that this may have been orchestrated by England is that England tries to convoy the army over to Norway.
Yeah,
in behind it. So
yeah,
Tom. It's a curious hold. You'd think Tom could have something to do with it in one direction or the other, but tell us about the other hold that's curious to me is Irish Sea. I mean, at least support English Channel into the Mid-Atlantic, even if you think it's not going to work.
Yeah, the moves this turn are hard to read. I mean, I'm not sure why Kiel is going to Denmark. Perhaps that means that it's a definite EG at this point. But then, why wasn't English supported this Mid-Atlantic? Even though it's not going to go, you might as well try it, because you never know, right? A misorder or someone has something better to do with Portugal or something. Burgundy does fall, as we expected. Yeah.
And the worst thing is actually the worst thing from Siobhan's point of view, I think, for this is that there isn't an even North doesn't even go up to Norwegian to get around into North Atlantic. So the assault on France is it's going to be hard to. You're going to need to win a guess with an army movement somewhere. Okay, tell us about the East, David, if you will.
All right, if you've got an AIR that's going to stick together, then what do the armies in Vienna and Trieste do right now? They go to Tyrolia, Bohemia to try to, because it's time to go ahead and put pressure on the West. That is not what happens here. The Austrian goes to Trieste. So something is clearly going wrong here with the Eastern alliance structure. I mean, the carving up of Turkey is happening as you would expect here. Because there wasn't any way for the Turks to defend Ankara under this scenario. So none of that's surprising. The convoy even back to Apulia makes perfect sense for the Italians. But I'm just not sure about the Vienna to Trieste move. There's a lot of sitting around here from the Austrians that maybe you got to do that to be careful. But I'm not positive why you would argue that the Austrians should get a build here and the Italians lose something if you're going to stick together.
All right, let's push forward into the fall of 1903. And, Riaz has done some interesting defense here that got the fleet into the Black Sea, had a unit popped, but did manage to keep anyone out of Constantinople. All eyes on the East here, I think, to see what happens between Austria, Italy, and see if Russia's on board with an AIR. And the answer is, David Hood, tell us about it.
Convoy to Smyrna. Okay, that's generally what Italy's supposed to get out of this is Smyrna. Go ahead and send a fleet to Western Med. I think I said that last time, that you've got to send a fleet over there to either help or harm the French, depending on the situation. Got to go intervene because you need to have a say in it. The Tyrolia to Munich, knowing that was probably going to get bounced, is interesting. I mean, look at the daisy chain of Austrian red arrows. I mean, were they really expecting any of that to work? It's hard to imagine. So something is wrong in the state of Denmark here, except that Denmark is in the Balkans. There's something a little fishy going on here. I'm just not sure what it is. I don't think we're going to know till next year. I mean, there's always a question of what happens when Turkey is gone, and Turkey now is essentially gone. They've got the one center left. So now the question is, do you actually move like you're going to stick together, which again, they didn't do. Again, they didn't go west or north with any Austrian armies. Or is there going to be some funny business now that the Italians are, I guess the Italians are staying even because they took Smyrna. Yeah. But that still doesn't put them in a great defensive position. So we'll see.
All right. And Chris, tell us about what happens in the West.
Okay. I've got this. I have the explanation now. So Siobhan and Marcus are basically doing this just to mess with us. Because they're sat there and they're going, those DBN commentators are going to be looking at this and we're going to give them something that's absolutely impossible for them to figure out. So I think that's what's going on here. Because these moves around Scandinavia are just totally bizarre. The English fleet in St. Petersburg supports the Russian fleet from Sweden to Norway, even though it doesn't need to, but why not? And then Denmark follows up into Sweden. And the English army gets convoyed over to Denmark. So we've got a trade of centers which ends up with a German center becoming English. But there's a lot easier ways for a German center to become English than all this moving around. Anyway, other than that, Morganti covers Marseille, which you can't really blame him. But Siobhan outguesses him and moves down to Gascony, which is always a very nice place to have that army when you're attacking France. So we've got now German armies in Gascony and Burgundy, which is a nice position to be in. She covers Munich against that nasty little Italian in Tyrolia. And the other English fleet moves up to North Atlantic. My guess here is that we're going to see an English fleet build in Liverpool that can then come out into Irish, and this is all. That's the whole purpose of this trade of centers. But the center position is really weird. They're going to be all mixed up in Scandinavia with the English in the middle in Denmark with an army there. Yeah. Anyway.
Yeah, I mean, the only thing that's clear to me is that this idea of an EGR is just not happening. It's clear that Siobhan and Marcus are executing a pretty slow and not very effective move on Russia that will eventually probably yield fruit when they can move more units into position. But Burgundy getting into Gascony is the star moment here. Siobhan, they needed to, without more fleets over there, Siobhan needed to win a guess in order to infiltrate Russia. She's done that. More work is needed to be done, but the key is in the lock. All right, let's move forward here into winter of 1903. We find just a handful of builds on here. We're expecting a fleet Liverpool. Will be a big surprise if we don't get it. Army in Vienna, presumably, and then Riaz will just get to pick which is the smoothest way for him to go hang out with his kids. Riaz holds on to the Black Sea, and we do get that fleet Liverpool and the army in Vienna. All right, let's move forward here for another year. Oh, you know what? We should do a player profile here. Have we done any on this board yet?
I don't think we have.
Ah, all right. Let's do
I don't know who's in charge of that, but they keep messing up.
We really need to talk to the manager. We got to find someone who has some sway around here and give him a piece of our mind. All right. How about Riaz Virani? And here he is. We've got a mustache and a look. Thank you, Riaz Virani. The 22nd seed. His playstyle is tactician, as David was mentioning. Riaz is an expert tactician. Riaz got here from a strong showing at Cascadia in 2020. Riaz's nickname is Shakespeare, according to Zach. We'll work on the spelling at another point. Because watching his play will make you laugh, cry, and truly comprehend the danger of striking deals with the witches. Oh, that's sad to see. having seen how Turkey has gone for Riaz. David and Chris, what do you guys make of this mustache? David, I'll start with you.
He's attempting to look dastardly with a Snidely Whiplash type mustache. Riaz cannot pull that off because Riaz is too nice of a guy.
Yeah, it seems completely out of character for Riaz to me. I don't know.
You see him twirling his mustache? No.
That's not really a Riaz thing, I don't think. I like the hat though, I must admit.
Yeah, the fedora and the sunglasses.
Yeah.
It sort of looks like a leather jacket. I don't think it is, but it might as well be. I'm not sure this is exactly a person I'd want to meet in a dark alley, but maybe at the cabana or something. All right, that is Riaz. Let us. Why don't we stay in the east and have a look at Thomas Moe? Wait a minute.
Is posing as Eddie Berson in this picture.
Wait a minute. Tom sent me a picture. Oh, all right. I will. Oh, you know what? I am sorry. Hang on a second. I'm going to give you guys Tom Moe. There was a discrepancy between Thomas and Tom in the database. That was rectified. And
I think this is just Eddie Berson's way of getting.
It still didn't work. All right. I will figure this out.
Eddie always manages to get in there somehow.
Here is Tom Moe. His playstyle is strategist. How he got here was a strong showing at Nexus Season 5. Thomas's nickname is Thomas Mohawk because once he gets ahead, he's going to insist on major spikes in his center growth. Again, we apologize for the spelling. Thomas presumably does have a head already, and is not ahead in this game, but does still have a head on his shoulders. All right, we will see about the major spikes in center growth. All right, that's Tom Moe. All right, enough for the. We still, yes, I saw an advertisement for some more employees at DBN. Please apply. We need you clearly, desperately.
Wait, that sounds like a time for product placement.
All right, who else do you want to see right now? Let's get a third one going here, Chris.
Oh,
All right, too slow, David.
Yeah, Morgante. Let's see Morgante.
Right,
I think that army in Gascony means we need to see Morgante.
Very good. All right, here's Morgante Pell, the number 3 seed. His playstyle is not mad, just disappointed. Morgante got here by winning the Virtual World Diplomacy Classic, the biggest tournament on the tour this past year. Morgante's nickname is Morgante Pell Grant because he'll give you an unforgettable education and you'll never get to pay him back. Wow. Again, apologize for the spelling. We'll work on that in future. Yeah, also we've got some social commentary here about effectiveness of government programs. David Hood, any subsidiary comment from you?
Well, I was going to make the comment about government programs, but you took it right out of my mouth. So.
All right, back to the map. And here it is going into winter of 1903. Let's jump into 1904, see what we got. Chris, tell us about the West. Lots of action.
Oh, Fleet Western Med to Mid-Atlantic, supported by the French. You always like to see the French supporting the Italian up to the Mid-Atlantic. That's a sign of something for sure. And I mean, it's great for Italy, great for you love, as Italy, you've got that fleet across the line and at the invitation of France. So what could be wrong with that? And also that those German armies, which were exactly where they needed to be, Chivon manages to take Paris. That was not quite guaranteed. That was bad luck by Morgante. He could have cut Gascony and kept it. And also she puts the fleet into Brest. So the interesting thing here is we've got EG attacking France nominally, except Germany's getting every single center out of France by the looks of it. Even Brest. I mean, if you're England, you're attacking France, you at least expect to get Brest out of it. But the English fleets, England isn't actually bothering to attack France anymore. I guess he's like, okay, Chivon, you got this. So I'm going to go north instead. So now we see that army in Denmark, which was a pretty strange place, is now convoyed up to Norway. Although without the help of the German, which is interesting. You would have thought maybe Sweden might have supported that up there, but maybe Siobhan wasn't in the know about what was going on here. And then at the same time, though, that Norway fleet was moving up to Barents. That's not a retreat, that's a move up to Barents. So it looks like Tom is trying to recapture St. Petersburg. I won't touch on the body of Russia. I'll leave that one to David. But there's supporting evidence there, let's say.
Yeah, David, I am having flashbacks from the other game here. Tell me what. Can you tell us why?
Well, to finish off Chris's thought first,
sure.
It does look like that's exactly what the Russians are doing, is pulling back sort of to their homeland and trying to take St. Pete back. So that's probably right. I had been hearing the sound of a can being kicked down the road here. And now it's almost as far down the road as it can get, because they're going to have to figure out now what they're going to do in the East, because Turkey really is dead. And the fact that both of them supported Austria into Khan means they got to do something. So what are they going to do? And the answer is, I don't know, but there sure is a lot of armies around Romania.
I know.
Brandon was talking about. In fact, well, armies or fleets. I guess the fleet won't be able to touch Romania because it's in South Coast. But, the Austrians do, in fact, go to Bohemia and Tyrolia.
Yeah.
Something I was worried, and I think they're going to be able to take Munich, right? Because the Germans have left Burgundy.
Yeah.
So they'll be able to take Munich. And so if they want us to, if the AI sticks together, they can now make some progress. They're going to take Munich. They go to Piedmont. As you say, the Italians are already in the mid-Atlantic. They're getting ready to come to the Western Mid. Honestly, and Chris, I can't remember if you touched on this. It was kind of cute for Morgante to send his fleet down to Spain and move the other fleet in there with support to mid-Atlantic. It wasn't a great set of moves. I mean, he could have hit gas and he could have covered Brest. I just thought that was being a little too cute there, maybe.
The question for me here in terms of the Unholy Alliance, the AI, is are Eustachio's rewards too delayed? Or is he supposed to get Trieste? Is he being told he's getting Trieste here, rather than Austria getting 2 builds?
Tyrolia came down to Venice, didn't it? Which is interesting.
Yeah,
it could have gone on to Piedmont immediately.
Yeah.
Yeah, you might think there's another swap for Trieste in the offing here. I mean, it'd be hard to swallow Jackson getting 2 builds, possibly 3, right? If you can snag Romania as well. All right, here you go. This feels like a very eventful turn coming up. I almost want to take another breath. All right, we've got
Siobhan Nolan, though. I mean, I'm sorry. I have to just say, man, that was a set of moves. That just went so well for Siobhan. All right, I'm stop.
Can Siobhan, so the question is, how many of these, can Siobhan hold on to Brest? Does she have any units popped? So does she come out of this with builds and position, or one or neither? And what the hell happens in the East? Is there anything to focus on in the North? Yeah, does St. Petersburg is guaranteed here, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, so, and there doesn't seem to be an opportunity for England to stab. Well, Holland. Oh, Holland.
Marcus's moves fall moves were really sort of interesting is definitely the word I'm going to pick here. Bizarre might be another word. I mean, I sort of get the idea here, but man, you're really leaving Siobhan off by herself by running away with your fleets.
Does Sweden go to Denmark? Could.
Maybe.
All right.
She wouldn't have the place to build it, assuming she's losing Munich. Right?
Oh, Sweden goes to, so England or Germany could stab England here.
Yep.
Yeah.
That seems unlikely.
But she's likely to lose Munich. So, all right. Are you guys ready? How many builds does Austria get? How many builds does Germany get? And what does Italy do? Does Italy get Trieste? Is there any chance that Riaz lives to fight another year? Probably not, right? Yeah.
I don't see them leaving anything open for that fleet to go to.
Would need to get supported back into Khan by a combination of people. Okay, and the answer is, to all of our questions, a lot. There is a lot going on here. And I want to hear about all of it. I want to start in the East. Actually, you know what? I'm sorry. Let's start in the West, because the East, I think, is gonna have a lot of punchlines in it. The West seems more straightforward. So Chris, walk us through the West here.
Okay, so Austria does take Munich, as we expected, and Siobhan retreats back to Berlin. Sweden does not go to Denmark, but goes instead to Finland. So this is a definite commitment to this EG. Right? The EG is still definitely together, very much so. We do see the trade of centres of Petersburg and Norway, which is what we expected. Those other two fleets, English fleets, are now looking more anti-French again. North Atlantic tries to come down to Mid-Atlantic, but bounces with the French fleets. And North Sea tries to come down to English and bounces with the Italian. So the Italian ends up retreating to Irish. Given that England doesn't have a build, that is unfortunate.
England's going to have a rebuild here.
Oh, did they? Oh, because St. Petersburg got popped. Okay.
Yeah.
I mean, they're still in North Atlantic anyway, but still.
Well, and if you only looked at that half of the map, you might wonder, why would Italy want to let their fleet retreat forward? That seems like it's getting it far out of position and away from the places where it needs to be. David, tell us about the East. What happens over there?
Well, as I said, the can was being kicked down the road, the decision being made about what happens in the East now that Turkey's gone. The can exploded in everybody's face right at the same time. So the Italians try to take Caen with Russian support. Isn't that right?
Yep.
And the Austrians were able to prevent that, but the Austrians couldn't prevent the Italians taking Trieste in Greece. And first I thought, well, this is some kind of big deal because the Austrians know they're taking Romania and they know they're taking Munich and they've taken Caen. So, okay, fine. They're giving their alliance partners some centers. And then I saw Smyrna to Caen. I thought, wait a minute. That is definitely not what the Austrians wanted to see. So the Russians are actually happy that it looks like the Italians have attacked the Austrians here. Although, again, don't the Austrians still get a build?
Yeah,
they're going to get one here.
And well, I mean, this is going to be a tough fight, but it might have been a fight that Italy thought he needed to do because what were his choices other than that? Because he's got that adventure fleet. I have an adventure fleet in the West.
Nice.
But it's not immediately going to take him anything. The move that just puzzles the mess is North Africa. Yeah. I mean, I like North Africa as much as the next John Jameson likes North Africa. But this is not the time to be doing that. I mean,
where should that fleet go?
I would say the Ionian. I mean, if you're really going to fight with the Austrians, that's another thing that puzzled me here. I thought, well, then it must not be a stab of the Austrians because he would have moved the fleet to the Ionian to put himself in position to go to Adriatic, etc. But he didn't do that. So then that just puzzles the manure out of me, I think.
Well, presumably he knew he was going to get 2 builds, maybe even 3, and so thought I would have put it in Western Med, but maybe
if you're going to go west at all, you put it in the Western Med.
Yeah.
I mean, there's no reason to put it in North Africa rather than Western Med, but I tend to think that Ionian is not necessary because he knows he's expecting to pick up 2 builds, so he can build in Naples, and yes, it's 1 turn behind in Ionian, but it's only 1 turn behind. Whereas if that fleet went to the Ionian, the new fleet in Rome takes a whole year to get to Western Med.
But France is still intact. I don't think you need to send another fleet that way. I mean,
I don't think it's going to attack France. I think it's going past France. I think he's going to have 2 northern fleets.
I agree that it's there to help France, but France has already got that 1 fleet helping them. I would help myself by going to the Ionian. It's fine that you're saying you can build a fleet in Naples, but why would you want to have to do that? You don't have to do that with your build. Build a couple of armies in Venice and Rome if you're going to fight the Austrians.
No, I don't dislike sending that fleet west.
Okay.
But we'll see. We'll see whether it works.
I will say for the record that as between Chris Brand and me, who should somebody listen to about playing Italy? Answer Chris Brand.
I'm stupid enough to agree with David on this one, I have to say.
Well, we'll see. I could be wrong.
No, my reasoning is just that you're very spread out right now as Italy, and you've got a very strong Austria that you're contending with. And it seems like you've got more to gain by consolidating your forces and fighting where the power is than, by taking these little adventurers into the West. I just don't see where, you've got 2 units over there now. I don't see what they're going to produce for you. But this is like telling Doug Moore how to play Germany or Andrew Goff how to play Russia. Do so at your own peril. David Hood, you and we're in that lifeboat together right now.
Well, I mean, if you're in the Ionian, for example, you can defend Greece.
One other thing that I did want to mention, that the fourth French unit actually got destroyed in Picardy, which is really nice for Siobhan, because it means that she doesn't have to worry about Morgante keeping the two armies and a fleet. He's guaranteed to only keep the two fleets and an army, and so her armies can run free in France now.
Yeah, this really could have worked out a lot worse for Siobhan. And with Italy and Austria fighting now, she's got, it's even nicer, isn't it?
Yeah, she's not going to have any problem taking back Munich, and I wouldn't be surprised if she manages to take Marseille this year as well.
All right, so this is a nice time to take a pause on this game because we've got the stabs, we've got a lot of sort of okay, what happens next? But it also feels like a good time to take a breath on this game. Before we do, though, I'm going to ask you guys to give me your picks for who you like, and I'm going to write it down. David will start with. No, we went with David first last time. So Chris, this is going to be you. Who's going to top this board?
God, I almost hate to say it, but I like Siobhan.
Why do you hate to say it? It's just too. Oh, okay.
We have a certain rivalry, so she's played this very well. She's got a great position at this point. The army in Munich is not that big a deal.
David?
Well, again, because he took Siobhan, I will take somebody else. I think I'll take Jackson. I know he just got stabbed, but that Italian position's not great.
It doesn't suck to get stabbed and build.
And the units that stabbed you are discombobulated.
Yeah, and you've got nice position. All right, we're going to take a pause on Don Miller. We're going to head on back over to John Boardman, and here is where we left John Boardman in the fall of 1904. We had just watched this happen, and this is a board where Tommy Anderson was jumping back onto his feet, getting 2 builds. And having an army in Silesia. This is where we had the Western Triple battling an Eastern Triple, and the Eastern Triple cracked. Carthage stabbed Peter, and then the Western Triple just kept advancing, this sort of slow tsunami building.
Carthage stabbed Ben, not
it didn't stab Peter, it stabbed Ben.
Thank you very much. I take that back. Carthage stabbed Ben, and Peter. That's right. Peter won guesses against Hunter, but all the builds are coming in the West, and so this was a question where I had about Matthew's build. Is Matthew going to? Are we going to see some anti-French moves here with the French units seemingly out of position? Does Tommy put down a fleet here? No, I'm sorry. Tommy is almost certainly putting down 2 armies. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. So, Tommy had the 2 fleets in 1901, so he's got something to make up for. And we get a fleet Edinburgh. So Hunter breathes a sigh of relief after seeing these builds. Tommy is unlikely to be moving on France without England's support. So, Ben has to pull another 2 units. This time he pulls Black Sea, interestingly enough, in Moscow, and maybe trying to fight for survival in his home centers. All right, let's keep on going here. I'm going to switch you guys back. When we left this game, your predictions were David thought that Carthage was likely to top this board, and Chris picked Peter. So sticking with the AI. All right, here we go. Spring of 1905, and the units are really all sort of pushed forward here. David, is there anything in the West? There's some action on the French units. Why don't you tell us about it?
Hunter actually this time makes some progress. The last couple of turns he hasn't made any progress. The first time because he didn't really try to, and the second time because he misguessed. But in this particular situation, he does guess right. He takes Tyrrhenian Sea, and that's pretty cool for him. He also leaves Ruhr, which Chris doesn't like, because Chris thought it was awesome for him to be in Ruhr. But the reason that he leaves Ruhr is because he's trying to stick with the Germans.
Interesting that Marseille goes to Spain here. Anything we can conclude from that, rather than Piedmont? So,
because he wants to have a supported move into Western Med. He wasn't sure what was going to happen here, so he was trying to give himself some options for supported moves into the Western Med in the fall. I mean, for all he knew, this was going to bounce because Peter was going to outguess him. So
Right.
the in Marseille would be way more useful in Spain as a backfill instrument than it was in Piedmont, unless you were going to take some kind of supported attack on Tuscany, which wouldn't have made as much sense here. So
Got it. So and Piedmont could have bounced anyway. So this is a guaranteed way to get more units into play and active. Okay, Chris, why don't you take us a tour on the east?
I should have been paying attention. I was listening to all the exciting stuff in the west. So, okay, Silesia comes down into Galicia with the support of the Russian. So this is presumably this is Tommy helping out Ben here. We'll see how that works out. In the north, the English units are shuffling around Scandinavia. St. Petersburg goes up to Finland, and that English fleet, I'm going to take Norway to Skagerrak as being mine because it wasn't mentioned otherwise.
Yeah.
So the Denmark fleet goes to Baltic and Norway comes down to Skagerrak and Barents follows up. So the English fleets are withdrawing back from, and the English army for that matter, they're leaving Ben to himself. He pulled Moscow, so they could have decided to come in there, but it's more advantageous for Ben to stay alive as long as possible, basically. You don't want those dots becoming Austrian. But this looks like Matt is deciding that those German dots in Denmark and Sweden are looking quite attractive at this point.
Yeah, curious move here on Tommy's part to go to Baltic, but he's guaranteed to lose one. And if he's not careful, he could lose both here.
Yeah, he should be able to hold Denmark.
Tommy thought he still had a deal. Tommy thought they were still working together against the Russians. Tommy
thought Baltic was going to then convoy an army over into Livonia to then take Moscow and Warsaw. Right?
Yeah, it's just curious to take the support into Galicia here. It just splits your units up. You're not, while then moving to Baltic, which would probably scare the Russians, and then that Silesia army is just sort of way out of place.
I think he was just trying to take the Russian support, but snooker the Russians. And instead, he got snookered by Matthew Krill.
Matthew making a move here. This is a definitive moment for Matthew Krill in this game. It's do you guys like it?
Yes.
Yeah.
Why?
Because the alternative would have been to build in London and go after the French. He obviously didn't do that. The other alternative was to take forever to maybe get Moscow at some point. So we've talked many times about Western triples and how long they last. Usually not very long unless you get a tremendous jump on the east. And in this case, he didn't really, thinking strategically, didn't even want to take the Russians out because as Chris pointed out, the Russians are a counterweight that he wants. So I think the move on Germany is a great move.
Well timed. All right, let's see how it works out. And we'll stick with those. Oh, wow, man.
Gracious, Matthew.
Wow. What? And convoys to Holland? All right, so Matthew doesn't attack either Denmark or Sweden. In fact, just moves the units back to where they were before. Tries to convoy to Holland anyway. It's the move that couldn't be guaranteed.
And Sweden was guaranteed, but he's passed up on it.
All right, well that does it for the West.
Yeah. Interesting that Hunter covered Belgium. He was worried that Matt was going basically just grabbing at whatever dots he could get.
Boy, these negotiations in the West must have been just labyrinthine this past turn.
You've got to give credit to Tommy for those fleet moves to Barents and the army move back to St. Petersburg. Surely that's got to be some very, very good negotiation on Tommy's part to convince Matt to back off.
Yeah, and I'm with you. I'm with you, at least David. We didn't actually hear from Chris on this point, but you nodded. You like the stab. It's hard to kind of see what Matthew gets out of pulling back from this.
Very, very puzzling to me. Very puzzling.
All right. Well, over in the east, I'll just finish calling this out. It's not a whole lot of activity here. Peter retakes Tyrrhenian Sea, and Hunter seems okay with it. Retreats to Tuscany and gets his other units into play, both in Piedmont and Western Med. There's a lot of doing nothing in over in the Balkans. Austria tries to move on. Russia doesn't do it. Doesn't succeed, I should say, at least not this turn. Should be able to next time. And Farron lives to fight another year. So well done, Farron. All right, let's pick up some pace here. We've got We had no builds. All right, we had our first year tonight with no adjustments, nothing added or lost. Let's just push ahead here. Spring of 1906. And Chris, let's start with you in the East.
Yeah, so Ben knew what was coming at this point, where we're seeing those English units turn around. So Ben is now supporting himself up to Moscow, preemptively, effectively, because he knows that there's going to be an army coming into Livonia, and that he's going to be facing a lot of attacks in the north coming up. Interestingly, that Romania follows up to Sevastopol. That could be an attack, or that could actually be arranged. It's impossible to tell from just seeing the orders. What else have we got? A whole chain of army moves. Tyrolia comes down to Venice, and Bohemia follows that, and Silesia follows that, and Galicia follows up into Silesia. So the Italian move is defensive. The Hunter's got the jump on Peter. Or not the jump. He's got the advantage now. He's starting to slowly make progress against Peter. So Peter needs that extra army in Venice to cover himself there. And Peter does lose Tunis to those fleets. There was nothing he could do about that. Silesia following down into Bohemia is interesting. That army is just going to see how many different places it can go, I guess. I don't know. It was down in Galicia, and then it was back, and now it's going down to Bohemia. I don't know what that's doing.
It's really kind of a fascinating moment in the game. Hunter hasn't been making a whole lot of progress, but suddenly, he's now sort of set up very well in the south. Is going to be building here and doesn't have pressure from the north at all.
Yeah, that one guess made a lot of difference to him. Once he got into the Tyrrhenian and sort of broke the back of Peter's defense, it's still slow going in the Med, but he's going to make progress now, right?
But now he might have, he might be able to start getting the units in the homeland to fend off a stab if it comes from England and Germany. But more to the point, there doesn't appear to be any stab coalescing from England and Germany, and that is a huge diplomatic win for Hunter, from what I can tell.
Yeah, the triple's just back together. The band's back together again. That's all it is.
All right. It's weird. It's the middle of the year, and I have this urge to go deep dive on strategy, but let's just keep on going here. Here are the moves for fall of 1906, and David, let's start with you. We've had pieces going back and forth, and now we finally something happens. Tell us about it.
Yeah, well, the English take Holland. And there's not even an attempt by the Anglo-Germans to have taken Moscow. So I don't know what the diplomatic situation was going on there. Chris will be happy to know that army in Bohemia has gone back to So the wandering minstrel eye, whatever that guy is going around singing in various places, but has no interest in taking any supply centers. He's only visiting provinces that don't have supply centers.
This is
the English taking Holland is,
it's a big deal.
Moving the other fleet down to North Sea means that this wasn't just some kind of arrangement. I don't think. Unless it is an arrangement, he's going to build and then move against the French. It's conceivable that there's some kind of deal like that going on. Tommy's open to persuasion on some things. He can do goofy things when he wants to have fun. The only other thing I'll mention is that, the Italian defense was already cracked. Peter gave up on that, sent that fleet Aegean so he could finally take out Smyrna and get a center that way and stay even. But otherwise, the French are just in really good position down there.
Yeah, this is, as you guys have pointed out, this game is not a demonstration of fabled German efficiency. Okay, so we had a little bit of the call of the East here. Why don't you finish it off for us, Chris? What else is worth pointing out here?
Yeah, I think David mentioned that Farron's army does not survive this year. She put up a good fight and survived until 06, but that's as far as it goes. I said that the Austrian army in Sevastopol may well be there with the agreement of Russia, and that looks like that's the case, because then it supports Ukraine up into Moscow to to defend Moscow, which was completely unnecessary because St. Petersburg held and Livonia headed back over to Prussia. So you convoy the army over to Livonia and then you walk it back to Prussia. It's kind of the long way around, but these German armies seem to like just wandering around through these centers without dots in them for some reason. I don't know. The other Austrian armies just repositioning, coming up into Galicia, Romania. So, I mean, the net effect of that Austrian army in Sevastopol is that Ben is down now to 2. So we really are down to just the AI in the east. And so I guess their hope is that the move into Holland and the move Norway to Sweden, which didn't go, but it was tried at least, is the indication that the Western Triple is no more, which would then give them the lifeline that they need. Because if the Western Triple carries on at this point, they just grind AI down. Right?
Yeah, it feels to me like we're seeing the Leviathan start to emerge from the water. But time will tell. We have another build coming to us from Matthew Krill, which feels like it will give us some information. And we have a build from Hunter Catcher, which has been a long time coming. Looking at the chart now, I can see that he had gone 3 consecutive years without a build, but now finds himself with 4 fleets in the Med. It looks like it'll be it looks like it actually won't be able to break open Italy, but will definitely be able to prevent Italy from advancing.
He's been very, very patient with that Mediterranean campaign, and it's paying off now.
Yeah, the question is what happens next, right? Does England feel like they'll have more to gain by moving on the French centers, because the German centers may be slow going, maybe not. Austrians got a couple units on Munich. Lots of fun stuff to happen here, and Austria's putting down 2 units. Did Austria get 2 builds, or is one of those a rebuild?
One's a rebuild, Silesia.
Silesia's a rebuild, and picked up Sevastopol. All right, so I'm going to go out on a limb and say that Austria's putting down 2 armies, and probably a French army, probably an English fleet. The answer is all of the. Oh no, we have a French fleet. Woo!
Ooh, that's interesting.
Oh, Hunter is all right. So Leviathan, no, and we don't have a name for the FG yet, do we? We were tossing around someday.
The Merovingian.
I thought that was for the EG.
No, the EG was the Anglo. We talked about doing the Anglo-Saxon for the EG.
Yeah, we tossed around a bunch of them.
The Merovingian dynasty, as we all know, controlled areas of both France and Germany. Before the Carolingians took over when Charlemagne. But anyway, the Merovingian.
Well, I think I threw out the Beer and Wine Alliance.
You did.
Yeah. Okay. Oh, and the Great Schism. That was the other one that I made myself laugh at that. I don't think I made you laugh.
You did. I just didn't show it.
Okay. Fair enough. All right. Let's see. Yes.
So Tommy's got to be happy. Tommy's got to be happy with with Hunter's build, right? Because
Hunter, is that a defensive build? Maybe he was worried that the English were going to build Fleet London.
Well, it's not an I'm jumping on the kill Germany build for sure, right? Which is what you'd be worried about if you were Tommy.
Well, and the problem from England's perspective is that France can't really help against Germany, right? So,
if he'd built an army Paris, he could. But. Right,
exactly. So this is that could force an interesting strategic realignment.
I don't know what Hunter's going to do with that fleet. I mean, I can see it as a defensive build, maybe, but what use is it going to be to him?
Tommy,
it doesn't even block English Channel.
Right. Right. It kind of just pisses off England. Maybe we'll see. Maybe it will go into Mid-Atlantic and swing around to North Africa. Maybe we'll be treated to that. Tommy, for his part, pulls the army in Prussia and keeps both fleets. So clearly hoping to be able to be.
Tommy, you have to defend Prussia and Silesia. That's the
point. Tommy the Tourist Anderson from Chris Kelly. Chris Kelly winning the comments as usual. All right, it's a funky moment in the game. It's who do you guys like here right now? We'll say winter 1906. I'm gonna write this one down. What do you guys think? David, start with you.
I said Carthage last time. I'm saying Carthage again. I mean, who is his enemy that is in any way threatening to him? I mean, if Peter wants to turn on him, fine. That just means Peter's becoming a Janissary.
And Chris?
I think I like Hunter at this point, actually. I think now that Hunter's broken the back of Peter's defense there, I think he's not being attacked by anyone. He's got some more games he can make in Italy, and he's like, the game's his oyster. It's open to him.
I predict that Hunter loses Belgium and English Channel this year, and Chris goes, wait, why did I pick Hunter? That's my prediction.
I don't want to agree with David anymore, so I'm just not going to say anything.
I can see Matt not doing that.
I can't do it because he didn't attack the Germans when I thought he was going to.
That's the big question mark turn of this game. Like, what did Matthew see? What was his long-term vision there that caused him to do that? We have not done a player profile on this board for a while. I know we've done Ben, Farron, and Matthew and Tommy, correct?
Let's get McNamara in here.
Let's get McNamara. Yeah. Indeed. Here is Peter Macnamara, the number 14 seed. His playstyle is quiet. Too quiet. How they got here. Strong results at Weaselmoot and VWDC. Made the top board at both, I believe. Little known fact, when an Australian player flushes your championship hopes down the toilet, they rotate clockwise.
I only have one comment to make, which is spell check is a thing. And one could have run, for example, the word Australian through the spell check.
Well, no, you're thinking of the wrong Australia. This is the Australia that Shakespeare is from.
Shakespeare, yes. It's the planet called Shakespeare.
It's Shakespeare.
It takes a lot because of tectonic plate.
And that place is unforgettable.
Anyway, spell check.
Indeed. All right, this is Peter Macnamara looking pensively at a diplomacy board. This is how I think Peter was born. This is how he came out of the womb. We're looking at a live shot
about
of
the
his.
Same size too. He's about the same size as he was when he was born.
All right, let's why don't we knock off the rest of these? So we haven't seen Karthik Kanath. Here is Karthik, the number 10 seed, seen here dressing up as Ed Sullivan. But also this was the moment where he won the Heisman Trophy. Karthik, also another former D1 football player. Yep. His play style is, I'm sure he'd tell you he's an Alliance player. How did Karthik get here? Strong finishes at Tempest and VDL, the Virtual Diplomacy League. His diplomacy adjacent skill is being the number 1 ranked Bourse player in the hobby. The Bourse was played at Carnage, and it was a side betting scheme that David Maletsky had cooked up, but managed to not net him any money because no money was involved. And Karthik Kanath won it. All right, can you guys glean anything about Karthik's playstyle from this photograph?
He's a Texas Longhorn, which means that he thinks that things are way bigger than they really are, because everybody in Texas thinks that everything in Texas is bigger in Texas. Karthik's actually, to be serious for a minute, Karthik's a good player and a really good diplomacy theory guy. I mean, he's really good at stalemate lines. Has played a lot of unlimited deadline or unlimited time limit games online, and somebody that if this was going to be some kind of stalemate line fight, I would want him on my side and not on the other side.
It'd be interesting, Peter and Karthik, currently on the same team, but if they start fighting each other, then we'll see a tactical battle. And with Riazgan, they kind of, I'm sorry, no, this is the Farron Jane, and the Farron Jane dies this turkey game, not the Riaz Varani dies. Yeah. Okay, who else haven't we seen here? We have seen Ben, Farron. I don't think Hunter.
No, Hunter, yeah.
Here's Hunter, the number 18 seed. His playstyle is up-tempo Alliance player. I think that was probably self-described. How did Hunter get here? Strong showings at Cascadia 2020 and the Weaselmoot. His nickname is the Apex Predator. Hunter has won a lot of tournaments recently. That's enough about Hunter Catcher, the diplomacy player. Tell us about Hunter Catcher, the man. Keeps his friends close and his enemies closer. But what if he's his own worst frenemy? Da-dum.
Speaks for itself.
All right, those are Zach's facts on Hunter Catcher. So Karthik we've seen, Matt we've seen, Peter Macnamara we've seen. We did see Tommy as well, right?
Yes.
All right.
Yes.
How could you forget the outfit that he had on?
Yeah.
Oh, right. Right. And we did see Matthew. Yes, we did. Okay. Yes. So let's head on back over to the map. Here we are in winter of 1906. We just saw the builds. Let's move on forward here. Spring of 1907. David, tell us about the West. Which is the West again?
Wow, yeah. There's a lot of movement going on here. You know, Hunter assumed that Matt was coming for him. Matt's like, what are you talking about, man? I was going against the Germans, I think. And the Germans went back, assuming that Matt might have been coming for him. Wow, there's just a lot of movement. You know, EFG was moving east, 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 west, 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 west.
Wow, Matt.
Peter is really happy about this. Less pressure on him. It remains to be seen who else in the East benefits from this, but that is a lot of jumble. Maybe Matthew Krill's going to end up being the odd man out here, because what does Hunter do now? And maybe he goes back because he was wrong, but man, I'm not sure he does that after taking this position.
I mean, why would you? My gosh, all right. And you know, Holland can fall here, so you can force disband. Well, not disbands, because you know, presumably Matthew is going to attack one of Sweden or Denmark here, presumably, if not both. We will find out next turn.
He didn't last time.
He could attack both of them. He could theoretically attack both of them. I mean, we'll see.
Or he could just move his units back to where they were before.
Yep. Well, he might. You know, he might decide, oh, I shouldn't attack Germany. France is coming. I'm going to go be defensive again, and that could very well happen.
Yeah, I mean, he's got London to cover. He's got Holland to cover. So, all right. What about the East, Chris Brand?
Well, the East is less exciting. Black Sea to Armenia is my favorite move in the East, because why would you want a fleet in Armenia when you already own Sevastopol and Ankara? I'm not sure. I guess that's just I love you, Peter, so I'm going to park my fleet over here where it's absolutely no way it can cause you any trouble. Other than that, it's just a load of repositioning stuff. The army Romania comes up to Ukraine. Galicia comes up to Silesia. Tommy's Silesia army finally decides where it really wants to be is Munich, which, hey, that's probably the right place for it at this point. I think I can't disagree with that one this time.
This was a real trust turn in the within the Unholy Alliance, wasn't it? You know, Carthage moving to Armenia here. Peter trusting that Carthage wouldn't move to Constantinople. You know, could have moved him out, but couldn't have. You know, wouldn't have been able to. Would have definitely lost one. Will be interesting to see here what happens between the two of them in the fall. You know, they've got units in sort of slightly awkward positions. Greece is vulnerable. Trieste is vulnerable. It wouldn't surprise me if they arrange some sort of just swap here. All right, let's.
Some bounces.
The Austrians are now going to, or they're fixing to take out the Russians. That's what's going to happen.
Yeah,
they should get. They should
take both of them, right?
Should get both of them. Yeah, if they do it right. If Ukraine's not the mover, then maybe not.
So then, does Peter get Greece as an agreed thing?
Oh, that would make sense without losing Trieste. Yeah. All right, here we go. The answer is what?
Oh wow! Wow!
Come on! How many not attacks do we have to see? All right, I'm just going to call out the East to save your tongue a little wagging here, Chris. Nothing happens. For no apparent reason, Russia is still in this game. I don't see any reason for Carthage not to take both of those Russian dots here, except to not jump out to a big lead that he feels causes the rest of the board to coalesce against him. And he can take those dots anytime he wants, right?
The only thing you could say is if Warsaw had gone to Livonia, then it might have made sense to keep the Russian alive, but it didn't. So
instead, the Russians supported Carthage into Prussia, which you know, just makes it easier for him to. We'll see. You know, that could end up being a really smart move in retrospect. I'm going to finish off calling out these moves because it's not a whole lot happens in the West either. Finland. Matthew finally attacks Sweden and takes Finland. Loses Holland, doesn't cover Holland because he attacks Denmark with 2, and Tommy wisely thwarts him. Meanwhile, Hunter moves into position. This is a gorgeous turn for Hunter, a gorgeous set of 2 years, isn't it? Is there any? Can you guys see any other interpretation of this then Hunter has now has the catbird seat for the board top here.
If Karthik had gone ahead and finished off the Russians, I'd argue with you. Because his position would be good. He'd be jumping on tree. I mean, I think Karthik just kind of blew it there. And maybe you're right that it turns out okay, but you don't need those 2 Russians anymore.
But Karthik's prioritizing getting across the stalemate line into Munich, Berlin, rather than getting the Warsaw, Moscow that are. He can pick them up later. Right? They're his anytime.
I guess. I mean, but why would Ben put up with that? I mean, at some point he's going to do something aggressive.
Yeah,
because he's not just going to sit there and wait to be killed. I don't know.
It is risky.
I mean, I would like to have some ability to keep Peter from getting jumpy. And so I guess the argument is if you don't get out too far ahead, then Peter doesn't get jumpy. Peter also doesn't get jumpy if you have enough units to where Peter can't do anything.
That's the David Hood approach.
Right. So what is it to walk softly but carry a big stick?
Yes.
You have to have a big stick to do that.
David does like his big sticks.
Aegean to Khan is a move that stands out here, does it not?
That's exactly what I'm talking about. You've allowed Peter to think he might want to get frisky here when there wasn't any reason for that. He shouldn't be in Armenia, and he shouldn't. I don't know. Karthik knows what he's doing. I don't want to be too critical. I'm just puzzled by this decision.
All right, let's finish another year here. Here winter 1907 adjustments. Not a whole lot. Tommy. So Matthew has effectively transferred a unit from Tommy to Hunter via Holland and Sweden, and Tommy chooses to lose Fleet Denmark, which is interesting. Very interesting, actually. But you know that you might figure he wanted to keep all 3 of his armies at home and had to pick a fleet, and maybe this one, is a request for Matthew to get off his back and go fight France. Hunter continues to demonstrate that the way to win as France is to never build an army. This is so Hunter.
He has 2 armies.
Hunter has built 5 units this game. They have all been fleets.
I was going to say he started with 2 armies, right?
Yeah.
If he could get rid of them, I'm sure he would have done that.
And they're 2 armies that are in really important positions too.
This is
really using his armies well.
Yeah, an interesting. I mean, I suppose the fleet in the south now says to Peter, "You're not making progress up here if you thought about doing it." But all right, let's push ahead here and find out what happens in 1908 spring in the south. I see some black arrows. Tell us about the south, Chris.
Yeah, so apparently that move to Constantinople was not something that should have happened, and now Armenia comes to Ankara. Presumably, that looks like it was triggered by the move to Constantinople to me. I mean, again, Ben survives and is allowed to, and like I said, that I thought that Karthik was setting up to try for the Munich and Berlin, and doesn't get either of them, partly because Hunter's Burgundy supports Munich. Yeah, so Karthik doesn't achieve it. He tries to take the German centers, doesn't get them. Otherwise, sits there and does nothing. Ben sits there and does nothing. Those 2 fleets move, but that's not really very exciting. I wouldn't be surprised to see Ankara go back to Armenia next turn now that Constantinople has moved back to Aegean. And Peter shuffles a fleet forward and an army back. And the big news really is that Tyrrhenian Sea backs up. Hunter pulls Tyrrhenian Sea back to Western Med. Which has got to be a good faith gesture that Peter would very much appreciate, I would think.
Yeah, presumably Hunter is seeing that Karthik may be his big rival for the board top, and wants Peter to be the one to help him stop it. But it is an interesting giving away of position up there. David, tell us about all of the nothing and the one thing that happens in the north.
Yeah, well, Liverpool was going to happen, but the Matthew Krill has St. Pete, Sweden, Norway, Skagerrak, North Sea, and Helgoland, none of which moved. That you can't you can't defend England in that situation. You got to convoy to Yorkshire, for example. You got to do it.
Yeah.
Unless you're just giving up and becoming a puppet in Scandinavia. That's a decision that you could maybe argue about, but I don't know that I would give up quite yet. Go ahead and convoy that. Whoops, got the cat trying to get involved again. You go ahead and convoy to Yorkshire and try to do something. Take a shot at Holland, which, by the way, would have worked. I don't know. Convoy to Holland.
Well,
I mean,
would have lost London at that point, right? If he does that.
Yeah, okay. Yeah. Guess what? If you don't ever get back to Yorkshire, you're eventually going to lose all that stuff.
Yeah. I think the convoy to Yorkshire is something that a lot of people would do, or at least St. Petersburg up to Barents, so you can get the armies around, or to Norway, right? Yeah.
Get the fleet up.
5, 6 units did not move. That's not what you can't have that.
All right, let's keep on going here. We've got fall of 1908. This seems like, with Karthik and Russia, if Karthik doesn't take out both of those Russian units right now, then you really have to wonder if he's just passing up the opportunity for the board top.
I mean, he has to, because now the Italians, what are the Italians going to do now? The French have intentionally left.
Yeah.
Giving the Italians all kinds of freedom. You've got to do it because the Italians are probably coming at you, I would think.
And do you move on the Italians here as well if you're Karthik? Go to Trieste and Caen?
I think you've got to, because why would Peter not attack the Austrian? What else is he going to do?
I think he's already established that attacking the German is a waste of time. So I think you take Moscow, you take Warsaw, you send Chirolia down to Trieste, you try Armenia to Constantinople, and you expect that those are both going to bounce because Peter's coming for you as well.
Yeah, but Ankh to Caen, at least you keep the second fleet from getting into Caen, right? So, all right, here we go. And no, oh God, oh God, oh no.
Or you assume you're still okay, and Peter takes advantage of that.
This is 100% what you could not do if you're Karthik. You cannot both not take Russia out and not cover and not move on Italy. You have to at least do one. You guys made a very compelling argument for both. Peter Macnamara, good lord. Yeah.
The fundamental mistake Karthik makes here is not realizing that Italy had nothing else to do.
Right.
Yeah.
There was no other alternative. Now, if you're a passive player or learning the game or something, okay, maybe you can talk them into not doing anything. You're going to talk Peter Macnamara into not doing anything for the next 2 turns? No.
Boy,
he's quiet. He's quiet, but he writes the orders, that's for sure.
Now, it could be that Karthik was thinking, what might happen is that France might get back into the Med and start fighting Peter again. Yeah, maybe, because that's exactly what Hunter does.
And Hunter walks out of Liverpool.
Yeah. Hunter is actually also doing a bizarre sort of thing here.
This game is a centrifuge. Have you guys ever seen a game where so many people put themselves in positions for attacks and did not execute them and then just walked out of them? I'm not sure I ever have seen this.
I don't see any reason to walk out of Liverpool. I mean, Hunter had all of England locked up, basically.
None. I mean, even if you make that deal, right? Even if you decide to make that deal, you don't keep it. Like, that's a good deal to make and not keep. Because the problem is, sorry, go ahead.
No, go.
I mean, the problem is, right, you have to be able to take the board top and prevent someone else from passing you, right? So you have to, it feels like Hunter has over prioritized stopping Peter, right? I mean, and look, if Hunter got wind that Peter was doing this, maybe it is the right move. Maybe it is the right move to not create an enemy in the north, because you can't fight on both fronts at once.
But he can. He's
yes,
got them.
Yes,
he only needs 4 fleets in the south to hold Peter at bay. And he's got to build from Liverpool. He can take England as well.
Yeah.
One of the strengths of France is you can definitely fight in both spheres when you're in this situation.
Particularly as he hasn't got to worry about Germany.
We have seen Matt pass up an opportunity for growth and taking over the board. We've seen Hunter do it. Now we've seen Karthik do it. You know who hasn't passed up their opportunities? Peter
McNamara. Yeah, that is. Yeah, wow.
It's almost like he's played this game a lot.
You know, and with the
these other guys have played a lot too. But
and with the convoy, you know, he's now got 2 armies against all of these Austrian home centers. The Austrian armies are way out of position.
Serbia's his.
I know that Karthik Konov, who is a good player, is kicking himself, has been kicking himself since he saw these moves. It's like, what?
Yeah.
Why did I leave the Russians alive? They were doing me no good. Why did I do these things? And the end is, you just made a strategic mistake.
If you took the Russians out, you've got the 2 builds, or at least you're not pulling, right? You haven't got builds because you've lost 2 to Italy, but at least you're not removing 2 units.
Yeah, he's just completely screwed now. There's not really much he can do.
There's really no doubt about it. And in fact, it's now hard to figure how Peter doesn't top this board. You know, I feel like we've gone down that cul-de-sac with a few different people now. Okay, this is where the board stands. I feel like this is a good moment to take a breath. We will definitely remember what happened, what just happened when we come back here. I'm going to ask you guys now for your picks on who's going to top this board. And Chris, it's your turn to go first.
You see, I was going to stick with Hunter, but they walked out of Liverpool. Okay, I'm going to say yes. Hunter's got a plan. I'm going to stick with Hunter.
All right.
Because he's still in a great position, and he can pick up Liverpool anytime. So,
David.
Yeah, I mean, Hunter's position is not terrible. I think he would be in a stronger position had he just continued the attack against the English. He could walk and chew gum at the same time.
I think so too.
I'd like to have picked Hunter here, but I just think he made a boo-boo. I'm going to go ahead and pick Peter, even though Peter's not the best position I've ever seen because of where Hunter's coming. But Peter is making good strategic decisions here. And frankly, these other guys who normally would make really good decisions, I think are not making good decisions.
I think that's fair.
Yeah, I feel like Peter obviously isn't going to make progress against France, but all Peter needs to do, I think, to top this board is to hold France off of the boot while picking up the rest of those dots in the east. And I just see him, it feels like he can do it, but I'm agreeing with David Hood way too much, and honestly, it feels like my toes are on fire.
You should not. You really should not do this. Don't do this at home, kids. Just because you see Brandon do it, don't do this at home.
Yeah, don't ever. In fact, just put a little piece of tape over where David Hood's square is on the screen, and you will, and then you'll be able to sleep tonight without nightmares. That's all I have to say.
Hunter could still top this board. I mean, that's the truth.
Yeah.
Hunter could still top this board.
Yeah, I think I was probably being a little over dramatic there, but it was fun too. All right, let's take a pause from this game and head on back over to our friend Don Miller. Here is how we left Don Miller. Oh gosh, in the fall of 1904. Oh boy, we are taking our time with these games. I gave the first crew a little bit of guff for going for 4 hours. That feels like what we're on target for.
All right, we'll go fast.
All right. Here's where things stood. This is the Riaz Varani as Turkey dies game, and Siobhan was picking up a unit here in position in France. Marcus was doing interesting things that didn't seem to be improving his position very well, but he is getting a rebuild here. And this is where Eustachio Rauli made the move. Here we have yet another Italy stabbing Austria here, now 4 years earlier in this game. Right, so this is where Eustachio made his move and picked up 2 centers off of Jackson, also had their retreat into the Irish Sea. And here we go, winter 1904 builds. We got a bunch of them coming up. We do find that fleet in Liverpool from Marcus Zelstra. Eustachio, for his part, puts down Army Venice, fleet Naples, completely reasonable. And Jackson, is this where Jackson went up 3 and down 2? Mm-hmm. Right, because picked up Constantinople, Romania, and Munich, but lost 2. So got stabbed, but got a build. All right, and this is where you guys were having a disagreement about whether Eustachio was too spread out, and David and I were questioning our sanity for questioning the renowned Italy expert. Sure. All right, Tom gives up on Army Livonia, and Riaz bids adieu into the dark night. And Siobhan gets that army in Kiel. All right, you guys picked here. Chris, you picked Siobhan, and David, you like Jackson. That's where we left off.
Tom's removal is interesting. Keeping that Northern Fleet. I mean, I'm always very loath to remove that Northern Fleet because you very rarely get it back. But still, this might be one of the situations where I might have taken it off because it looks like it's going to die anyway in the spring. In which case, might as well pull it in the fall. Right?
Yep, and have it. All right, here are the spring 1905 moves. I have switched you guys up, so you are back in your positions for this game. Chris, tell us about the Eastern moves, if you will.
Well, St. Petersburg dies. That fleet.
Fancy that.
Interesting that it's the German. I guess it pretty much had to be the German army going in, and that makes sense. Yeah. So I mean that's good for Siobhan. Marcus is in an interesting position here because Siobhan is now on the front line against everyone except Marcus. Marcus is just sat up in his top left corner, and he gets to hold off that one Italian fleet, I guess. It's hard to see where Marcus's next dot is coming from at this point. I don't know. Munich falls, as we expected. The interesting retreat, though, is Munich goes to Ruhr. That's going to cause Siobhan a little bit of a headache, at least, because she's got to cover Kiel and Holland and Belgium, and she really wants to have Burgundy able to support something as well. So, yeah, that's going to be a bit of a headache for her in the fall. But I don't think it's disastrous. Excuse me, I'm just going to get rid of this cat. Otherwise, she advances down into Gascony. That's just, yeah, she's going to be in Gascony, and she's in Gascony and Burgundy, which is nice, but I don't think it's going to get her Marseille. Not yet, anyway.
Okay, and David, tell us what happens in the East.
Comment. I think one thing we're learning is that Chris and I know how to defend our countries from invaders on the diplomacy board. We cannot defend ourselves from our cats, both of whom have invaded us for the last hour. All right, so the Italian move on the Austrians seemed weird to us, and they have patched things up. So I think it's clear that they have patched things up. So the Italians have now taken out Ankara. There's now an Italian in Tyrolia. The Austrians are continuing to try to move against the Russians, and the Italian fleets are going west. So, and so I think all of that makes sense. The North Africa fleet, it didn't matter that it was in North Africa because it was going north. The one thing I wanted to say that didn't get said already about Marcus is I'm not sure about the hold in North Atlantic. I mean, why be a little bolder and try to kick that Italian maybe out of the Irish Sea or something? Because I don't know. It just seemed a little passive to me. But in general, I think the big story in the East is the AI has made up as they probably should have.
I mean, that looks like Marcus was worried about the Italian and French fleets cooperating against him, but that seems like a real, like that's the worrying about an asteroid hitting your house, because yeah, it could happen, but it doesn't seem very likely, and it's not really worth worrying about.
Yeah.
All right, let's. The forward retreat from Munich to Ruhr is interesting. I don't know if did you guys cover that?
Yeah, I mentioned it. Yeah.
All right.
And that's where I would retreat to if I was kicked out of Munich. But it's going to cause Siobhan some headaches, but I don't think it's terrible from her point of view. We'll see. It's hard to picture the position exactly.
That would have been an argument, by the way, to go to cover Ruhr and get into Burgundy and then take Munich in the fall. But
yeah.
All right. Let us continue on to fall of 1905. And I tell you what, guys, I am going to step off for a second and let you guys call this. Here's where I leave the kittens to play by themselves for a second. See what happens.
Man, he'll never do that again after dumpster fire here.
So Siobhan guess is wrong, and that Ruhr army manages to retreat. It manages to move into Holland and take Holland. Again, it's going to tie up. This is one of the things when you've got a unit behind your lines, you can obsess over it, and you can tie up. It can tie up 4 units or something, chasing it around, or you can just have one unit follow it basically, and yeah, it'll take a center, but you'll take it back the next year, and then it'll take another center, you'll take it back the next year, and eventually it ends up in some corner somewhere where it's not a problem. But Siobhan's picking up St. Petersburg and Munich here, so this is really nice for her. Marcus's fleet.
She can't build. She cannot.
No, she can't build either of them, but she's got so she's going to have 2 builds in hand, which is going to be a really interesting position. She covers Belgium, but that's a little unfortunate that she pulls those armies back. But you know, she thought the Ruhr army might go to Belgium, which is perfectly reasonable. Marcus's fleets move west down to the Channel and Norwegian. He still doesn't force Irish out.
He doesn't.
Sorry.
He doesn't have to because the Italians are leaving voluntarily.
Yeah, I can see why you wouldn't want to kick him out of the Irish in the spring because a retreat to Wales is kind of awkward. But in the fall, I would have pushed forward at this point, even though you've got Italians in Irish and Mid-Atlantic. Are they really going to come up and support themselves into the North Atlantic? Plus, you'd cut Irish anyway, so yeah. But yeah, the Italians are going home by the looks of it.
Well, they're going against the French, I'm assuming.
Yeah, I guess this is the time to take for Italy to say, Germany is not taking those French dots. Well, I'll have them for myself then.
And of course, in the fall turn, the Austrians are the ones with the bill in Turkey, not the Italians, as you see. The Italians are moving out. So the Austrians are going to get that build. Which, you know, what's the current? Well, they're 7-7 right now. So that'll put it 7 or 8-7.
Oh yeah, because they're trading Munich for Holland, but they've covered Vienna, so they're not going to have anywhere to build it either. There's going to be 3 builds that can't be used.
Well, the Siobhan only gets 1 build, I think, because she took 2 but lost 1 because she lost Holland.
Oh, that's right. Yes. Okay, 2 builds that can't be used.
Brandon was here. He could show us that those fancy pluses and minuses, but I think that's right. So she only fails to build 1 instead of failing to build 2. But anyway, that's a lot of failed builds.
And Jackson also fails to build 1. So.
That's exactly right. Yeah. So that's interesting that Eustachio has made this decision to pull out of that whole business about it. I guess his theory was, I've gone as far as I can go. The French fleets can't help me anymore, and now I can't get anywhere, so I'm going to leave. I guess wasn't the thinking.
But now with those 4 units there, he should be able to pick up those 3 French dots fairly quickly.
Well, at least 1 or 2 of them before the English get down there and help the French. Yeah. Defend them. Maybe.
England doesn't seem to be in any hurry to get down there. So
that's a good point. That's a good point.
All right. All I can say is, if you guys, if this is the kind of board that happens, when I leave you guys alone to play, like, I'm going to do it more often because holy crap,
it's entertaining.
David Maletsky in the comments has pointed out something very important that we missed: Norway to Sweden.
Are you guys going to talk about that?
No, we missed that. There was so much other stuff going on.
Looking at all the other shenanigans, we totally missed that. So, Maletsky, I appreciate that.
So it's not a German build. It's an English build, which can happen.
Which makes a lot more sense since she knew she wasn't going to be able to build. That makes perfect sense.
You've got a German army in St. Petersburg, an English army in Sweden, an Austrian army in Holland, an Italian army in Armenia, and an Austrian army in Ankara. This is armies go on holiday. This really is. All right.
The fleets are going home, though, so.
Yeah, the Italian fleets did what? They went to Irish Sea and then came back.
Yes.
The Italian walking out of the Russian dot is interesting. Seems like that unholy alliance is firmly back on track now. All right, here's how things net out. We've got the English finally on the way up again. We've got Jackson at +1, but without a home center to build in. And this Russia finally goes down 1. And the answer is Army Edinburgh, and Army Livonia goes off the board, and Jackson has 1 in the pocket. All right, shall we keep on going here? All right, spring of 1906. I just showed. Yes, I'm sorry. Yes, the blood sugar is going to come back up. I promise. All right, tell us about the West, Chris Brand.
So that army Edinburgh looks like it's heading to Russia. It gets convoyed over to Norway. The Siobhan actually manages to destroy that Austrian army. She basically just says it's worth. I'm going to devote those 3 units to just get rid of it and get it out of my hair. I won't have to worry about it anymore. And Marcus does finally move that fleet North Atlantic down to Mid-Atlantic, actually popping the Italian fleet, which is interesting.
And David, talk to us about the East.
Why is that fleet popped? Unless Eustachio did this on purpose to completely reorient, why in the tarnation would you go to North Africa and Western Med in that scenario? It's the only reason to do that is to make sure. Well, Mao still has.
No, you can still remove it. You don't have to be in North Africa to have it popped.
Fleet, so it doesn't have to. So they can't even argue that made any. I'm sorry, Eustachio, that I just don't understand what you're doing. Because not only did you not stick with your fight against the English, you also are apparently not going to attack the French.
And I mean, if you're still helping the French, then a retreat to Gascony is quite useful, right?
Support. You could, yeah. There's no way around this. This makes no sense. Support yourself in Mao and stay there, because the French supported you. Well, I guess he wasn't able to support himself, but there were two French. The two French guys could have supported him anyway.
Yeah, Portugal supported Spain, which is, you can understand Portugal supporting Spain.
You can, but they're making progress against the Russians as they were going to do over there. So I'll just focus on that and not worry about the fact that why he went to North Africa, again. Period.
All right. As far as the rest of the East goes, it's just a lot of position movements, and it looks like Austria is advancing on Russia. All right, let's push forward here into the fall of 1906. And David, talk to us about the East first.
Piedmont to Tyrolia, Tyrolia to Piedmont. Okay, so the Austrians take Greece, the Italians take Caen. That's probably all some kind of deal because they still coordinate and take out Sevastopol. Otherwise, there's a lot of positional moving. My eye is drawn to the love going on in the head, so I'll let Chris talk about that.
Yeah, Chris.
You can tell Valentine's Day is approaching, can't you? Look at all that support around the Mid-Atlantic. Now that we've finally got the English fleet in there, everyone wants it to be there, apparently. And Western Med supports Spain. Yeah,
but the eye catcher over here is in the northeast here.
Yeah, so I mean, this is kind of what I expected when we saw that army convoyed over to Norway. I said it was going into Russia, which meant that the German had to move out. Germany's picking up the Holland though, or recovering Holland. So Chivon's even, and means Marcus picks up another build. So Marcus is going up now. Does this put him even with Chivon at this point? I think it does. And those armies are down in a position to start threatening Moscow.
So you like this move by Chivon to be giving dots away?
I didn't say I liked it. I like it from Marcus's point. I like it if I'm Marcus, that's for sure.
Well, she's got to do this. She's got to do this because you can leave Marcus behind your line and say, "No, I'm keeping it."
Well, that's what I said like a year ago, because the way Chivon was strung out all the way from St. Petersburg down to Brest, Marcus had nowhere to go other than into Chivon's dots. So her choice was either force him to stab me or give them to him willingly and arrange it that I don't, it doesn't hurt me too much.
Is that the final word?
It's my final word.
All right.
Yeah.
David, was there a word coming up there? It was hard to tell.
Aegean to Caen and trading Greece for Caen. Okay, but why is your fleet running away from the front?
Yeah, that's a little hard to figure. But as the Austrian with a fleet in Black Sea, it's pretty nice. All right, let's keep going here. And here we have Jackson also, again, is going to be having one pocket because has only one home center open for a build. Eustachio is getting a rebuild here, and Marcus gets a build. And so when you look over at the center chart here, we've got Jackson still topping the board with 8, but we do have a 3-way tie at 7. And then down below we've got Morgante and Tom just looking to survive at this point. All right, Winter 1906. We're doing this every couple of years. Who do you guys like on this board now? And let's see. I think Chris, it's your turn to go first.
I'm starting to like Marcus at this point. I didn't like him a couple of years ago, but I think his position is now quite nice. He's up in St. Petersburg, pushing down into Moscow. He's in mid-Atlantic. He's sort of all the way around the edges. Anytime he wants to, he can pull the trigger on some of those nice coastal centers of Siobhan, particularly as her armies are likely to be heading more south.
And David?
Well, if I'm looking at the East, I got to stick with Jackson and say he's got the best chance in the East if the Italians eventually move away and go do something else. I mean, I'm a little concerned that Jackson's chances depend on Eustachio doing something a little more strategic than what he has been doing, and I'm not sure that's going to happen.
So what's your final answer?
The final answer is that because he took Marcos, who now has a stronger position in the West, I was supposed to pick somebody in the East, and I did that, and I'm saying that's not a great chance, though.
Okay. All right. A heavily qualified pick from David Hood there. Let's move into the all right, so the builds. Sorry. We have an Army Venice, slightly delicious, and an Army Budapest, no surprise. We have an Army Edinburgh. So Marcus is planning for 18, I think, at this point, by getting the armies across the water. All right, here we go, or at least getting them prepared to. Here is spring of 1907, and David, let's stick with you in the East.
All right. Well, the Italians support themselves to Ankara, which I guess was the point of going to Khan, was allow himself the ability to do that. And supports himself to Trieste. But I'm not sure that may still be some kind of deal with the Austrians since they've got one in pocket. Who knows? Because the Austrians moved to Ukraine. I guess that's as much progress they're going to be able to make there. Again, the West is just, I mean, not the West, but the Iberian area that's sort of like my bailiwick right this second is still a bunch of supports, except for the thing that Chris is going to say, because it has much more to do with the West.
Chris, over to you.
Well, you're obviously alluding to the situation in Brest, where the English fleets attacked Brest and the Brest fleet is disbanded. But I'm not reading that as I'm reading that as arranged, because Sweden didn't move to Denmark. That fleet could have retreated to Picardy or to Gascony. It didn't. So I think this is for some reason, they've agreed to get rid of the German fleet, because Siobhan is not a fleet person in this game. So that one that she got stuck with to start with, now she's finally managed to get rid of it. That's the way I read that. I think this EG is still completely solid here. They can't take Moscow and Warsaw at the moment, but they've got more armies heading over that direction. So I think they're positioning to do so in a year or two.
This is why, though, even if you're going to have a strong EG, you really want a second German fleet, or at least a German fleet in the Baltic that can do convoy moves. This is exactly why, because otherwise it takes too long to reorient your armies.
That fleet might be rebuilt in Kiel, right?
That would be good if that's what they do.
That's a good point about needing an eastern fleet.
Need one over there, and then eventually you might need one defensively over there. To help defend things like Berlin and Prussia, just depending on the situation when you get down the road here.
I know, but things have been so kumbaya between Marcus and Siobhan. It wouldn't surprise me to not see the fleet get rebuilt. We're also assuming that she is able to open Kiel up for the rebuild, right? Yeah.
Well, she can open Kiel up by going to Denmark.
All right. The answer is does not go to Denmark, but does reopen Kiel for the build. And I'll just call it out here. That happens because Munich successfully gets into Silesia due to what must be some misordering from the AI. Let's see what happens over here.
They should have been able to bounce that.
So Bohemia supports
Warsaw.
Warsaw supports Munich to Silesia. Okay, excellent. Thank you. That was the piece we were missing.
So the Russians are siding with the EG at this point.
Yeah, interestingly, but also getting support from both Germany and Austria in Warsaw. So both, that's not a bad place to be if you're a two-center. Russia is getting supports from both sides. Elsewhere, we have another walking out of a dot here. Marcus walks out of Brest. Jackson retakes Trieste here while losing Ankara, so presumably those were agreed upon switches. This is an interesting sort of phase of the game here. It feels like this game is heading towards a bit of stasis, but it's an unstable stasis, right? You've got an 8-7-7-7. You might think that, especially given the players who have played earlier today, like Marcus and Jackson, they wouldn't be satisfied with that. Jackson might take it. I don't know. 80 is not a huge score. So, okay, for the builds, we get Army in Budapest and Army in Kiel. Jackson finally gets to deploy all of his units, and so he's now even. None in the bank. And Siobhan does put down an army here. Does not rebuild as a fleet. So,
Wow.
We've seen some interesting stuff here. Now we saw a France in the other game. Hunter doesn't build any armies, and now we see Siobhan and Germany with no fleets.
Actually getting rid of her last fleet. The one fleet she got stuck with.
Agreeing to.
I don't think I've ever seen that in my life. For the Germans to not have any fleets, and it just gives you. I mean, this almost looks like a game that's headed to a stalemate or something. There's so many support orders going on, just lack of movement of any kind. It's interesting.
It's hard to see a lot of movement from this point, isn't it? I mean, if the French fleets are working with England, which they kind of seemed to be, then they've got 3 fleets there to the 2 Italians, but there's no indication that France is comfortable enough to actually move those down into the Med. So yeah.
The problem here, though, is that where does Marcus go, right? Marcus has no growth opportunities except in the German centers.
Yeah, which makes you wonder why he walked out of Brest. Maybe he should have just stayed there.
Maybe.
Take the build rather than let Stefan build that army.
This maybe headed to some kind of weird stalemate, but that does not.
You could see them calling this game soon, right? Because
you could.
It's almost locked up at this point.
Well, let's push ahead and find out if they do. Here are the spring 1908 moves, and I'm just going to call these out and let you guys talk strategically because not a whole lot happens here. You got lots of supports in the middle of the board. You have Marcus moving a fleet into North Atlantic, which can't do anything other than support a unit that. There were 4 units on 4 enemy fleets on Mid-Atlantic, so that was needed to form a stalemate line there. And elsewhere, he gets this EG successfully gets armies into the entire northern side of the stalemate line. But this is a stalemate. We have now achieved what is sort of a full stalemate position given the apparent alliance structures. And, the question is, what's going to keep this game going? From your perspective, who would you think is most likely to break this stalemate?
There's not really any way for the Italians or the Austrians to hit each other in an effective manner. So it's not them. And obviously, Siobhan having no fleets can't do much except defend. So it's really only Marcus if he wants to.
And he should want to, because as it stands now, he's almost certainly this is the end of this event for him, right? Because that's right. Not going to be enough points to get him into the top 7.
Right. Marcus had 52 coming in here.
On the other hand, what time is it in England at this point? Maybe Marcus is literally like, I don't care about that top board anymore. I just need to get a couple of hours sleep before the sun comes up.
It is 6 o'clock. It is 6:15 in the morning. As we sit here right now,
or maybe the sun's already up.
But you got to remember that. You got to remember this took place several hours ago for them.
Yeah.
But still.
All right, let's find out what happens. And sorry, we had just seen spring. So here is fall of 1908, and we do have Marcus taking 2 dots.
But it's not
off of Germany. But one of them is with support. So Siobhan's army in Ruhr supported. So that is, I think, a message to us. DBN commentator Siobhan Nolan is telling us, she wants us to know that she meant that was okay. is this, this will be really interesting to find out, but that's really the only thing that happens in this game. Otherwise, in this turn, Italy and Austria reposition some units in ways that really aren't threatening to either one.
So that's enough to give Marcus the board top there, right?
This is enough to give Marcus the board top. And this is also Jackson's second game. So, he's probably not going to be willing to accept this as well. But this is an interesting way for this game to evolve, right? Siobhan, probably in her mind, maybe she's thinking, I'm not going to top, with the way this is going right now, I'm not going to top this board. And I can help my ally top the board. And maybe I think that losing those, what would be, I think, about 8 or 10 points, depending, I have to think about the math. But, maybe she thinks that that's not such a big loss to help an ally get the board top. And maybe stir things up.
Well, that's right. There's also the strategic thing, which is how does Jackson react to that? Jackson had the board top. With this move, he doesn't anymore. And as you say, this is Jackson's second game as well. So does this mean that then Jackson has to stab Ustak here?
I mean, stab to what end? He's not going to win that.
Yeah.
He doesn't have the position. So this might just be Jackson's just going to have to say, all right.
He might not have any choice. Yeah.
I just can't. I can't do anything better. Why do I keep playing with just a very slim chance of doing better than this?
Well,
there are players out there who will, as long as there's that very slim chance, they will be in there for it, right?
Yeah, those players are named Chris and Brand.
All right, before we move on to see what happens here, I just have to point out that from Marseille all the way through St. Petersburg, Sevastopol, there's a whole region in which there are no empty spaces. That have an army in every single one.
And every single one has a support order, including the fact that Warsaw currently has a defensive force of 6. So when the aliens invade and try to take Warsaw, there is a supporting force. No, I'm sorry. It is
7.
Wrong.
Yeah.
It is 7.
6 supports the whole.
Yeah. All right, let's push ahead here. We know there are going to be 2 sets of builds. So, an interesting problem here, though, as far as the stalemate line goes, is we don't have to spend a whole lot of time thinking about it, but there is a risk of losing the stalemate line from Siobhan's perspective. She has to pull 2 units here, maybe Marcus can get the armies down to help, but yeah, there's a chance that that they will lose what looks like a stalemate. And then, of course, the other question is how does the East react? Okay, so we get a fleet and an army from Marcus. The army, interestingly, is in Liverpool, and why not? Okay, and Siobhan pulls Ruhr and Prussia. So I have a bit of intel here that the first draw vote in this game takes place in the spring of 1909. And do you guys think that it passes?
Well, you said it was the first draw vote, so I'm going to say no.
I think it could well pass.
It should probably, but I don't. Maybe it didn't.
But before you do that, I would like to point out Jonathan's comments over there about Warsaw.
More like Pisa.
Yes.
Nice, very nice, Jonathan. Honorable mention in the comments there. Okay, let us. Is it time? Should we take a pause here and then come back?
After you,
so the draw vote doesn't pass, is what you're saying.
Yeah, after you tease the draw votes coming now.
I guess you got to see what happens with the draw vote. The answer is it does not pass.
So no one moves, but the draw vote doesn't pass.
That's right. Not even Marcus doesn't even move Liverpool and London.
Is this game still? This game's not still going on, right?
That's a good question, David Hood. I'm not going to tell you or the audience.
Fair. All right.
All right. Well,
I was just going to say if it's over, we might just speed through it and end it. But
did we finish all of the? I don't think we did see all of the players on this board yet.
No, I don't think we did.
Definitely not. We haven't seen Eustachio, for example.
I think we've only seen 2.
We haven't seen Siobhan.
All right, we got to see Siobhan. Let's do Siobhan
Jackson.
here. Here we go. Here is Siobhan Nolan, the 12th seed, showing a different do than we've seen her before on the DBN. Her playstyle is up tempo. How did Siobhan get here? She was the Cascadia 2020 champion. Seems like that tournament has had an outsized influence. It's come up a lot for the people that we've seen. The size of the target on her back, it has its own gravitational force. Seems to me she's been giving some extra pulls on that target. But all right, that is Siobhan giving us a look. We haven't seen Jackson Roberts. Here is Jackson. We saw him in the previous game. This is the first time we're seeing him. 13th seed, his playstyle is patient. How did Jackson get here? Strong result at Cascadia 2021. Non-diplomacy hobby, making music. Folks, he's a solo artist on and off the board. All right, that is Jackson Roberts. We have seen Morgante. We've seen Riaz. I think we just have... we do see Marcus?
I don't think so.
No, I think we only saw 2. So
here is Marcus Zelstra. His playstyle is soloist. How did Marcus get here? A strong showing at Nexus Season 4. Greatest accomplishment, youngest memest ever to reach the rank of captain in the Royal Navy. Marcus goes by the name of Captain Meme online and is a prolific diplomacy commentator. That's Max. That's Marcus. Here is Eustachio Rauli, shown in his dapper work outfit. Seed, the 25th seed. Playstyle is Alliance player. How did Eustachio get here? Strong performance at Nexus Season 5. Is he better than you at anything other than diplomacy? Yes. Eustachio is an expert level chess player. Face-to-face diplomacy experience, including virtual face-to-face 0. This is his first ever face-to-face game of any kind.
wow.
It is not, because I see a picture of Eddie Brisson, and Eddie has played a lot.
That's going to be really tough to be up against this kind of competition and to be suddenly thrown into those fast deadlines and yeah.
Yeah, and that may explain some of those seemingly questionable fleet moves.
I'm impressed though.
Yeah. All right. So Eustachio did not send me a picture. This is what happens when you don't. Thomas Mo did send me a picture, but I, for some reason, wasn't able to show it. All right. I do think that does it, though. I think we've seen everybody: Siobhan, Riaz, Morgante, Marcus, Jackson, and Eustachio. So back to the map. And all right, let's just move on ahead here. That is spring 1909. Nothing happens. Not even Marcus moving.
I mean, it's hard to see if you vote against the draw. Don't you then move something? But there's only one move order on that spring.
Yeah, you would think. All right.
Here we go.
Fall of 1909. There we go. Jackson takes Venice, presumably without permission.
Jackson's one of those people. If there's that slim chance, he's there.
Moves the armies around into Armenia. The only qualm one can have with this stab is that he does not leave Trieste open for a fleet build. Am I right?
Yes.
That's actually very fair.
I mean, that's maybe you feel like you don't have any choices here. What is this really going to get him? I said, we'll see.
There was another draw vote in fall of 1909.
Well, the other question, though, David, is it going to cost him anything?
Depends on what Eustachio does, obviously.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, if you're Jackson and you assume that your 104 points isn't going to be enough to make the top board, then yeah, it doesn't seem like you have anything to lose except for the fact that you've been playing diplomacy for 14 hours straight.
He's like 19.
But who doesn't love playing diplomacy for 14 hours? Like,
yeah.
He's like 19 years old. He does not care.
That's right. He can just do it. All right. So we've gotten the second stab in this game. Winter 1909 finds a fleet in Budapest. Just kidding. But we do have Eustachio pulling the army in Khan here rather than one of those Western units. So, could we be seeing, sort of dueling, let my ally top the board? All right,
that
and
opens up a whole lot of dots.
It does. It's worth saying that in the West, Marcus once again did not move his units. There doesn't really seem to be any good justification for that. All right, let's push ahead with this game a little bit and just see if it gets interesting. There was another draw vote in fall of 1909 that failed. And here we have spring 1910 orders. All right, I'm going to let you guys call us again because now we have a lot of activity. So David, why don't we start with you in the east?
Well, we have activity, but it involved the Austrians leaving Venice, leaving Trieste to go to Serbia, but taking Ankara and Cannes, while the Italians get off the line and go back towards their country. The Russians actually decide to move out of Peace-Saw into because, by God, if this game's going to break open, then Tom's coming back. By gosh, I don't know. It's still a little unclear to me exactly what's happening with Eustachio. Is he really trying to fight this or not? I'm going to argue no. I'm going to argue this is all some kind of elaborate thing where they're trying to get Marcus to stab Siobhan or something, so that it breaks the game open. But I guess we'll see.
I mean, but at this point, you know, is Marcus stabbing Siobhan even a stab? It's
true.
It's an open question.
Yeah.
Chris, tell us about what happens in the West. Got a nice convoy, it looks like.
Yeah, so those two units that you were complaining about Marcus keeping back home, they both move. The fleet goes to the North Sea. Don't use North, folks, or North. And the army in Liverpool does a two-fleet convoy down into Gascony, which... I mean, you've got to read that as trying to set up to take those French dots, right? Because you can't hand over any more German dots to England, so you need to get dots from somewhere else, which means the French and the Russian dots presumably are the possible target there. The other move there is Sweden to Norway, which again indicates that army is heading down into Russia, probably. It could potentially be convoyed over into France as well, though. So it's interesting that moving to Norway could be going either direction.
All right, let's find out. Here we have fall of 1911, and
or it could be going to Holland.
Oh goodness! And all right, so I'm going to call this out and let you guys do more strategic analysis. We've got Marcus picking up Paris and Holland. We have Siobhan seemingly not caring by advancing her armies eastward into Bohemia and dropping Kiel to Munich. The most curious thing to me here is Jackson walking out of one of the Italian dots, while he also loses Venice, and that was guaranteed by the way he moved in the spring. So the AI stays even, but they fall further behind Marcus here. So what? Yeah. Why isn't... Yeah, sorry, go ahead. What do you guys think of this?
I think the key move is Burgundy in that last one. Because Burgundy supported Gascony to Marseille, but Gascony went to Paris. So I think this is actually a stab by Marcus at this point. I think the agreed plan was that they would try and take those French dots, and Marcus looked at it and was like, those French dots don't actually go because Italy's going to support them. So he decided that he still needed the dots, and decided that the only way to do it was to actually take German dots instead. And hence the fleet heading back the other way as well sort of supports that as well.
If you're Siobhan, I mean, you can't really blame Marcus for this, right?
No.
No, and she didn't see it. She didn't see it coming though, because she still moved away from him.
Yeah, she might even respect it more for that, actually. Okay, so now I have to wonder, like, what's going to keep Marcus from topping this board, and it's hard for me to see it. So we get two more armies coming down from Liverpool and Edinburgh. Siobhan pulls the two eastern armies, which might suggest that she's a little miffed.
She's going to fight, yeah.
Yeah, maybe now wants to fight for survival. Okay, and it looks like she can get back into the three home centers, guaranteed if she wants to. All right, the answer is moving forward. All right, I'll turn this back over to you guys. Chris, why don't let's do north and south. Chris, you do the northern units, and then David will do the south.
So nothing in Russia. Still got the English units supporting Russia there. The fleet North Sea comes up to Denmark. I would expect that to head over to Baltic, because you want that extra unit over there to bring to bear on Kiel and Berlin. Bouncing Kiel, that's good for Marcus more than anything because it keeps that German unit back there, keeping Kiel empty. Siobhan manages to push Munich up into Ruhr. Marcus here has got the old English problem that you've got all those fleets along the coast and you really want the armies there because you need to move inland. That fleet, Belgium, can't go to Ruhr. So the other two fleets have got to get over into the mainland as quickly as possible. So we'll see the Wales convoyed into Picardy and Yorkshire convoyed to Denmark, I would guess, in the fall.
You know, it's funny, like Marcus actually managed to get 4 armies convoyed over, and it still feels like they're, you know, he doesn't have enough armies over there.
Well, that's because the 2 in the east aren't really part of it, right?
Right.
So he's really got one in Paris, which is a little too far away, and one in Holland, which is the one that can actually help.
All right, and then so in the south, David, sorry, I'll show you thunder here. I mean, it's just Jackson, getting games mixed up, just advancing his units to the north, yeah?
Well, that and the Italians going east with their fleets, and the Austrians trying to set up to take Warsaw. I mean, it's hard to see how this Jackson moving his units away from Italian centers is actually going to ever give him the board top. Answer, it won't.
Yeah, I mean, the only thing I can think of is that he and Russia are thinking that, you know, if we can get an army into Prussia here, then they can push, you know, they can try to pop Livonia. It's a harebrained scheme. I'm with you. I think Jackson needs to be taking Ankara, Smyrna.
This is a race at this point. It's a race between Austria and
He's running the wrong
England,
direction.
and Austria's deciding not to run or to go do it as a 3-legged race instead of a.
He's racing away from the finish line.
Yeah.
All right, here is how Fall of 1911 starts. David, why don't you just read out the whole board for us?
Okay, well, he doesn't take a shot at Warsaw, and the Italians go back. I meant to say this earlier, Morgante. I forgot he was playing in this game. Look, he's actually doing things. He's actually supporting himself to the mouth to block Marcus Morgante cutting back in the game. The English do need to convoy more armies, so they put one in Belgium. Baltic Sea is a great position. You know how all of this is possible because Siobhan didn't ever have a fleet over there to yeah. But otherwise, I'd say this is just more positioning for Marcus to eventually pad his board top numbers. Because otherwise, you got a lot of. That's really the only way to look at it.
It's a good turn for Marcus, isn't it? Getting that fleet or that army into Belgium.
But he could have got both armies over.
Yeah, but getting that.
Oh,
fleet,
but then he has to combat. He's worried about Mid-Atlantic as well.
Yeah, I feel it's another bonus getting that fleet further over towards Mid-Atlantic here. Okay, let's keep on going here. Spring of 1912. So there were no builds. Chris, why don't you call out moves for us here?
Yeah, so those armies are still heading towards Germany. The last one gets off out of England and into Denmark. Interestingly, the armies are coming back from Russia now. This kind of makes sense because Marcus had obviously decided that he wasn't even going to try for Warsaw or Moscow. So having 2 armies set over there is pointless. Have one in St. Petersburg, that's plenty. So now he's got another army that he can get over into Germany, hopefully. He doesn't actually make any progress into Kiel yet, but that's kind of expected. So, but once he's got the army in Denmark, he can push a fleet up into Heligoland, and it's only a matter of time until those German dots start to fall. Interestingly,
Holland actually does get into Kiel here. It's a little hard. It's a little hard to see. Yeah.
Okay. There's red arrows and black arrows. I guess the black arrows are underneath the red arrows. Okay.
Yeah.
Interesting that Siobhan left both Berlin and Munich open. She's going all out against Marcus. Like doesn't care if Italy and Austria decide to walk into those dots. Which it's totally understandable.
Okay, so that's spring of 1912. David, let's have fall of 1912 from you.
Italians take Munich because that's, they went back into Tyrolia, Bohemia, and now they're taking Munich. I meant to say earlier, the last turn, there were 3 different powers who did supported attacks on the Mao. Now it's simply a combined support into Mao.
Yeah, because Marcus brought that other fleet up into Brest.
Yeah, Marcus, yeah, exactly. So now they had to do it that way. But otherwise, the Austrians were going to take the 2 Russian centers because England left and couldn't help defend them anymore. So that's what happened there. But I still think as a matter of racing, great. Jackson took those 2 Russian centers. But Marcus is racing faster in the long run.
Let's give
Russians get into Berlin. I missed that. Russians get into Berlin.
Let's give the Italians. I mean, oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, the Russians get into Berlin. Let's give Jackson some credit here for picking up 2 dots and opening Vienna up for a build. So we've given him some guff for that. Let us thank Siobhan Nolan for playing today.
Wow.
And we look forward to seeing you again next weekend. We're going to pause on this game here because there's sort of a lot going on here, and this one suddenly, even though it felt like it was locked up, could go on for a while now.
I'm glad that it did not end. Yeah. I'm glad that they figured out a way to make it more dynamic. That's obviously more fun for them and for us.
Yep. Even if it's keeping us up later than we might have expected.
Yeah.
That's what we're here for, right?
That's it.
All right. We are going to head back over to John Boardman. And this is where we left things. We had just seen the fall of 1908. This is the Pharyngianus Turkey goes down board. And let's see, what had just happened here? This is the turn where Hunter had walked out of Liverpool. And Peter, the headliner here was that Peter had made a huge move on Karthik. Karthik way out of position. When we left here, you guys, your picks were Marcus for... is it?
No, that's the other board.
Yes. Okay. Thank you. David, you had switched from Karthik to Peter after this turn, and Chris had stayed with Hunter, having switched from Peter to Hunter in 1906. All right. Let us check out the builds. Let's see what Peter decides to put down with his +2 and see what Karthik decides to remove. I mean, I have to say, like, given the stuff we've seen tonight, would it be that surprising if Karthik pulled Tyrolia and Armenia? I don't know. Russia and Armenia. Pull of Armenia is still a big deal, is it not?
Yes. Because you want to go to the Black Sea and do all kinds of shenanigans.
Huh.
It makes Peter's life a lot easier, that's for sure.
Peter interestingly puts down 2 armies here. That surprises me.
I was wondering if you might put a second army. I mean, you obviously build 1 army. The second one, you could argue for a fleet, but I mean, ultimately, if he wants the Austrian dots, they're mostly inland at this point, right?
Yeah, but first of all, I mean, 2 things. Well, first of all, David, what are your thoughts on the army?
There's 4 French fleets coming, and maybe he thinks diplomatically he can change that back around.
But he has got 4 fleets as well. They're just not where he needs them to be at the moment.
Take him a while to get there. So I don't know about that. I would have built. I think I would have built a fleet.
I think I would as well. To be fair, I think I would as well. But I don't think this is completely ridiculous. Particularly as it's Peter.
How are you going to get that army into play? And you can use the fleet right away to at least slow down.
Yep.
But Peter, there's going to be a guess here, right? Over Tunis. Is Tyrrhenian Sea going to be supported into Tunis? In which case, Western Med should support Tunis. Or is it going to do something else? In which case, you use all 3 to get in there. So maybe Peter, thinks enough of his rock paper scissors skills, and certainly there's a wealth of evidence that he's justified in doing so. Karthik's Pole of Armenia suddenly looks more sage to me, more sagacious. Now, it frees up Peter to send those fleets west and fight against France rather than just try to take all of his dots. That I'm saying it's an argument. Whether it's a good one or not is a separate question. Okay,
it's a diplomatic disband.
Yeah,
and maybe that's right. Maybe that's a smart move. We'll see.
All right, let's find out. I think I need to switch you guys again, don't I? David, you were in the west on this one, and here we have spring of 1909. David, start with you. Tell us what happens up north and the west.
Matthew's coming back with his guys. I guess that makes sense because they're going to still try to put up some kind of defense. Hunter pulled out of Liverpool, but he sure didn't leave. So I'm not sure how long I'm not sure what he's trying to get out of that, I guess is what I'm going to say. Because Matthew's not going to put up with that. I mean, he did still go to London. So I'm, maybe he was trying to convince England to use those units in French's, in French service as Janissaries. But otherwise, I'm not totally sure what the point was of pulling back and doing all that. If you're just getting England time to get units back to help defend.
It's confusing.
The really puzzling thing to me also is Lyon and Tunis and Western Med not doing anything. I guess again, this is diplomatic, I'm sure. I won't do anything. You go what you were going to go do. You go be you, Peter, and go kill Austrian stuff. I guess.
It's a very patient, maybe too patient play. Chris, so we found out what that army in Rome was for.
Yeah, the long convoy across to Greece, which is, I mean, he could have built it in Naples, but no, it had to be in Rome and then convoy across 2 fleets rather than just 1 fleet. So thanks, Peter. That's much more fun. So we appreciate it. Yeah, Greece goes up to Serbia, which was guaranteed. Carthage pulls everything back, basically. I mean, he basically had to move to Vienna, Budapest, Romania, and Armenia if he wants to try and hold those units against Peter, and that's what he does. Silesia could follow up into one of the two. Doesn't, that's a guess, basically. He happened to pick the wrong one, but oh well. Yeah, the interesting one to me is Smyrna coming back to Aegean, which does imply that fleet is going to be defensive, and Bulgaria goes to Constantinople. Probably heading to the Black Sea, I'm guessing, but who knows? It's hard to tell. I mean, that would depend to some extent on what Carthage's moves are. And the alternative thing Carthage could have done here is to try and sort of stall Peter as much as possible and take the Russians so that you can build back home. But I don't know whether that was practical because, in particular, I mean, Serbia's gone for sure. So I think this is probably the right move on Carthage's part.
He had his chances to take Russian centers. He clearly did not ever want to do that.
Yep.
Wouldn't you way rather have Fleet Black Sea right now instead of Army Silesia?
Yeah. Yes. Yes, 1,000 times yes. The other move here that stands out is Piedmont to Tuscany.
Oh, yes. I saw that one and then got caught up in the green.
But again, if you're going to do that, why not also hit Tyrrhenian Sea? There's just no, take your swing here. Lyon to Tyrrhenian Sea with Tunisport. Just no reason not to do it. You'd be actually guaranteed. No, you wouldn't be guaranteed anything. I don't know. Who cares? All right, let's move on. Fall of 1909. And the answer, there's a lot of black arrows here. Let's start in the north with David.
Well, he does. The French do take Liverpool now. And they convoy to Wales, which is kind of cool. But the German, the resurgent Anglo-Saxon alliance takes Holland. So that's interesting. I mean, it's almost like, why, Hunter, did you let Matthew live long enough to be able to convoy back to Edinburgh and all this stuff?
Huge.
Take Liverpool last year.
This game is hilarious.
He could have had an army up there by now, right? He could have been a French army going into Edinburgh rather than an English army.
The Germans are in Burgundy.
Yeah, the Germans are in Burgundy. Paris is completely, and Marseille. Germans can easily get another army. This is awful for.
I mean, that's why you've got your foot on the, I don't want to use that metaphor anymore. You've got the guy by the kahunas. Take something, do it. Don't back off. If you're going to back off,
that's better than the foot metaphor.
Well, I didn't want to. No, I'll tell you later why. I need to get rid of that metaphor, but that I was going to say because now it is such a sad thing to think about. But the goodness gracious, Hunter, you got to follow through. And Hunter knows this. He's sitting over there thinking, why did I do this? And he gets into Tyrrhenian, but guess what? You should have already been in Tyrrhenian. Yep. From last year. The opportunities that have been missed in this game for players who are very good players, again, except for Peter, who has not missed any opportunities so far. By the way, building again.
Building again, and look at that line. I mean, his units now form this delightful circle. You know, he's got a French problem, but I think he can actually hold them off now with a build in Naples of any sort, and the French are stalemated unless they can get a unit into Piedmont.
And the French have to leave. The French have to run away.
Yeah.
The French have a French problem.
The French have to try and recapture Marseille in the fall and things like that, right?
I feel like France's position is completely destroyed now.
I think he did it to himself.
Yeah. Just waited, just too patient. All right, so we get an army in Naples. We get Silesia finally going. Yeah. Okay. So we can move quickly here because it kind of, unless Peter screws up, it feels like it's Peter's game to lose. So we do see all of those French units just moving further west. Amazingly, Tommy Anderson, who I think has had the most ping pong game we can recall, simply abandons his position and goes back.
Wow.
Goes back to Silesia.
These people are driving me insane.
What is wrong with these people?
Wow. What is in Silesia that is tastier than Paris? Nothing.
He's been there like four different times. He's gone to Silesia.
I mean, I can understand passing up on Marseille, but you don't pass up on Paris in that situation. Actually, I did do that. I did that once, but I regretted it ever since. I still regret it.
He is, however, getting Holland, which he gets with support from the French, and. You know
Tommy,
we're very disappointed in you, Tommy.
Tommy, you really thought throwing in with the French here made more sense than staying with the English? Come on, man.
Hey, look. So he's got Sweden as well. So he's going to get 2 builds here. The problem is, I don't know if he has any path to the board top, but he does need France and Italy to be fighting each other if he has any chance at the board top. So. From that perspective, it makes strategic sense. The problem is France's now path to the board top is now reopened because England should fall fairly quickly, and Hunter doesn't have to worry about his home centers anymore. The problem is he's moved all of his fleets west from the south, and he at least wants them down there. But maybe he realized that he wasn't going to get anything, and so he still needs to protect Tunis, though. Okay. Elsewhere, we have Peter doing the slow advance, taking Romania here, and that's kind of about it. Warsaw plops down into Galicia, funnily enough, presumably to make a retreat right back to Warsaw. And the answer is yes. Beautiful. Ben Kelman gets supported into Sevastopol by Peter Macnamara. Ben Kelman is getting a build. Tommy Anderson
walks out of the other 2 dots he was in.
How about just let it speak for itself?
I like to point out he is at least back in Burgundy.
I said let it speak. Just let it speak for itself. The viewers now can see it for themselves that there is a way to play diplomacy where you simply do moves, but you don't actually try to capture anything.
I need a drink.
It's time to put things in our mouth.
The English took London back, by the way.
So France didn't even get a build out of this. Jesus Christ, what is this game? Excuse me.
No, here's the answer. Here's the answer. This game is Peter Macnamara.
Yeah. I mean,
Peter's just doing his thing. He's just steadily taking those Austrian dots while the rest of them are just messing around over there. It's like
Tommy Anderson.
And you can see it on the graph, right?
And we'll see it some more here. Yeah, this is a steady rise at this point. Yeah, now Peter's in position just to finish off Karthik. Ben Kelman gets a vanity build. Well done, Ben Kelman. Peter Macnamara built another army in Rome. Can't convoy it yet. And Karthik says goodbye to armies Tyrolia and Armenia. Tommy Anderson is doing the hokey pokey. Thank you, David Maletsky. All right, let's keep on going here. This game now is showing us what it really is. Karthik is moving out of his centers, allowing Peter to get into them, presumably now trying to just find refuge in Peace Saw. And elsewhere, Burgundy now goes to Paris. I have to say, right, this is the sort of game that can produce 18, right?
Yeah.
And
I will believe that he keeps Paris. Okay. I was going to say I'll believe it when I see it in a falter.
You've
We're
now,
not believing any of these units in centers in the spring anymore. We're not falling for that anymore.
He took Holland, though. He took Holland and he took Paris.
And he took Munich.
We already owned a Munich because it's. He lost Silesia, though. He does not own Silesia.
What is he going to do?
Given Peter's game, it's probably reasonable to cover Munich there. I don't see Peter going for it, but equally, it's Peter. It doesn't hurt to be cautious there, right?
Meanwhile, Hunter Catcher goes to North Africa because why the fuck not? Peter is now getting in position to go for 18. Karthik is sitting on 1 dot, Ankara, with an army in Bohemia. Presumably, he'll keep that one. England is dropping. All right, let's just keep on going here. So congratulations to Tommy Anderson for finally building. Let's just take a minute to appreciate his water trough center chart. Meanwhile, we have Peter Macnamara on a meteoric rise to the top. Only question now is how big the board, does he get 18? And he is going to get 18. He is now in Spain across the line. And he picks up Warsaw. We have Tommy Anderson, for some reason, going to Galicia, making a passing effort to try to, or maybe he's going to go to Galicia in order to go back to Silesia. Just a guess. Just a guess. We have France moving all of the units further west, and we have. I think this is it. Is this it? 1, 2, 3, 4.
5.
No, I think he's going to.
No,
he's got Tunis.
He hasn't got the Russian. Oh yeah, he's got
Tunis. He's got Tunis. This is it.
Yeah.
That's
enough
right there.
Wow.
Did not see that coming. Did not see that coming.
As you said, this is the kind of game that causes that because you've got so much friction and frustration and so forth between the other players that's what this leads to. But that's exactly, Peter knows that. Peter knows how to use that. Peter probably fermented some of it. Peter knows what he's doing. Way to go, Peter Macnamara. And the rest of you guys, come on.
And Peter had that good relationship with Hunter a lot of the time. Even though they were fighting on and off, there was a lot of times when they weren't fighting. And that's why Hunter's like, yeah, sure, you take my dots. That's fine. Or it's a contributor. It's not the only reason, but it's a contributing factor for sure.
Probably one of the bigger frustrating things, Karthik's looking at this game, the 2 Russian centers he should have taken a long time ago. Those guys survived, and he did not.
Yep.
That's so frustrating.
But he is in Silesia.
Way to go, Ben Kelman. You survived this game for a good reason, and good for you.
So, okay, this is, I think, one of the weirder solos that we've seen. And we've seen, I mean, all solos seem to be weird. Ed's was strange in its own way.
Not every single solo we've seen has been weird.
Yeah, fair. Why is this one especially weird? Yeah, help me out here. I mean, Peter goes, he goes from 10 to 18 in 2 years, from 6 to 18 in 4 years.
Because nobody wanted him not to.
Yeah, nobody. That's the point where you need that concerted effort of everyone else on the board saying, okay, we don't want to lose to a solo. We need to stop it. And it wasn't here. They were much more interested in fighting each other.
But, again, I've said this many times on these streams. This is not a tactical game fest night. The game is called diplomacy. And it involves human interaction and psychological things. And Peter was able to take advantage of that. The other players fell victim to that. That's how sometimes solos happen, is because it's a psychological game. It's not a chess game.
Chris, is this a good result? Is this the right result, I should say?
I think given the play in the last, 4 years, something like that, I think this is a perfectly reasonable result.
All right, I think we can congratulate Peter Macnamara on qualifying for the Invitational top board. And I think we can also say thanks for playing, Tommy and Ben Kelman. Very unlikely that they will qualify. Not mathematically eliminated yet, but likely to be. This is a fascinating result. You know, in a tournament with only 8 games played between you know, some of the best players in the world, I am surprised, I'll be honest, to see a solo. I would not. You know, it may seem obvious in retrospect, given various incentives and stuff. I don't know. That remains to be seen. But yeah, I'll say I'm surprised that in the 3rd game to finish, it's a solo.
You know, I want to say one quick other thing about Matthew Krill. Got 40 points in this game. He probably should have gotten 0. He probably should have been knocked out of this game, and that's almost certainly due to him playing nicely there at the end. So
I'm sorry, these scores aren't showing properly. This is Peter Macnamara gets 340 points, and the rest get.
You're right. They get 0 into your system. I'm sorry.
They get 0.
Right. You're totally right. Sorry, I misremembered that. But, you know, as I said earlier, the reason why this happened is because the other players didn't care, which is often a way that you win diplomacy games, is to make it so that nobody really cares. Nobody minds if you win. In unlimited game time games, I mean.
And he is, and he did that successfully. So congratulations to Peter. You have one more thing to add, Chris?
Yeah, I was just going to say, in particular, in this game, there was probably some people who were in a position where it was like, well, if I'm going to die anyway, I'd rather die to a solo than just be ground out by someone else. You could totally see Hunter being in that position, right?
And that's diplomacy, right?
Mm-hmm.
That is this game. Okay, we're going to try to get Peter Macnamara on the line so we can give him a little interview. He is, you know, it's midday for him, or afternoon, I think. I don't even know. It might even be early evening. My God, I have no idea. Let's head on back over to the other game, which we left in the fall of 1912. And let's see, when we left this, there was fun times happening. Let's see. This is where, so Marcus seemingly had gotten control of this game. And Jackson finally took the Russian dots. He and Eustachio have had some tender moments, shall we say, seem to have worked things out. And we were speculating that this should be a race between Jackson and Marcus, but it was a race that Marcus appeared to be winning comfortably. So that is where we left things in fall of 1912. And we also have Siobhan. And Siobhan had left us. That's right. This was Siobhan's swan song, this moment in the game. All right, we have builds. We have Marcus popping down 1. We have Jackson putting down 2, and Eustachio is also getting 1. And here are the builds they made. Marcus drops another army, and Jackson puts down 2 armies. Eustachio, for his part, puts down an army. All right, let's pop into. And so it is only 12-11. So if we're talking about this as a race, you know, Jackson's only behind by 1. Does it look so clear to you guys now that Marcus has the edge on this? Or with the board, seeing the units on the board, do you want to reconsider? David?
Well, I think, as I said earlier, it really depends on what Eustachio does. I think if he wants to prevent Jackson from racing, then he can do something about it. But otherwise, I agree. I think Jackson's position is better than I was anticipating it being earlier.
Yeah, I mean, Jackson's got Ankara and Smyrna, right? If he wants to go and take those, he can.
Yeah.
Which is 2 dots. And what does Marcus have? He has Berlin, probably.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, the key is
it's going to be interesting.
The key is Morgante still being around, still being able to keep the English from making any progress, you know, in that part of the board.
All right, let's have a look at spring of 1913, see how this starts to play out. David, why don't you do the whole board here?
All right, either that or Cyrus will do it. All right. Yeah.
I think we know which one's going to do it now.
Right. All right. Well, you know, England actually does take the Mid-Atlantic. Isn't that interesting? because the Italians took Marseille. Something we were expecting them to do about 2 or 3 game years ago, they're finally doing, which is taking out Morgante. The English, instead of taking Berlin now, actually convoy to Prussia, which is an interesting positional move. Remember, he's the one that put the Russians into Berlin to begin with. So he maybe thinks, well, I've got that puppet. I'm going to use that puppet army because I'm England. I need armies. So I'll just.
There's no point in taking that. There's no point in taking that dot as long as that army is going to help you. You can take it anytime.
It's basically an English army for now. Austrians, of course, move up to Livonia and so forth, but otherwise not anything surprising on the board that I see.
And it's worth saying that a survival here for Tom is not insignificant. So, it's not a huge score, but it gets you about half of an average score. So he has incentive to help out here if it gets him a survival. Okay, and so now it looks like Marcus has successfully gotten lots of armies on the line, and let's push forward and see. I'm
going to step away 1 second. I'll be right back.
Yeah, sure.
The question here is whether Marcus can convert all those units into dots, because he's kind of up against the stalemate line here pretty much.
Let's take a moment and try to consider it then. Austria's got a lot of dots as well. So question is, can Marcus take advantage of the strife, the newfound strife between Italy and France to somehow move forward?
Yeah.
And it's hard to see how, isn't it?
It is hard to see. Yeah. I mean, you can. The way that looks like it's going to end up is that Italy is going to end up in Spain, and Morgante is going to be still in Portugal, because Portugal's that ridiculous place on the board that shouldn't exist really.
Munich should fall here, though. Yeah, if Russia is really working with England.
Yes, that's true. Munich should fall.
And Marcus's problem is that the army in Holland would be better off in Belgium. I think, yeah, so that it could drop down into Burgundy. But Marseille's not going to go up to Burgundy here. It'd be surprising if it did. All right. Well, let's have a look-see, shall we? And the answer is Russia gets Munich. Dig it. It's a great place for Russia to be at this point, isn't it? If survival is the main goal, yeah. And Marcus gets Berlin and pulls the unit back to the stalemate line, which is probably where it's better served, because I think it would get popped if it stayed in Prussia. So this is a nice set of tactical moves, actually. Now that we're seeing it. So here's a fascinating thing that Marseille falls, but it wasn't protected. Eustachio took a tactical risk here, and he risked Marseille. So Marseille would have been vulnerable if Morgante had supported Spain into it. He would have retaken Spain. But in order to keep Spain, Morgante would have had to support Marcus from mid-Atlantic into Spain from Portugal, and that would have bounced Leon and West. And maybe that would have been a bridge too far for the two of them, since they haven't gotten along all that well this time. So this is a game where, again, I'm wondering, what's going to keep it going. And I'll ask you guys this. So now we have Marcus opening up a 2-dot lead. Why shouldn't this game end here?
Because the Austrians could still take Ankara, Smyrna, maybe with even Italian acquiescence, under the theory that, I want my guy to win instead of the other guy's guy to win.
If you're Jackson, you don't take a draw at this point.
Because you have Ankara and Smyrna.
Because you've got two dots in your back pocket, right?
And so that would, at this point, get you a tie. And the question is, can you get more of those Italian dots without England, flooding the Mediterranean with fleets, and also picking up Spain and Portugal, right? This is a case where I wonder if you're Marcus and Jackson, do you start talking about a shared board top? Because that's a way to get you both close to the top board, maybe not guarantee it. On the other hand, a 14 or 15 center board top alone will definitely get you into the top board at this point. Give pluses because they both have a survival, I think, from the first game. Is that true to Jackson, or is it just Marcus? Here we go. Marcus had a 52-point survival, and Jackson had a 28-point survival. So Marcus has a slight edge here, but both of those still work. All right. Okay, so let us check out some winter builds. And okay, here we go. We've got an army from Marcus. Morgante pulls his army, which sort of makes sense. And let's see, elsewhere we have Eustachio putting down an army, which, yeah, I mean, that pretty much says, it's okay, Jackson, I understand. Okay, so who would you want to be? Would you rather be Jackson in this case or Marcus?
Probably Marcus, I would say. Because in order for Jackson to for Jackson to be able to do something here, he's got to get Eustachio to just give it to him.
Yeah.
Maybe that'll happen. Maybe that'll happen.
Yeah.
But Marcus can still maybe take out Munich himself and take that if he needs to. I mean, who knows? Depends a lot, obviously, what the Italians do. But
I mean, Marcus really just needs to sit here and, you know, not forget to order a support that he needs to. Whereas Jackson actually needs to change something, right? He needs to manage to take 2 dots without destabilizing anything and letting either Marcus gain more or ending up having to fight in the south. So,
I mean,
yeah, Marcus has got to be in a better position.
You send a diplomatic embassy to the Italians to say, the only thing that can happen here differently is if you let Jackson take a bunch of your stuff. Why would you do that? You're giving up points. You've got a second round to come.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, and Marcus needs to get units forward, right? He needs to get an army in Gascony, or I mean, we agreed that he needed to probably should give up on Prussia, Livonia, but certainly Gascony needs to be filled in here. All right, let's. We are going to have Peter Macnamara. We've gotten him back on the line, and so we're going to get him in a little bit. But for the moment, let us have a look at 1914. So spring 1914 moves. Here we go. David, I'll have you call these out. Oh, wow. That's a big deal.
Yeah. Takes Western Med, does the English fleet, because the Italians are moving east again. That's why, because the Italians are moving away.
They're even abandoning Marseille.
Moving out of Marseille, moving out of Tyrolia.
Back and forth.
Moving back into a turtle position. So maybe Marcus's diplomacy has had something to do with this, maybe not. Maybe Eustachio has just decided to change tack. But this is going to give Marcus the board top. There's no question about it.
It's hard to see how it doesn't. Yeah. In fact, now we're talking possible 18 again, right? Like this again is how 18 happens.
There is a fleet from the west across the Sterling line.
I see 17 straight away because there's Portugal, Spain, Marseille, and Munich, right? We only need one more after that.
Munich may actually be the harder one if if Jackson can keep those armies on the line. So it might come down to getting Tunis and then one of Naples or Rome.
Yeah, that's true.
I've been saying this for its last several game years. This whole end game depends on what Eustachio does, and here's what he does.
It's hard to understand why at this moment, right?
Why would you? I mean, yes, all you're doing is giving up points again.
And I have to say, well done reading this by Marcus. This, because the support into West, this is done without Brest being supported into Mid-Atlantic. So it's if he wasn't sure about what France might do, this is there was some risk here. Okay. I kind of wonder if Marcus actually had talked Eustachio into doing this, or at least knew that Eustachio was going to do this. Maybe Eustachio was just angry at this point and said, I'm going to do this. And Marcus was like, okay, well, I'm going to follow.
But angry at what?
He had to know. He had to know that Eustachio wasn't going to support into Mid-Atlantic because that's just huge if that goes, right? You don't risk that unless you're really comfortable that it's not happening.
What could Eustachio be doing here except trying to? Is he somehow trying to get a second place away from Jackson, which he can't do?
But again, why would he do it at this point? I mean, he's clearly accepted that these eastern dots can be Jackson's anytime he wants.
really odd.
Yeah, it is really odd. So, interestingly, Wes is displaced here, and he pulls it rather than retreats to Lyon. So that's another indication that something's really shifted for him, and he's willing to give up position to Marcus.
Maybe this was Jackson telling him, okay, look, I really have to take those 2 dots in Turkey because I need them to top the board, and him just saying, no, I don't want that. That's not acceptable to me. And then telling Marcus, because why would you not tell Marcus at that point, right?
Yeah.
So if you're Jackson, so then Jackson's mistake is telling Eustachio in that case, right? Not reading that Eustachio would blow the gasket like this.
I'm speculating, obviously, but that's certainly something that I've seen happen in other games.
Yeah, if that were the case, then that would be the mistake. All right, I'll just call this out. We now have, this is delicious. We have Morgante being the one to advance into the Western Med, while Marcus takes Spain behind him. Presumably, this was not agreed upon because Portugal moves to Spain, and Spain is taken with a supported move from Gascony. So, this is an interesting moment here on Marcus's part because he takes a dot off of Morgante and not off of Eustachio. He could have taken Marseille here. So I think this is more clear evidence that that Marcus has developed a relationship with Eustachio that is bearing fruit now.
I'm sure Morgante was expecting that he would be taking Marseille.
Yeah, you would have to think so. Jackson in the east does take Ankara and Smyrna and self-bounces in Trieste to open that up for a fleet build. A bit late for this one, though. This is something we talked about this, I think, much earlier in the game. I don't remember what year. But that's something that could have happened quite a while ago. All right, here's how the center counts change. We have Jackson gaining 1 on Marcus, even though Marcus rises 1. So they're separated by just 1, but boy, it doesn't feel like they're neck and neck, does it?
That's because they're not really.
Yeah. I mean, Jackson is not.
Jackson just used the builds that he had in hand, the dots that he had sat waiting to be taken, whereas Marcus has still got his waiting.
Yep. Yeah, Marcus has 2 more in pocket whenever he wants, and then there's Tunis and whether he can get Rome or Naples, right?
Yeah.
Okay, this game is still going on, and we have almost caught up to it. So we've been managing this time behind the scenes, thanks to Kevin and Zach for feeding me some info, and we are going to take a break from this game and bring on to the stream at least first soloist tonight, Peter Macnamara. Peter, welcome to the stream.
Hello, thank you for having me.
And congratulations on the big result tonight.
Thank you. I got lucky.
It didn't look like that to us. What makes you say you got lucky, other than the appearance of humility?
Other than modesty. Well, there are things that people could have always done to change things up. I was lucky that Kartik didn't take Moscow and Warsaw, for instance.
Can you give us some insight into why that happened? It seemed he had multiple chances, 2 years that he passed up.
I think you have to ask him, because we had a conversation about it one turn, and I said, if you're taking Moscow and Warsaw, I should take Greece to be even, or to be more even. And then he told me that he was not taking Moscow and Warsaw, and that I shouldn't take Greece.
And that was the year you took Greece and
I don't know why he didn't take Moscow and Warsaw, because there's nothing I would have done about it.
So that really puzzled me.
That sort of thing made it easier for me to stab.
Yeah.
I think we're looking at the first time he had a chance, not the turn, like 1907.
Yeah, that was the first time, but you didn't stab in fall of 1907, although you did move Aegean to Constantinople somewhat interestingly.
Somewhat interestingly, yes.
What was the purpose behind that? Tell us.
I think that was me being careful of Kartik going to take Trieste, Warsaw, and Moscow without telling me and getting big. And that gives me some play on the black if he does that.
So you thought he might take Warsaw and Moscow here, and were surprised, like the rest of us, that he didn't?
I kind of believed him when he didn't, when he said he wasn't going to, but I was still hedging my bets in case he did.
And what made you decide not to stab here?
I did actually think about it this turn, but it was a combination of some belief that Kartik was not going to attack me, Hunter still being in the Turnian Sea, despite my attempts to get him to move away, and the fact that it would require a fleet Greece and a fleet Bulgaria, which is awful.
All right, well, you did manage quite an impressive feat here in getting Hunter to move out of the Tyrrhenian Sea. How did you do that?
I felt like I couldn't get anywhere with Hunter all game. It was I kept trying to tell him to just like back off and go like take lots of centers in the north and you'll be good. But here I think we were talking about if you move out of the Tyrrhenian Sea, I will stab Austria. Was a concrete proposal that was put on the table.
And he wanted that. He actually wanted you to stab Austria.
Well, Austria and I had been in an alliance for the whole game, so naturally you want that to break.
All right, and then you finally do stab Austria, and you get devastating position. You get the army over there. All of Karthik's armies are stuck in the north. Talk us through what you were thinking here.
This is just like I have a chance to get big here, and this is also maybe my last chance. I don't know. So we're going to roll the dice and see what happens.
And so, what happened after this with Karthik? Was he angry with you? Did he understand why you did it? Was he confused?
I think he understood. Well, you have to ask him. I think he understood why I did it. He kept defending as well as he could against me until Ben decided to take Sevastopol.
Decided to take it. I like how you say that, as if he didn't get support from your unit in Romania. So that's several years later.
Well, it was also his choice.
Yeah. So again here, this is another turn where it seemed like you worked some diplomatic magic with Hunter. Hunter's units here, he's got 2 that are unused, Lyon and Tunis, that could have taken Tyrrhenian Sea and slowed, not only got position for him, but slowed you down even more. What was this negotiated on your part?
No, this keeping of Tyrrhenian Sea was not negotiated.
But you must have thought you would get away with it because you ordered this convoy through Tyrrhenian Sea.
I thought there was some chance I would get away with it, and that if I didn't get away with it, I would have the army back in Rome to defend against Hunter.
Got it.
So it was like a win-win situation.
Did you think that you had board top secured at this point?
No.
Why not? Yeah, why not?
Well, okay, maybe once the army's in Burgundy, it's more like it. I didn't actually see that was that turn. But until that army's in Burgundy, I still thought Hunter had a good position, and it depended a lot, I thought, on what Russia did with those armies.
Mm.
Maybe I'm just conservative, but I can see that there are always ways for them to push me back at this point.
Okay, so you build Army Naples here, and presumably that's just defensive, and then you keep advancing, and then this is the turn that you pointed out before. That is what gave you the solo, or that where you thought that you had the board top secured after this. Which one is it?
I think on this turn, yeah, probably once I had the Russian in Sevastopol and took Romania, I probably had the board top here. Like, there's a chance here that Austria could support Russia into Romania, and I can't do much about that, for instance. So there's a lot of play that can still happen here, but it didn't happen.
And you're seeing the German armies move back and forth, doing the hokey pokey, I think.
Don't ask me to explain what the German people were doing in that game.
I wouldn't want you to risk insanity by attempting it. So
I have no idea what they were doing. I was frustrated a lot of the time by what they were doing.
We were entertained, I think, and alternately bewildered. Okay, so then here is where things really start to accelerate, and it becomes not just board top, but solo material. What was going on here? Was Hunter already throwing at this point?
Okay, I'm not sure about this turn. Karthik was on my side at this point after the Sevastopol stab, but Hunter was definitely pulling back, and maybe it depended on what England and Germany did this turn, whether or not he would then form a line, or you'll have to ask him.
So he wasn't. Were you guys having negotiations at this
I
point?
knew I was getting into the Lyon that turn.
Okay, and he didn't mind it, or
and he didn't mind it.
Okay. So then after that, he moves to North Africa. That's you in the West. I assume that was.
At this point, it's all coordinated.
Okay. So at this point, he's throwing a solo then.
Yeah.
Okay. And he didn't tell you why?
Well, presumably because of what England and Germany are doing.
Okay. Just that they keep attacking them. All right. David or Chris, do you guys have any questions for Peter?
Did you have anything to do with the fact that none of these people cared if you won the game, or did that fall in your lap, Peter?
I don't know how to do anything in this game. I just
please. Please try that line on somebody who's going to actually listen to that kind of line. You must have had something to do with it.
I don't really know why the West was such a mess. There was a lot of time when I thought it wasn't a mess, and the three of them were working together for a while. And I was worried about that because then we'd get stuck in some sort of draw, but things change.
Apparently.
All right. Well, Peter Macnamara, congratulations on not just topping the board, but soloing. You have almost certainly qualified for, I think we can say you have qualified for it. I don't think anybody can pass you. I don't think 7 people can pass you. Let's say it that way.
Yeah, how many more solos can there be?
Yeah. So congratulations on qualifying for the top board. You still have a game to play next Saturday night, so we look forward to seeing what happens there. And then we will definitely see you on the 27th as well.
All right, thank you.
Peter, 2 words for you. 2 solos. 2 solos.
All right, have a good night, Peter.
Thank you.
The gauntlet has been thrown.
I want to see it. I want to see it. I've done that in 2 tournaments. I've gotten 2 solos. Let's see him do it. He can do it.
You've gotten 2 solos. All right. All right. Well, let's see how many solos we have tonight, and move back over to our game, which is this one, I think. Yes. All right. We left this game, Don Miller, in fall of 1914 with Marcus Zelstra seemingly careening toward a either large board top or solo. And Cyrus is excited about it. Cyrus is pumped.
He wants to see another solo.
And some belly rubs as well. Winter 1914 finds a fleet in Liverpool. A fleet in Trieste. Congratulations. Jackson Roberts, building a fleet as Austria, checks a box on the bingo card. Also an army in Vienna and disbands elsewhere. Morgante disbands the fleet in Portugal, keeping the forward fleet in West, which is just fun. Let's just be honest. Spring of 1915, we find advancing blue units all over the place. We find advancing red units all over the place. Somewhat surprisingly, getting into Munich, because Munich goes to Berlin with support from Silesia and Prussia. That is, I will dare say, fascinating. And evidence of remarkable diplomacy on Jackson's part, I think, to convince Tom that was a good idea. That is fascinating. Well done, Jackson. Now it's really just a race to see who gets Tunis then at this point. I don't think Jackson's going to lose Munich. Unless,
that was critically important.
Tyrolia could be cut, right?
Yeah, it's an army in Piedmont. That's the that would be the thing, and then there'd be some.
There's an Italian army in Venice already.
Oh, right. If he's willing to do that, but then there's some shenanigans over Berlin that might take a little bit to work out. Okay, elsewhere, but we get a fleet in North Africa. John Jameson breathes a sigh of relief, and let's keep on going. And Marcus Zelstra gets into Piedmont and gets Marseille and gets Western Mediterranean. Morgante picks up a build in Tunis, but does not have a home center open to put the build down. All right, now I think we are almost certainly looking at 18 for Marcus, as long as he wants to prosecute it. All right, we have Jackson building one. Probably wished he had Trieste open for a fleet build. Let's keep on going here. We get another fleet in London. We get an army in Vienna. And we, well, okay, so Marcus gets the convoy into Tuscany, so he's looking at Rome. I think 18 is a foregone conclusion at this point. What do you say? I think so.
Well, again, if Eustachio doesn't care, then yes, and he obviously doesn't care, so yes, that's what's going to happen.
Well, Portugal, Tunis, Rome, right?
And Tunis, yeah, yep. And the answer is not yet. That was 18 right there.
It wasn't the 18 he wanted, though.
Well, he couldn't take Tunis that turn.
Yeah.
Well, the Italians actually did. Well, they got cut by the Aegean.
But no, the Italians were supporting.
Okay.
Moscow to the Helgoland Bight.
Tunis was supporting Ionian. Yeah, okay.
Yeah. All right, but Marcus wanted
to.
Yeah, Marcus wanted to guarantee it, and he doesn't even need Tunis at this point. Although probably take it because maybe he can't guarantee. Thinks he can't guarantee Naples, and maybe he wants to do the Ed Sullivan solo and get up to 20. All right, there we go. 18. The answer is 18. We have 2 solos tonight.
Very nice.
Wow. So is this what happens when you have untimed games and in a tournament setting where the needs are clearly defined? Because this game, if it weren't for the fact that Marcus and Jackson were playing their last game, if they had more games to go in the tournament, this probably doesn't happen in a solo, correct?
That's probably true. It'd be interesting to know whether Marcus was actually vetoing earlier or was it Jackson?
I am told that, that would be useful to know. There were 2 failed draw votes here in spring and fall of 1909, and then there were no draw votes after that, for obvious reasons, I think.
Yeah. Well, again, this is very similar to the last game. You know how you win a game if the other players that could stop you don't care?
Yeah, but I think it's very true that the dynamic of this game was very much influenced by the fact that you had 2 big players, both of whom had to win or they were out, right? This was their one shot. So both Marcus and Jackson had that do or die thing, right?
Yeah, but Marcus, even at like 12 or 13 board top, he's probably in the final. He's probably in the top board, isn't he?
Right. But as soon as he's ahead, Jackson has to push and do the do or die thing. And then if Jackson pulls ahead, then Marcus is in that same situation. So it's that sort of one-upmanship thing.
Yeah, I guess I just didn't think Jackson ever had a shot. So that's why I thought this was a waste of effort. But maybe you're right. But
well, I mean, if you look at the graph, Jackson's been behind, but only one behind a lot of the time,
But his position was never good. It's always hard to win a race when you're Austria, a race to a solo when you're Austria because of the position. You can't build fleets really that matter.
But he also had nothing to lose.
That's the argument.
Because if he finishes 3 behind Marcus, he's not in the top board anyway, and his tournament's over, right?
Yep.
Yes, although again, why would you almost guarantee 0 instead of taking the points you've got?
Because he's got nothing to lose. It doesn't matter, right?
I'd rather come in 9th than come in 22nd. That's what I'm saying. There's a counter even in a tournament with a top board. You shouldn't just play like a fool because there's only 7 spots that matter. You should play to increase your own score, not take an infinitesimal chance and almost guarantee yourself a 0. That to me is not worth doing. But that's because that's a personal choice.
And also, if everyone played diplomacy the same way, then there wouldn't be any solos, right?
Well, that's true. The solos happen. First of all, it does happen in untimed games because you don't have time to solo in a timed game. So by definition, you're going to have more solos. But it happens when you've got emotions and sort of strange motivations going on as opposed to the motivations of just playing the game correctly.
And it's interesting here that this game ended up boiling down to two players who had played earlier today, a competition between the two of them. That was, that happens because the other players allowed it to happen, or not necessarily willingly, but through their play. So, for me, this is kind of diplomacy at its purest. Maybe didn't expect that coming in, right? But this is people going for 18, thinking that 18 is the only thing that matters. And I think the purists should be happy about that. To be honest.
Well, and I agree with all that. I'm maybe not a purist, but I love it when people go for 18. Marcus knows how to do that because he's an extended deadline player in games that have no time limits and that are all about stalemate lines, and so he knows exactly how to do that.
It's funny, right? We talk sometimes about the difficulty that extended deadline players might have in making the transition, just because of the how difficult it is to make the adjustment to thinking quickly, especially with people in your face and having to deal with the immediate presentation of someone as a person, not just letters on a page or on a screen. But this is a part of the game where the extended deadline player might actually have an advantage. You're saying the training that they get with these long games that get to the end games with the stalemate lines and trying to get for 18, they just have that experience. As long as they can access it quickly and in the moment, which isn't necessarily a given, but maybe things slow down a bit at this point of the game because it's just tactical and you don't have to deal with people being people. I tell you what, rather than jibber jabber about it, let us ask the man himself. Marcus Zelstra, welcome to the stream.
Howdy, thanks for having me.
And congratulations on a solo. We have two people playing on opposite sides of the world tonight who soloed, guaranteeing the nightmare scheduling difficulty for the top board. We joked about that at the top of the broadcast, and now it has become real. But thank you for giving us 2 weeks to figure it out.
That's fine. I'm sure Peter and I are both completely insane when it comes to playing at these kind of times, so I'm sure we'll manage it again for top board.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure both of you have played sort of 2 a.m., 3 a.m. games before, in this last year.
I mean, Marcus, I don't want to prejudice you to how this discussion is going to go, but it's hard not to notice the fact that you played a game that started in the afternoon for you and didn't do that well, and then you started a game that started at 11 p.m. for you and soloed. So,
yep. I think that was more to do with just seeing how my approach to the first game didn't work very well and changing that up for the second.
But tell us about that.
Yeah. So, I mean, if anyone watched the first game, I was Turkey in that game. I was a very stabby Turkey, flipping on a dime kind of thing, it's kind of how I usually play face-to-face because it feels more exciting, but it's not necessarily the best way to play, right? Whereas if you saw in this one, I tried to stick with Siobhan as long as I possibly could. I did stab at one point, and that ended up being a lot more painful than any of the other stabs in anything. But then I felt like during that game, people respected me a hell of a lot more than they did in the game before it. And that was kind of what led to the end result.
Did you have that shift in mindset going in? Did you think, okay, I need to be a different kind of player this time?
Yeah, so one of the reasons I went all out bidding on England is that I know England-Germany is by far my favorite alliance in the game, and it's one I will stick to for an entire game. I've done it before. So I was just thinking at that point, yeah, I need to be more of an alliance player here. That was my mindset going into this one.
So speaking of play style, I have to bring up your play style as reported to Zachary Moore. Did you write that down, or was that Zach looking into his crystal ball?
I did not write that down, but I think I've mentioned it plenty of times on in my YouTube videos that I like to aim for the solo no matter what. I very rarely get it. Even in it. I've never soloed a face-to-face game in any point before, so I'm really happy it came now. And man, Like, looking at that profile, I can't help but notice how much better I look on a beach during the daytime than I do at 7 a.m. after playing Diplomacy for 16 hours straight.
Yeah, the Marcus in this picture knows that the solo is coming. All right, let's we're getting a little bit blotto, so we want to hear how you did it and then go to bed. My God, you've been playing Diplomacy for how many hours straight, basically?
I don't even know what time did we start the first round. Since then, 10
a.m. Eastern time. Oh, so I can so it's a lot of hours. A lot of hours.
Many hours.
Almost
many
15.
hours.
All right, so let's find the critical spot in this game. So we could ask you a lot about your relationship with Siobhan at various points of the game. Obviously, that stab is one that we're going to want to know about. This is the game. Is this the game where you? She gets into North. So just tell us. Can you summarize the first few years for us? Obviously, you committed hard against France right off the bat. Didn't get Brest.
My early game was by far my worst part of this game, and I think I talked plenty about that to Morgante as the game went on. It was just. I committed hard off the bat. I took a very risky guess on going for Brest in the fall of 1901, which did not pay off in the slightest. I got one build from Norway and then nowhere to build. I don't think I got my second build until I got St. Petersburg.
It's hard to tell from the chart because it's basically straight up.
Yeah, it was not very. It was not a high gradient early on. No. But throughout this time, I was just sticking with Siobhan. We talked and I made clear how much I like the EG from the start, but I also think she gave me a huge favor by never building any fleets. We made that agreement. So I felt like letting her through North Sea was something that if she's going to go that all in, I can try and go that all in as well, try and solidify this alliance.
This must have been a nervous turn for you, leaving Edinburgh open in the fall like this.
Kind of. It was less nervous. I was covering Edinburgh for most of the phase, and then I realized that, hang on, if she's stabbing me, she will realize that I'm going to Edinburgh, so I should block a convoy to Yorkshire instead.
Ah, great. So this was actually your distrusting move. Oh, I love it. Well done.
Yes. Also, she didn't know I was going into North Sea. She thought I was supporting her to English Channel, but this was a lot of distrust on my part that kind of manifested as a result of having the fleet in the North Sea. But yes.
Okay, so then as the game progresses here, what we noticed was that Siobhan was kind of on her own fighting Morgante. He was making progress, but you really weren't helping. You weren't really doing anything. In fact, you convoy an army over to Denmark, so you get a dot here. She manages to get into Gascony. She gets Paris and Brest. You're still kind of not really doing anything. You're sort of prosecuting some attack in the north, but it's not going so well. And then there's this, Italy gets a fleet into the Irish Sea, and you guys turn things around. And then the game is starting to turn in your direction. You get into the Mid-Atlantic, and then you guys blow up the fleet. This is a huge moment because not only have you gotten Siobhan not to build any fleets, but now you're getting her to give up her last fleet. Was this a difficult negotiation, or did Siobhan agree readily? And how hard did it?
So it was as a result of the year before. We had a discussion about where this game was going because, through all of this, the reason Italy backed off out of Irish Sea and stuff was I was constantly promising, yes, I'm going to stab Germany, yes, I'm going to stab Germany, and obviously not doing it every time. And the other side of the board were just eagerly waiting for that, especially Jackson, who was like, I need to get a huge result out of this, otherwise any other result doesn't matter, so I need you to do something here. And I actually, well, no, not just yet, actually, but so I'll talk about that in a sec. But in the phase before this one, I went to Siobhan and I said, look, I had a kind of disappointing first round with third place, right? If I get a second shared board, well, it wouldn't even be a shared board top here because I think Jackson was ahead. I'm not going to make top board. I've got no chance. You've got a second round to come. Would you be okay with giving me 1 or 2 centers so that I can take that board top and get potentially to the end? And she was not entirely for it. Like she was saying, eventually she agreed and said yes, because of how great this alliance has been. I'll let you take 1 or 2, just what you need to get over the line, and only because you would probably be able to take things like Brest anyway. It would just be with my agreement, right? And then we just decided, hey, with the Brest, we might as well blow up the fleet Brest to make a point to the commentators and say, hey, this is an all-army Germany, and sort of annoy Doug Moore a little bit more.
So we did predict that you would walk out, and that I predicted, I think, that she would not build a fleet. I think Chris and David were not willing to believe that could happen. All right, so then the next big moment comes. You get 2 dots here. Clearly Siobhan was on board. This is the moment you're talking about where she says it's okay to take a couple dots.
Yes.
So you were just thinking board top here at this point.
Yes.
Okay. So then let's
to the point even where I proposed a draw the moment I got those 2 dots, and I voted for it. I proposed to draw the phase after, and I voted for it. And I proposed to draw the phase after that, and voted for it. And every time Jackson turned it down, which was because he wanted to get the he knew that he was in the same position as me. He needed the board top to get anywhere in the top board.
So why weren't you moving your units anyway, though? Even though you were hoping for a draw, why are Liverpool and London staying still here?
It was to make a point, right? Because at this point, I knew there would be a certain amount of suspicion that I was the one holding out, even though I wasn't. So I sort of just said, okay, I'm just going to hold here until you guys agree to draw. If you take another center, I will ask Siobhan to give me another center, and that will be the only move I make. So you're never going to get the board top, right? But that didn't work on Jackson. He really wanted it.
I mean, saying you were going to ask Siobhan to give you a center and her agreeing to, not necessarily the same thing. But it's a good argument anyway. I can see why you would make it. Okay, so then so the game keeps going. You convoy over, and then what looks clearly like a stab. So this is what you were talking about, the stab that hurt you more than it hurt Siobhan.
No, I think it hurt Siobhan plenty too. Like, I think we only talked once after this point, and it was on the turn that she was eliminated. So, yeah, that was she was not happy with what I did here, mainly because, and I think she had a very good point here. She said, if I'd have asked, it would have been fine, right? Because she was willing to give me the board top in the first place, so she could have been willing to give me these centers. And yeah, if she had been willing to give me those, like if she's telling the truth there, then I made a huge mistake in not asking her for them, because after this point she was 100% against me.
I'm sorry. What makes it a huge mistake?
The fact that, well, she told me after her elimination, that if I had just asked, she would have given them anyway. So
I think you're missing the point of. I think you're missing the point of Brandon's rhetorical question.
I'm sorry.
It's 7 o'clock in the morning for you.
That's very possible.
Because you ended up at 18 centers.
Yeah, that's true. But you can make mistakes on the way to 18 centers. It's just a case of recovering from them, right?
Yeah, no, it's true. You do sometimes have to step on people on your way to the top. All right, so at this point, then now it becomes a tactical battle. But to secure more of the German home centers, things suddenly change though, and your ceiling rises when Eustachio suddenly moves units east. Despite seemingly okay with Jackson behind his lines. Any insight into why this happens?
Yeah, so he asked me actually in the previous phase to move away from the Mid-Atlantic Ocean area, and that if I did so, he would defend his Turkish centers. And he did that for an entirety of one phase and then came back again, which was not really ideal, but also like there was an interesting situation with Morgante here where he either wanted both of us to be there or neither of us, right? Because otherwise he faced the threat of being eliminated. So he had a very interesting negotiation time trying to juggle which of us was there at any given time.
And then from here, so this is what you're saying, where he comes back.
Yep.
And then, but doesn't he suddenly starts moving? Oh, is it when Jackson finally takes? Oh, right. He gets into Marseille, and then you support Russia, Tom, into Munich. We thought this was really clever. We really like this move, and you pulled back into a more secure stalemate position. And then what happens here is that Jackson stabs Eustachio, tells him he's going to do it. So Eustachio then pulls everything back, and at this point is willing to throw the solo. Do we have that right?
Yeah, it was the turn after this one when he actually took. Even at this point, Eustachio was still willing to hold the line against me. Insofar as Tunis and losing Tunis and keeping Munich, right? But Jackson was saying board top or nothing. Jackson came to me and said, "Do you want to go for a 17-17 here?" And I just went, "Oh, okay, sure." And I went back to Eustachio with that, and Eustachio was like, "Okay, that's it. At this point, it's game over."
This was a minor stab of Morgante, we assume.
I told him I was going to Spain at this point because there was nothing he could do about it here. Eustachio promised him survival in Tunis, so that's why he evacuated into the Western Mediterranean.
Oh, I see. West supported. We actually didn't pick this up. West supported Mid-Atlantic into Spain, so you had 3. As long as Eustachio didn't tap West. Okay, got it. Okay, so then from here, it was more or less a foregone conclusion, especially once you started getting more units into there. Dude, congratulations.
Thank you.
Chris or David, do you guys have any further questions for the witness?
I'm just going to say congratulations, and I know we've joked about this, but diplomacy is a physically demanding game. I don't care if you're playing it in your room, virtual face-to-face or regular face-to-face. The fact that you were able to keep up with it, get to the 18 here in the middle of the frickin' night or early morning in the UK, good for you, man. Good for you.
Thank you. Yeah, it's been a hell of a day.
Yeah, Marcus, are you going to go to sleep now, or are you like too wired?
I'm going to sleep. I'm going to fall asleep. I'm surprised I haven't already on this broadcast.
You're very lucid. It's been a real pleasure talking to you.
Oh, yeah.
And I think we're going to have reason to talk to you again. So go get some rest, and we will not see you next weekend, but we will see you the weekend after that. So congratulations on qualifying.
Thank you.
All right. Have a great night or morning. Great day. All right, gentlemen, it is time for us to wrap this up. This has been a fun night. 2 solos. Didn't see it coming. Enjoyed it. Chris, final thoughts?
Oh, I always love games that end in a solo. I mean, and the 2 games, there's interesting that you say 2 games that ended in a solo, but they were so very different games, right? And yeah, I've thoroughly enjoyed myself this evening. It's been great fun. And just reiterate congratulations to both those people soloing. Well played, very well. Yeah.
David?
Great night to be or great day to be England. 3 out of the 4 games ended with England on top.
Yeah.
And secondly, this particular solo we were just talking about, as Chris says, really was different from the other one. The other one was really because of lots of bad blood and enmity and getting back at people for doing bad things that they didn't like and all that. This really was about Jackson only caring about whether he could get to the top board and not caring otherwise. So this was a solo that was actually generated by the fact that this particular tournament has a top board, because that changes a lot of the motivations of the players, at least some of the time, in certain situations like this one. Where in a normal game, Jackson would have given up and said, well, yeah, I'd rather get all these points instead of 0. But because of the top board situation, because he was only intent on that, it obviously allowed Marcus to get the 18.
Yeah, and you might say the same about some of Siobhan's motivations, being okay with Marcus getting the board top, knowing that she had another game, that sort of thing.
True.
Yeah, it's interesting. It's also interesting to question whether that's like a good thing or not. This is a conversation for another time. Is that is that the sort of competition we want to see? I don't know. It's interesting. It's great to see people going for 18.
That's certainly true.
Yeah. All right, gents, let's call it a night. Let's go get some sleep. At least David and I will. I don't know what you're going to do, Chris. You still got, it's almost midnight for you. So
I think it's probably time for sleep for me as well. Or feeding the cats maybe first.
All right. Good night, everyone out there. Thanks for sticking with us. This was a longer broadcast than we expected, but we had a lot to cover. And we're going to channel Siobhan here and tell everyone to stay safe and stab well.